organize. Every Saturday we organize. Oh yeah, we don't come again. Aha. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the Church of Violence, daddies and mommies, Gen Zs, millennials, boomers. I see all of you. You're all welcome today to our exclusive Saturday Violence Space, where we give you guys facts, figures, mixed with a little bit of basbos. So you're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for always joining us. Thank you for the whole over 460 of you in the building already. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed my little music break for you guys. I hope I served you guys well, because we're about to organize. We're about to go straight into a discussion that is very, very, very important. And yeah, I know I said something last week, and we're meant to go on the topic that we had last week Saturday, but after a whole lot of discussion with so many people, we felt like we could redirect the discussion in a different way. We are still going to talk. We are still going to be talking on the topic, sticking on what we're discussing today. I always say on our spaces, guys, thank you for all those. And even before I open the space, you're already in here. I see all of you. Thank you for all those already. Right, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Retweet the space. I have over 400 people in the building right now. I think close to 500. I need over 400 retweets and likes. Please, if you're requesting for the mic and you want to speak, we will be going through your profile to make sure you've retweeted the space multiple times. Let people know that the Violence Space, the number one space on Twitter, Nigeria, is up and running. And today we are going to be touching on so many things, so many people that we have met that feel that society has made untouchable. The so-called untouchables will be touched on this space today. So guys, please, as we always say on our platforms, retweet the space, get people to join the conversation. And if you know you have people that are not on social media, you have people that probably are not on Twitter, they can join this conversation quickly by streaming it live on our website or live on our radio station at Vawulence, www.radio.vawulencespace.com. I think I posted it on the comment section. I'm going to post it on Jumbotron, so you can just quickly send the link to people that you know you want them to join this conversation and learn. Because if there's something I always go back home from the end of all these spaces, is the amount of, as I'm speaking right now, with my pen and I'm with my booklet and I'm jotting things down, because I know I will learn a whole lot from my brothers up here and also from you guys. So we learn on this platform. I am so elated to be on this platform with you guys. Thank you for always sticking with us. Big congratulations to all of you, because I'll keep congratulating you guys, because what we have done, anytime I see that and I calculate that we are just like 9 months into this struggle, 8 months, into this struggle, and the Violence Space is probably 7 or 6 months in this struggle, and see how far we have come. I just give God the glory, and I say congratulations to every one of you. Thank you one more time to my brothers N6 and Omar for always taking out your time and your whole energy and everything to come up on this platform. I know how important it is for you guys. You guys understand what it means to sacrifice. See, I'm a groover. And I tell you, that I was a club man. You understand? And for the past 7 to 6 months, I have not stepped an inch out of my house every Saturday. Same thing with my brothers. We have sacrificed a whole lot for the movement. I will keep sacrificing to the very end. I understand what it takes. I myself, I look at myself and say, Saddam, you know to come out on Saturday. Do you know what it means? So the sacrifices for us, it is worth it. It has gotten to a point whereby I can hit my chest and say there are so many people that look up to us for inspiration. It is not that we are more intelligent than another person, but God has placed us in this platform to do what we're doing today, and we do not take it for granted. So guys, thank you very much, each and every one of you. I think we're over 560 already in the building, and yes, that is the energy of the Violence Space. When we say this is the number one space on Twitter, we mean every bit of it. We are the ones that speak and the government listen. When we speak, INEC listen. When we speak, the opposition listen. They come here and they take notes. My brother Prophet N6 from the Church of Vawulence prophesied last week Saturday. Oh my, you were not here when that prophecy was laid out. He made a prophecy that did not even take up. Your prophecy is moving faster than some pastors. Your prophecy N6 was fulfilled faster than some pastors that will come out and tell us every beginning of the year, this is your year. You prophesied last week Saturday, and before in 5 days time, your prophecy came to fulfillment to the glory of God, and everybody said hallelujah. We saw it happen last week Saturday when we called out the fraud in the APC camp, and I'll play the prophecy back yesterday. For those that do not understand what happened last week Saturday, you saw it coming to fulfillment this week. Guys, that is what we do on this place. Hopefully we're going to use this platform to be a platform to hold governments accountable. When Peter comes into power, this shall be that platform that shall hold him accountable, that shall shine the light to all his dark spots, that shall shine the light to the problems of the society. That is what we do on this platform, and we are here one more Saturday. So I want to see over 500 retweets and likes. I don't understand why we say this and you guys don't do this. Is it because this platform is for stubborn head people? People know the hear word. When you know the hear word, please retweet the space and like the space and share the space. And if you want to speak, please make sure, in fact, if you're coming up to speak, that is the first thing that we're going to be checking first. So please make sure you're doing that. We see all our speakers are requesting for the mic. Please, if you're patient enough, it's going to get to you. You know how we do on the platform. This is our time for our own little banter, as we always do on the platform. So, guys, you're welcome to the Vawulence Space one more time. It is your favorite platform, and we're about to go ham. The temperature is cold where I am, so I'm about to heat up the place. So, guys, please, bear with me. Bear with me. I'm going to start my submission today from the book. Sorry for those that are not Christians. I want to start from the Bible today, from the book of Hosea, chapter 12, and verse 15. And it says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. So when the Bible tells you that people perish for lack of knowledge, it doesn't mean that God is not in the case. Nigeria has been perishing for lack of knowledge. Over the years, over decades, we have sold our ability to reason and to think into the hands of few people. We have sold our ability to do things for ourselves into the hands of few people. People that we may term as men of God, I call them God of men, that have assumed positions today whereby so many people feel that they are untouchable. And they go on and quote for you from the book of Psalm 105 verse 15 and say, touch not my prophet and do my prophet no harm. And I tell them, please go and read that same Psalm 105 and start from the beginning, and you see that whole passage was addressed to the people of God. And it was being addressed to the king. And when they say, touch not my prophet, doesn't mean you should not speak when you see something that is bad. But we have gotten to a point whereby right now people do not get to speak. A man will tell you that he is a man of God and therefore go and eat sand, or go and swallow, or go and eat shit. And you will go and eat shit with your chest because you believe this man is telling you that he's the man of God. You cannot even think for yourself. We have sold our ability as people to think. We have sold our ability as people to reason. We just follow we follow blindly. We don't even care. As in, we have gotten to a point as in a society whereby I keep asking myself, if Nigeria, as religious as we are, both sides of the divide, Christians and Muslims, we pray more than any other nation on earth. If you've traveled out of Nigeria, you understand what I'm saying. We are the most religious people on earth. Yet, look at where we are. Look at where we are in all index, every HDI, Human Development Index. Go and check it. We are at the bottom of it. We are struggling with nations like Afghanistan, Iran, Syria. When it comes to Japan, we are the #1 nation. The best of our brains keep leaving this country, while our pastors and men of God and clerics and alphas and bishops and native doctors continue to prosper. The people continue to wallow in poverty. It's yet another election season. And when you expect them to speak up, many of them have gone silent. And this is not to call out for all those many beautiful men of God that have been speaking up. I have been seeing videos ever since this space was scheduled. People have been sending me videos. I have been seeing pastors, reverend fathers, bishops coming out to pray, coming out to preach, coming out to educate their people and tell them about kudos to you guys. That is what is expected of every man of God. It is not the time of God has not spoken to me. God does not need to come down and tell you that Nigeria right now, we are in a state of comatose. It is evident even for the blind. Everyone can see this. Everyone can feel it. But for some of them, because they have been in bed with so many of these government people, I say this, and that's why this topic is very, very, very important. Because when you just oppose clerics, you just oppose celebrities. They have one thing in common. That is, they control people. People idolize them. Influencers, people idolize them. That's why they have huge numbers of followers. People idolize them. People tend to believe what they say. People tend to look at them and they say, I want to shape my life like this person. I want to live like this person. So these people have a moral duty to make sure in processes like elections that happen once every 4 years, that can determine the trajectory of a nation for the next 4 years, they have every duty, every moral duty to speak up. And if they don't speak up, it is your duty as a citizen to hold them accountable and ask them, why are you keeping quiet? What is your silence for? Who benefits from your silence, man of God? Who benefits from your silence, clerics? Who benefits from your silence, celebrities? I am not even coming out here to say any celebrity to come out and endorse Peter, or any man of God to even come out and endorse Peter. I saw a priest today and I saw the video and I was glad. I said, wow. He put it up on his church and he showed them, all he was doing was showing them logos and telling them who represent each logo. He brought out the umbrella and said, this represents PDP, this is their presidential candidate article. The broom came out, this is for Tinubu, and the Labour Party logo came out and said, this is for Peter Obi. He did not even go out and tell anybody, go and vote for. No, you don't need to do that. If you have not waited, if you're the type that wait for God to speak to you, do not even come out and tell anybody who to vote for. But it's your moral duty as a priest, as a servant of God, as you claim you are, as a celebrity, to at least push people, go out and get your PVCs. If you're going to sit on the fence and side with your pastor and say, he's waiting for God to talk to him and he has not talked to him, has your pastor come out and speak about PVCs? Has he been agitating, pushing your church members to go out and get their PVCs? Tell me those celebrities have come out. Tell me where they have come out and say, guys, go and get your PVCs. Do not even come out and tell us who to vote. We don't need you. Nigeria is hard enough for any sensible person to know who to vote. I don't need you to come and tell me that I should vote for Peter Obi. I don't need you. I have seen, I have heard, I feel Nigeria for myself. So I know how difficult. I have seen all the candidates on the ballot. I know who is more competent. I know who is more credible. I know who is worthy of being there as the next president of Nigeria. Do not come out and tell me as a celebrity. If you don't know, if you want, you're scared of your food being taken out of your mouth. That. So please, what we expect of all celebrities, every one of them is coming out to push people to go out and get their PVCs. None of them are doing that. And today, we're here to call out a hypocrisy. Today, it go touch every one of them. The ones you idolize, the one you don't idolize, it will touch every one of them. Silence, in Hausa, they say Shuruma answer. What it means is that silence is also an answer. So if somebody asks you a question and did you do this and you don't answer, it is an answer you've given already. The moment you stay silent, you enable the bad leadership. We cannot afford to go 4 more years as a country of this nonsense. And what do you guys gain? And I look at basket mouth. I love basket mouth. God knows how much I love basket mouth. Sometimes you just have to sit down, and sometimes it's better you keep quiet and people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and prove to them that you're really a fool. Sometimes you just act silent. Just claim silence. Let people don't think that you just open up your mouth and come out and you think you want to do banter with Nigerians. In a time like this, in a season like this, you put up shows, and I'm very, very sad of that. We have reached out to our German communities in Hamburg. We will make sure that show is worth it for him. He go enjoy him. He will understand that Nigerians are not being played with, because he's crazy. And to all the Gen Zs, them last boy, them Kata, what do they call those ones? I don't even know those ones. I just saw a post also that, God. What thing they do all these guys? I'm just wondering, as in, you can't even pretend, even if you won't vote that day, even if you are not going to vote that day, please, for the sake of Nigerians, for the sake of what your people suffer, what we are passing through, why don't you just even shift that show 2 days to 2 days after the show? Let Nigerians understand. But they call you out and you want to form Voltron, you want to form Big Daddy, you want to form this and that. On the Violence Space today, it go touch all of you. So my people, you're welcome to the Violence Space one more time. I just say, let me just make this little brief intro. For me, today, we're cruising easy. We're going hard on everybody. I said something earlier on my post, and I said this. I said, I, for one person, in this election season, I'm going to call out every single person. If I had a twin, and my twin was doing what is not meant to be done, I will call him out or her out. I'm not going to respect no man. I'm not going to respect no woman if you're not doing what is right for Nigeria. And at this point in time, I'm not even standing on. I'm standing. I'm even giving you. I'm not like Omar and SSA probably that will say, if you're not voting for Peter. I'm giving you celebrities now a leeway self. I'm going to give you a leeway. At least encourage your fans, encourage your followers to go out there and get their PVCs. If you don't benefit from the present structure of Nigeria, encourage people. AY came out and said something that bust my head. We don't understand celebrity, blah, 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 blah. They don't know if they follow, that they will be attacked, that, blacklisted. And I started laughing. I said blacklisted. These guys are very, Nigerian celebrities. God. That blacklisted is because I made a tweet, probably some of you saw the tweet, and I said, this blacklisted is all about the whole 10 million table, 5 million table, 15 million table of 10, gold table, black table, diamond table, all those tables that they put on their shows, on their flyers. The common man can't afford those tables. Hardworking men will not. Probably few. Top businessmen will. But generally, the major people that buy those tables are celebrities, are government government officials, and their children, governors, ministers, ex-ministers, and their children. They buy those tables and they send little girls to go and sit down and occupy the tables for them. So when about Peter, and God bless Peter Obi, I swear to God bless Peter Obi, because Peter has come and exposed so many things. Peter has exposed so many. I'm just wondering because I say, if not that Peter came out by this time, you will see all these people coming out by now to pretend. Many of them will lie between Atiku and Tinubu because they know they're the same thing. Someone doesn't go on their chest and I'm supporting Atiku, I'm supporting Tinubu, and they know that because they are the same. They are now the same now. We. But they understand that there's a different man right now that the people know. They too, they know. And they know that if they come out and Peter with their chest, God knows AY next show, all those table of 10 will be empty. All those table of 10 will be empty. He knows this. Because the people that will patronize those table of 10 are all these criminals in power today. And he has looked at it and said, my interest too. That is what these guys are all about. Their interests are fucking personal interests to the detriment of the people. So to help be Nigerians can burn for the next 4 years as long as all my Easter, AY life on Easter, AY life on Easter in Port Harcourt, AY life on Easter in Lagos, in Abuja. As long as it's all sold out for the next 4 years, Nigeria can burn. That is all about interest for these people. So guys, please do not idolize people that do not idolize your pains. Do I need to repeat myself again? Do not idolize people that do not idolize your pains, Nigerians. Please. Wake the fuck up and take back your country. And with that, I welcome you guys to Saturday Violence Space. Thank you very much for sticking with us always on this platform. I don't know how many people on the platform right now, but please, as I always say, oh my goodness, over 748 of you on the platform right now. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sticking with us on this platform. Retweet this freaking space. Let us get to 1K in the next few minutes. Let people know that we are up and we are running. And today we are taking no prisoners along with us. Good evening and welcome to the platform tonight. My brother N6 and Omar. I don't know who want to go first, but I think I'm going to open the floor with Omar today. Omar, how are you doing today, my brother? Good evening.
A very good evening to you, my dear brother Saddam. How are you doing? It's such a pleasure to be here with you people. It's such a pleasure to join this platform. I mean, when you say 8 months, to me, I look back and I'm like, really? Have we really gone 8 months in this struggle? Wow, how time flies. Welcome to the Church of Vawulence, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening from this part of the world. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Omar, one of your regular co-hosts on this platform, and it's always a pleasure to be here with you. Today, it's a very interesting topic: hypocrisy of clerics and celebrities in this election. Where do we start from? I'll start from the Holy Book. I'm a Christian, I'm a believer, so I'm going to start from the Holy Book. I'll start from the book of 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 7 to 10. It says, "You are the man, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel, and I delivered you out of the hand of Saul. And I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your arms, and gave you the house of Israel and of Judah. And if these were too little, I would add to you as much more." Verse 9. "Why have you despised the word of the Lord, to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites." Verse 10. "Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife." And then I'll take you to Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 1 to 3. It says, "Go down to the house of the king of Judah and speak there this word, and say, Hear the word of the Lord, O king of Judah, who sits on the throne of David, you and your servants and your people who enter these gates." Verse 3. "Thus says the Lord, do justice and righteousness, and deliver from the hand of the oppressor him who has been robbed. And do no wrong or violence to the resident alien, the fatherless, and the widow, nor shed innocent blood in his place." Now, the reason I started with those Bible verses is because of what my brother Saddam mentioned earlier. They say, "Touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm." Interesting. First Chronicles chapter 16, verse 22. I grew up as a Bible scholar, so don't be surprised. Now, the interesting thing is that this same holy book that has been used to manipulate Nigerians is what we're going to use to deliver you tonight from the shackles of these charlatans who call themselves the men of God. Because when you talk about the men of God, I talk about 200 million Nigerians. We are all men of God. God created all man in his own image. In the church of God, in the house of God, there is no nepotism. In the kingdom of God, there is no nepotism. All men are equal. So there is nothing like the men of God. The prophets of old in the Old Testament had the audacity, the balls to speak truth to power. The prophets in the New Testament had the audacity to speak truth to power. Our Lord Jesus Christ stood in the temple and spoke to the Pharisees and the Sadducees right in their faces. He put all of their wrongdoings in their faces. Despite doing that, he continued to respect authority. He says, "Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give unto God what belongs to God." Now, let me take you further, and let's look at the story of prophets who have been able to hold people in power accountable. Prophet Daniel versus King Darius. Daniel chapter 6 and chapter 7. Isaiah chapter 38. Isaiah, the prophet, went to Hezekiah and delivered the message to him that God said he was going to die. He had the audacity, the balls, because he was truly sent by God. Moses went into the house of Pharaoh despite growing up there. He delivered the message of God to Pharaoh and told him, "The Lord said I should tell you, you should let my people go." Now, what if you think that is not enough? Elijah, the prophet, in the book of First Kings chapter 18 and chapter 19, delivered messages to King Ahab and his wife Jezebel. And for that, Jezebel vowed to kill him. And Elijah ran away. These are true prophets. True prophets. Even when Elijah ran, the Lord provided food for him by sending ravens to provide him meals where he was hiding. So I ask you, those of you in Nigeria who call yourselves prophets, I mean, we have to make exceptions. And I'm going to mention their names. Prophet Isaiah Buba, big ups to you. You have all of my respect. Bishop David Oyedepo of the Living Faith Church, you have all of my respect. Pastor Paul Eneche of the Dunamis International Church, you have all of my respect, because these are true men of God who have the audacity, the balls to stand for what is right and go all the way to present a candidate to Nigerians that they know, judging by their own conscience, that this man would deliver good governance to Nigerians. Of course, there was a Paul Adefarasi at some point who preached to Nigerians, who told us clearly that at some point he would tell us who to vote for. And then, on the first day of the year 2023, Pastor Paul Adefarasi did a 360. Listen, fellow Nigerians.
I'm also not APC. I'm also not Labour Party. I'm also not YPP. I'm a statesman.
Wow.
And I promised you that in December, I would tell you who you should vote for by not telling you a name. December has passed. That's gone. But if you really want to know who I think you should vote for, right now the choices are slim.
Wow.
The best did not get there.
Ooh.
Sorry? What did you just say?
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
The best did not get there. Okay. No, it's not me, sir. I have no calling to be president. Kingmaker, yes. So what choices do we have left? Whoever can build an exceptional cabinet with exceptional people for about 10 key offices, which will not include chief of staff and secretary to the federal government. That would make 12. But your petroleum minister, your finance minister, your central bank governor, your agriculture minister, your security advisor, your defense minister, your justice minister. What else am I missing? Your finance minister, your minister of industry, trade, and investment. Those would be critical offices, and a vision that they can all work with together in a collective exceptionalism to deliver on Nigeria's view.
Now, you see, when you listen to this as an average Nigerian, it sounds very much like very bright ideas, doesn't it? And I'll take you back to the Chatham House. When Bola Ahmed Tinubu showed up and could not answer any question by himself, he preached a concept, the gospel of teamship. Now, put this side by side with what this so-called minister of God is saying, then you can see the corn in his pocket. This is my opinion, and I'm liable to it.
When you add the lexicon, the best did not make it.
God bless you, my brother.
We
God
know the
bless
ice
you.
cream and popcorn seller that they refer to. Are you?
Now, the best that he was referring to are N6. I love you guys. Honestly, I like how you guys are able to connect the dots, because that's why we work together so well on this space. Now, you see, there were so many members of the APC, closet APC members, who were hoping that the current vice president, Yemi Oshibajo, would emerge as the candidate of the APC. When he did not emerge, some of them had the balls to cross over to the side that they feel is right for Nigerians. There are some of them in the Labour Party. I can assure you. One of them was one of those women. That woman that was at the, I think it was he Rise TV town hall where Dino Melai was heckling Peter Obi. There was a woman that stood up there. That woman used to be a member of the APC, a supporter of Yemi Oshibajo. But it got to a point where she felt like, okay, what is going down in this party is not right, and I'm going to stand for what is right. And a woman, she had the energy, the strength of character to walk to the other side. But when you hear what this man is saying, it's telling you now that you need a man who can build a team. What is the point? Now, let's look at it this way. Oscar Washington Tabares was the former coach of Uruguay. Oscar Washington Tabares did exploits with the Uruguayan national team. He managed to transform under 20 stars into the national team and produce the likes of Luis Suarez and Edinson Cavani. But it got to a point, Oscar Washington Tabares had a serious health issue and he could not continue. And then he understood that despite the fact that he had the desire, the wisdom, the ideas, his health does not allow him to go on. And he peacefully relinquished that position. But in Nigeria, it does not work that way. Even when you are closer to the grave than you are closer to the seat of power, many people, for the sake of their self-interest, would continue to propel you to that office because they know that you will surround yourself with cronies who are going to serve their own purpose when they get into power. I said this on our previous space, and I'm going to say it again. The Nigerian church, and I'm mentioning the church because I'm a Christian. I'm mentioning the church not because I want to slander men of God. I'm mentioning the church because we need to understand men of God who have the interest of the people at heart and men of God who are only concerned about how they can continue to brainwash citizens and enable their own churches and gain the tithes and the offerings that continues to come into the church. You can see somebody like Bishop David Oyedepo. He never at any point supported the Buhari government. Every step of the way in the last 8 years, he has vocally spoken against this government. So one thing that I do not understand is these people who call themselves men of God. When it comes to the crunch time for the nation to decide, that is when you see them doing what I call whataboutism. Now, Wikipedia describes whataboutism and whataboutery as something in a pejorative sense, a procedure in which a critical question or argument is not answered or discussed, but retorted with a critical counter question, which expresses a counter accusation. If you listen to this man, I'm not going to bore you with this clip again, but if I play it again, you will realize that what this man is doing is exactly what whataboutism is. Instead of you taking a stand, you dance around the topic. You dance around the topic, you discredit the people that can actually do the job, you model all of them together. Whenever you want to talk to somebody that appears neutral, who says, oh, I'm neutral, so who are you voting for? All of the candidates are the same. Please walk away from them. They are as terrible as APC supporters because the truth is they know what is right. They just don't have the balls to stand for it, or they actually benefiting from the system. Somebody, I think it was Saddam Hussein, who did a breakdown of the system one day, who said, look at it. The ministers, they have families, they have sisters, they have brothers, they have cousins. Now look at the spread. All of them have people that are benefiting from this corrupt system. So how do you expect them to stand for what is right? Now let me go back to the church and the politicians having a scratch my back, I scratch your back relationship. Nigeria is one of those countries, one of the many countries in Africa where churches are not really regulated. There was only one time that the Nigerian political class decided to go for the church, and it was in Lagos State. They decided to start taxing churches, and that created some kind of huge uproar. All over Nigeria, you can start a church tomorrow in your backyard without any kind of license. In Rwanda, Paul Kagame decided that you need a certificate of theology before you can start a church. And that is how it should be. You should be licensed to operate. This is not just, I wake up one morning and God has called me. That's not how it's supposed to be. Because I can go out tomorrow and say that God has called me and I'm going to start a church. And that is why we have a lot of these charlatans who exist in our society lying to people. The relationship is very simple. The church gives you a delusional idea of the solution to your problems. The government is supposed to provide you good education. The government is supposed to provide you electricity, good roads, water supply, all of the basic amenities of life. When they don't do that, you feel miserable. When you go to school, instead of going through school for 4 years, you spend 8 years. When you are done from school, in a regular functioning society, you're
With
supposed to
prayers,
apply.
with prayers. Tell me they pray.
My dear brother, we pray for him to pass his exams, exam where you don't already study for. Now, that tells you how terrible the Nigerian educational system is. But the relationship is a scratch my back, I scratch your back. The church deludes you completely. It makes you believe that there is nobody that can solve your problems apart from God. Problems that even God will look at you and think, you know what? This is why you have leaders. This is why you have people in government. These are problems that should be solved by your government. The church distracts you from that. What does the church get in return? The government turns a blind eye to the massive fleecing of the Nigerian populace that is being carried out by the church. You go to churches and you hear something like, you should sow a seed that would hurt you. You should sow your first salary. So you've gone to university for 6 years, 8 years before graduating. You've prayed and fasted for about 3 months after youth service, or even 4 months, or 6 months, or 1 year. You finally get the job. And then the pastor tells you that the first 3 salaries that you get from that job, you should sow it as a seed. You hear people telling you that they sell their cars, they sell their houses to go and sow a seed into the church of God. Now, Portable released the song, which is where I'm going to be rounding my submission. He released the song some time ago. He did a live performance of it. Apostle must hear this, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people were laughing. I didn't find it funny because as hilarious and crazy as Portable can be, there was a very powerful message in that song. He was directing the song at a particular man of God. I honestly, he was talking to Apostle Johnson, Apostle Suleiman. I don't know his first name, but Apostle Suleiman, not Joshua Selman. Please, let's not mix them. Joshua Selman is a man that I love and respect so much. His messages, the very one that had, scandals with different women. If you remember the Stephanie Otobo case, and this is the pastor that has his pictures on the internet where he was having, sexting, as Gen Zs call it, with a lady in Canada. Now, this pastor went to his hometown in Edo State, and somehow he got attacked by kidnappers. Shots were fired at his car. 2 security personnel were killed. But the pastor survived. Guess what? They call it a miracle. I call it bulletproof cars. My fellow Nigerians, wake up. Now, before I go to the celebrities, basket mouth. I would have come for you real hard. AY, the comedian, I would have come for you real hard if I did not understand your position. For you to understand where Nigerian comedians, celebrities, musicians, where they stand. In 2019, Senator Dino Melaye appeared at the AY live show. Just look at the cozy, listen to the cozy relationship between the political class and the entertainment industry.
I hear you. I'll sing that your song. You have a winner. Sing a beautiful song. You know that which one you want. You know say you can try. Which one? Okay, give me some more first. I'm going to give you a
I'm not going to bore you with the rest of that. Listen to the clownery. Listen to the embarrassment. That was Senator Dino Melaye at the AY live show. Only God knows how many tables he bought that night. That tells you why these people cannot touch the politicians. That tells you why they cannot take a stand during the electoral process. But you say, I don't have a problem with you if you cannot take a stand. Just shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. If you're not going to stand for something, you might as well just keep quiet completely. Stay completely quiet during the process. Don't come out and be doing whataboutism. And to you Twitter influencers, oh, my candidate is the Medica Chiku. My candidate is that one, your own jollof rice, I'm cooking it. I've just spiced it. I'm adding some Maggi, curry, and all over. I will come for you. For now, once again, welcome to the Vawulence space. It's the beautiful space, your number one Twitter political space, where we talk politics in the most uncensored way, where we speak the truth to power, alongside my brother, the host of this platform, Saddam, and of course, the wonderful king of Google, Professor N6. Thank you so much. N6, I'll bounce the ball to you right now. God bless you, my brother.
Well done, guys. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Saddam. Welcome to the Church of Vawulence. We appreciate every single 927, 29 of you right now and counting. Let me remind you of something. If Peter Obi had not run in the 2023 elections, and the APC had given us Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, we would have set the world record, or at least the African record, of the least voter turnout ever in the history of this country. These men do not inspire confidence. They do not inspire PVC collection. They do not inspire PVC registration. Matter of fact, they inspire fear, suffering, further poverty, tribalism, and even the outright total destruction of the Nigerian state. I dare say it. We would have had the lowest voter turnout ever, or probably the highest street soccer playing record ever on election day. I'm very sure of it. Now, why am I saying this? When you study Machiavellian politics, like I was taught on the dark side of political science, who's in the world to prove to you that that is not what happens? I'll give you the first example. One of the world's most prosperous nations, at least in the last 200 years, is the United States of America. They're doing very well financially, and they have mega churches. So, when the Nigerian priest demonically supports the political class and suppresses the people of Nigeria, thinking, oh, the poorer they are, the more they go to church. I want to also remind you that the richer they are, the more they can give. None of you is rich as Creflo Dollar. So it's already an archaic form of practicing Christianity. The other day I was trying to be courteous and I wrote a think piece as the Spirit led me to Pastor Jerry Eze. I log onto his platform every morning, 7 o'clock, when I can, and I've done that for a while, for a couple of years. But it got to the election season, and I found out that Jerry Eze does not tell people to get their PVCs. You hear retarded arguments like half of the people that are tuned in are not even in Nigeria. And I ask, what is the nationality of the pastor? He's Nigerian. What happens in Nigeria should matter to him. And we have been going back and forth with men of God, influencers, and celebrities like this. I will beat my chest and say it in this country and anywhere in Africa. I am a celebrity for social change. I'm a celebrity on all fronts. I'm a musician on public record. I am an MC. I'm a radio host with more than 12 to 14 years experience. I am a DJ. I'm a show promoter. I've hosted events from here to South Africa, the UK, US, and back. I am a multiple award-winning radio broadcaster. And I am here in this movement. I've been here at the risk of everything riskable. Why am I here? When I worked on radio, I was forced to interview every candidate every political season. I was literally Rufai before the internet. And when I see what that young man and a bunch of other of them go through, they've managed to silence Seun Okin now. He sits there while falsehood is peddled on his show. He does not fact check it. Maybe that's what they want. And I interviewed everybody. Call them, I will show you a picture. Ambode, Sanwo-Olu. I was the only broadcaster who interviewed Sanwo-Olu on public record. I interviewed Sowore. I'm probably one of the only people on radio or one of the first OAPs to interview Sowore when he came back from the US, when his major political mantra was the legalization of marijuana. I interviewed Sowore. I have the pictures. I did this 2011. I did it 2015. I did it 2019. I was at the Civic Center when Goodluck Jonathan launched Facebook under the Ministry of Information for 400 million. Nigeria has been breaking my heart for a long time. And I told myself this election season will not catch me still in conventional media because we're at an existential political crisis. Look, I'm ready. If Peter Obi loses, God forbid, I am ready. Me, I'm ready for what? I'm ready. Let me do concert. Let nobody buy ticket. Me, I'm ready. But let it be on record because 2015 was so muddled that today we don't know the people that were really telling us Buhari was bad or not. Everybody done the claim, say, but at least this one, Once you're in violent space, just munch a picture of yourself on this space. Let it anyway they say, hey, who you didn't talk. You at least we are in violent space shouting. We shouted like mad people in the wilderness. At least this 1,000 people here, you are exonerated. Any day this country chooses to incinerate itself with their own hands. The hypocrisy of the Christian clerics. I'll first start sounding a bit partial, but please listen to reason without emotions. Muhammadu Buhari is a Muslim president from northern Nigeria, and he has done 8 years in power. If Muhammadu Buhari hands over to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, another Muslim will take over power and do 8 more years in power. That's 16 years of a Muslim president. Sadly, Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not pick Yakubu Dogara, a northern Christian, or even damn the consequences and picked Yemi Osinbajo. He didn't do that if he really wanted to test his popularity.
Very interesting angle. Very interesting angle.
Look, I am an Igbo man in Lagos. And if there was no Peter Obi, and it was Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Osinbajo and Atiku Abubakar, I, for the sake of Osinbajo, might have been tilted in that angle. So if you wanted to make it tribal, you might have gone all the way. But this man gave us a Muslim ticket, thereby squandering the chance of what Nigeria normally calls the Christian South. Now, after Bola Ahmed Tinubu at 2031, by normal rotation, it will go back to the Muslim North. Who has been his vice president all that time? Kashim Shettima will probably be one of the first people in the running, followed by Ganduje, followed by Nasser El-Rufai, who would then be another Muslim president till 2039. By the time you had a child who was born in 2015 when Muhammadu Buhari came into power, and by 2039, when the North will be done with leadership, probably to send it back to the Southern Christians, that child will be 24 years old and has only witnessed Muslim presidents. If you tell that child that Nigeria is a secular nation and he laughs at you, would he be lying or would you be wrong? Let's do the math another way. If you allow Atiku Abubakar take over from Muhammadu Buhari, Buhari is a northern Muslim, Fulani, 8 years. Atiku, northern Muslim, Fulani, 8 years. At the end of 16 years, in 2031, if you had a child who was born in 2015, he would be 16 years old. If you told that child Nigeria was a secular nation, would he believe you when he's going to collect his PVC in the next 2 years? When Atiku is done, if Atiku presents Okowa, who has been his vice president for 8 years, and the APC presents a northern candidate, the northern candidate will win Okowa, and you will still end up with 24 years of a Muslim president. This is without sentiments. It's just numbers. So, if you're a Christian cleric, I ask you, in an election where there are 4 top candidates, I will not pull down Rabiu Musa Kwakwansu. 3 of them are Muslim. 1 of them is a Christian. Already, 1 button is ticked in your quote-unquote favoritism. I ask one more time, do not tell people to vote Peter Obi. Just tell people to respect the process. I will address Basket Mouth because he's somebody I seriously respect. We chat regularly, and he has even told me that he has plans for me and my career this year, barely 2 days ago, before this hell started. So this is where I would say Basket Mouth as my Egbo was very wrong. Basket Mouth is booked to perform under the Cocoa Bar show promotion scheme. They give you your dates. All you got to do is show up and get your money. There was a simple explanation for this. I have been pre-booked. Maybe on the 25th of February, I'll do something for the Nigerian people. This is when we tell them, get management, get A&R to speak on your behalf. Celebrity must be celebrity, cameraman, joke writer, skit writer, content creator. But because the show is called Unprovoked, Basket Mouth then drops a clip on Twitter sticking his tongue out at Nigerians who are complaining and trying, I refuse to be provoked. I'm sorry, sir. That is, would I say, the softer version of Brimo just saying fuck the Igbos, to be very honest, because you literally just stuck your tongue out at Nigerians. We need to be very careful this season. We need to be careful. The other day, Peter from P Square threw a challenge, unchallenged, that might end up, almost ended in his undoing. Oh, tell me, somebody should point me 10 million. These things are not necessary. Where I insulted a tribe. And then some people brought some things that look close to something xenophobic in statements. The P Square brothers have been very influential to this movement. But one thing I need to remind them is that there's a tact and there's an art form to this Jojo we are doing here. Keep yourself. We try to emulate Peter Obi as much as possible. I will give them leeway because I want to say they are new to the Vawulence side of this movement. But please understand that Peter Obi has set such a huge gap in character, doings, and deed that we all within this movement already have a mentor to follow. We have a mentor who has not directly named any candidate for insults. We have a man who stays upright in all his doings. So please, let's follow that. That's one. There are also some celebrities who, as much as we commend the priests and the clerics, that I will commend here. Alex Unusual from Big Brother Nigeria, a genuinely sweet girl. She has on her page a whole dance choreography she did with that "Now my president, he be me, I want better tomorrow." A whole dance choreography. I thank her for that. Another pretty young girl, the angel JB Smith or something, today put up a tweet about how she's so eager to see Peter Obi in power. She prays for Peter Obi. I saw that tweet. And obviously the children of the corn and the children of the faulty generator and the leaking umbrella society were there chastising the young lady, but she said what she said. So please, I beg of you, dear Nigerian celebrities, there are those like Mr. Macaroni, who suffered in NSAS, was imprisoned and beaten. I can understand if Mr. Macaroni might not necessarily come out and tell you, vote Peter Obi. But Mr. Macaroni's message towards voter awareness, PVC, has been constant. He has even done skits in regards to that.
I think he's actually publicly endorsed Peter Obi. I think
Okay,
so.
He has.
like I
He
said,
has.
I might not be able to. Yes, I might
No,
not
he
be. If
has. He said
anybody,
he's not going to campaign for him. But
yeah.
he is voting Peter will become next. He did that, yeah.
Okay, so please try and understand. I am not, like I said, there are many celebrities who are silent on purpose. They have pieces of corn in their pockets, their back pockets, about 2 or 3 grains in their wallets. So obviously they are tied into this movement. I know Shay Tinubu is a good friend of mine. He still follows me on Instagram. But for this movement, while I'm still a Nigerian, with freedom of association and freedom to vote and lobby for a candidate, people have been placed before me and I have made my choice, same way as he has chosen his dad. We meet at the polls. But I will not use my platform, my verified handles on Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat and lie to the people and not promote my candidates. Or tell Nigerians not to get their PVC when I have a praying platform of 24,000 people watching and 286,000 people on YouTube. But midway through kabashing, midway through speaking in tongues, I'm going reba baba laba hira baba baba. Spread the link, share the link, share the link. Rekabula hikamaba. Share the link, share the link, share the link to somebody brand new.
I still remember
Share the
that thing
link.
for inside. I still
I
remember that
did.
thing for work. For vision of that, I just the reason I'm
You
saying
know,
The
it.
whole
He
the
said, "Say the
MC,
Holy Spirit pause. May you take it."
last night, I just go in page because of this thing. I go in page. I just go on there. I go to comment and say, Pastor, please, encourage people to take their PVC. Just tell them, go and collect your PVC as you're praying. There is nothing. Nobody's even asking you. I say this now. sit on the fence as a celebrity or this thing, or let's say
No,
a
for your
cleric or this thing.
safety, sit on the fence. But please, voter
For me, no,
awareness,
for me,
please.
for me, yeah, just sit on the fence. Let's say there's something like safety, please. Something like safety. For your selfish interest, sit on the fence. I know you're selfish, you want to sit on the fence. Sit on the fence for your selfish interest. But please, push people out to go and get their PVCs. That is the least you can do. Just encourage people.
I think you're getting Sadam, you're getting something wrong. Let me ask you a question. Let's look at countries across the world. Let's look at a place like let's look at other developed countries across the world. In Africa, there's only one thing that is common. It's only in Africa that you go to a church and they tell you to bring your passport and they will pray for it. They will pray for your passport so that you can get a visa to travel to another country that is functioning so that your life can be better. They don't tell you to pray for your country, for your own country to be okay, for things to develop so that you don't even need to travel to another country. They don't. How many churches do you go to where
How else can offering be paid in foreign currency?
Do you understand?
It get church this place where there in Niger church. The day where I hear this testimony, they say they invite me to come to church. I say the day when you go invite me again, I go curse you. Say, do you know that the testimony last week Sunday? Some people that have gotten their permanent their neutralization, and the country where I am, if you get your neutralization, your paper, you will denounce Nigeria.
Bro, when you go to churches, you're a believer myself, my brother. You're a believer yourself, my brother. When you go to churches, when genuine gospel is being preached, when you listen to the true gospel of Jesus Christ, there's a way you would feel. And this is talking from a purely, secular, Christian perspective.
My brother, I'm sorry, Omar. Sakpa don't kill that feeling for Nigerians. Nigerians don't know what that thing
you go
feels
to
like
churches
anymore.
and they tell you, they start building this idea in your head that your problems are insurmountable and the only way you can get those problems solved is by some miraculous stuff. Look, guys, just look to your right and look to your left. You have local government chairmen, you have, governors, you have House of Rep members, you have senators representing you. During COVID-19, the bloody fucking APC hid COVID-19 palliatives in warehouses whilst Nigerians starved and died.
Do you know, I always try to, there's something I always want to explain to Nigerians about the pandemic hoarding. The things that were bought were not even bought by the government. A collection of Nigerian companies came together called CACOVID and agreed to drop about 100 million naira each.
Bro, not even plus UN, plus WHO.
Plus the UN and everything.
Sentence.
What the APC government decided was to hoard those things for 2 years till election came and then to start giving them out.
That is even funny. That is very interesting, right? But now let me bust your brain. There's a particular woman in Lagos State representing a particular part of Lagos State, Mojisola Ali Macaulay. That woman had COVID-19 palliatives with a birthday, imprints on them. She hid COVID-19 palliatives. She hid COVID-19 palliatives with plans to share them during her birthday celebration. Now, you know what makes that palliative thing very ridiculous? You would still see prints of international donor agencies on them alongside a picture and a name. Come on, guys.
That's the level of shamelessness.
You guys are so wicked and so shameless to the point whereby they don't even freaking care.
Let me just wrap up my submission. Let me wrap up my submission.
Go on, my brother.
So now, why am I saying this to the Nigerian Christian? You can see some imams who are actively, there are so many vile videos. There is a video of an imam who was saying, we have more children than them. We'll vote, that sort of thing. On record, there has been no Christian cleric that has used that level of bile in these elections. And I commend them. I even commend, like I said, I find that one that was indicted for fraud, that is a white garment preacher, who came out in his bigotry very early in this campaign and endorsed Tinubu. I at least that one is telling people to get PVC. Because the South, the level of apathy, the level of not taking elections serious, I still say that the PVC is something that every Nigerian youth should be mandated to get at 18, and they shouldn't even be allowed to write WAEC and go to certain things or even get into university. The PVC is something that they should be showed before they even buy a bus ticket.
It is
But
the
we are
most
here.
important document in the life of every
The
citizen.
most important ID card in the life of any citizen.
Nothing is more
Nigerians have
important than that.
Nigerians have condom in their wallet. They don't get PVC.
My brother, you know that let's be, for the sake of balance, guys. You know what we do on this platform, you guys know we try to create balance. You see, we've been kicking this ball a lot to the south. Now let's take a look at the north. And this is where we might irk a lot of people. I'll be very careful, I'll be very diplomatic, I promise you, which is very much unlike me, but I'll try to do that. Now, you see, if we kick the ball over to the other side of the country, we have a major problem there. And that problem is a very, very disturbing one that has you know, all of the ability to set the country on fire. When clerics in northern mosques, when they sit down for prayers during the 5 Muslim hours of the day where they pray, you hear the kind of vitriol that certain clerics preach out in those mosques, and it's disturbing. Because look, I understand that the feudalistic system is very beneficiary to the political class up there, but now let's come to a greater understanding. The world is changing. We need to understand the fact that we have to look at other countries that have made this extremist path a thing for their nation. Let's just look at where it's ended them. The Americans used billions of dollars to fight the Taliban for so many years. Eventually, they had to bow out to a desperate, bitter, suicidal organization that had the resolute will to quench any kind of fire coming from any direction in the world. And that automatically set that country many years backwards, despite a lot of American investment there, militarily, financially. It's not moved forward. Women are
Socio-culturally.
still, culturally, women are still barred from going to school. Men are still having to live by ridiculous laws. And this countries, the youth of this country, they will look back at the political class of their country someday and curse them. Let's look at a country like Iran. After the Iranian Revolution of 1979, after Khomeini's return from France, a lot of people in that country at the time who had this extremist ideology felt like, yes, this is going to take us to the pious nation that we've always hoped to be. But at the end of the day, the Iranian political class, despite having a lot of religious associations, still remain as corrupt as back in the days of the Shah. So what's the sense? What have they achieved? Absolutely nothing. We have to take a very deep inward look at ourselves as a people, irrespective of your religion, your tribe. We need to understand one thing. This nation is an unfortunate bringing together of so many people. Let's be honest with ourselves. However, you see, when certain things happen in life, there's something they call it, even in warfare, they call it being able to improvise, adaptability. Coaches do it in football matches. You start with a 3-5-2, it's not working. You switch it to a 4-3-3, you switch it to a 4-4-2, and eventually you might win the game. You bring one or two players off and bring two on, and it kind of works for you. We can't do that as a nation, politically, collectively. It's very possible. The only thing is to have a realistic view when it comes to our society. You look at youths around you, you have a system that is called the Almajiri system that puts kids in danger, that destroys their lives from the very get-go. And it gives a very easy recruitment access to the terrorist groups that are marauding the north. Yet you sit in your religious houses, and the only message you can preach is that of division religiously, ethnically. What is the point? We have to, sometimes somebody said something about Peter Obi concerning the North some time ago. I think it was in a private conversation. That sometimes you might have a problem and you would have tried to solve it with all of the inner people you have, and you can't do it. And you have to bring in someone from the outside. Look at the amount of leaders that the North has produced, for God's sake. What benefit has it been to that region? Let's be honest with ourselves. There are people's lives at stake. You have more IDP camps than any region in the country. So what is the point of what you are trying to achieve? Look at examples across the world. Is there anyone that kind of motivates you as the country you want to be? Somalia, even in Africa. Look at countries that have divided themselves along religious lines for so long. I prepped this presentation specifically for those part of clerics because let's be honest with ourselves, it's easy to throw a lot of aspersions at the religious clerics in the South, mostly for what? Their apathy, right? Do you see them in their churches preaching, you must vote for a Christian candidate alone? Have you ever seen any pastor say that?
No, not at all. I
Absolutely.
commend them for that.
You got to give them their flowers. So what's the point? You guys sit up there and all you do is to delude people along these religious lines. I plead with you. For once,
Let me come in here.
Saddam, just in one line, please.
Okay, please go
Because
on.
I prepped for this. Now, you see, for once, as a union, as a body, let's take one peep just across the line. It's possible. Stop looking too much downwards. Just lift your head a bit, look on the other side, and see what might come. And trust me, it might be just the
Will,
magic you've been looking for.
Omar, one line. Will Northern Nigeria condone 16 years of a Christian president?
It's
Easier.
not possible, but I want to say this here.
Even easier. Will Northern Nigeria condone 24 years of a Christian president if we get the political machinations right
It's not
and
possible now.
do a Northern Christian, a Southern Christian in 3 successive successions? Will Northern Nigeria accommodate a Christian president for 24 years?
It is not possible. We know that
God
it's not
bless.
possible. It's
God
not
bless
possible.
you.
I want to say this because
Right
I
now,
got
within the political machinations of the top 4, we have 3 Northern candidates, 2 Northern candidates, 3 Muslims, and only 1 Southern Christian. The answer is quite simple. If you remove emotions and really just want to do numbers, I yield.
Thank you very much, but I just want to say this here because we have been blinded so much by. I keep saying, if you remember when we started our space, we say where these guys will always take us to at the final bus stop is to divide us across religion and
ethnicity, because we'll be forced to say certain truths
the truth
that will be hurtful, but these are facts.
You understand? These are facts, as in that you just have to tell yourself the truth. I grew up in the North. I spent all my teenage life in the North. If Nigeria was a true federal nation, as in a federalism, true federalism is being practiced, I will call myself a Northerner with my whole chest. I understand the North very, very well. And I can dare say it, that the reason why there was a total gang up against Jonathan was because Jonathan, the third time, was for the North. And everybody came together. Then it will never happen in Nigeria history. I take this to the bank that a Christian will succeed a Christian after 8 years. It can never happen. Then you understand. So when you sit down as a Southerner, you want to do now you competent pass. Now
God hasn't spoken to me yet as a Christian cleric, but God has spoken to the Northern clerics quite violently.
God bless you for that question, because that's the question I've been asking myself for such a long time. That let's look at it. When you speak to Southern clerics and you ask them the question, why are you not involved politically? They tell you that you have to understand the sensitivities of this country, blah, blah, blah. But there are people, less educated people, most of the religious, no disrespect to certain leaders of the North, there are very, very brilliant, educated, religious leaders coming from northern Nigeria, professors and all of that, doctors. But that is what even makes it more disturbing, because when the elite of a particular region is the one that is actually propagating dangerous religious messages like this, I mean, come on, the curious case of Mr. Isa Ali Pantami, it's out there.
No, Ganduje recently Ganduje 3 days ago had a meeting of all the Izalas 3 days ago. Or 4 days ago. The videos are there.
You have somebody
but in respect also, I will have to say this also. We have a whole lot of Northern clerics also speaking against.
Oh yes, the one at the Central Mosque in Abuja, who was relieved of his position last year, very early in the struggle.
Yeah.
Yes, we do commend that. Obviously, those are not the people. Like we're saying, the way we are flogging the Southern clerics, we'll flog the bad Northern clerics, and we will obviously hail the good ones.
Opportunity. Let me use the opportunity to ask all of you on the platform, please, if you have videos, because right now for me, I want videos, we want clips on this platform, on this comment section.
Yes, please, that's what we want to be playing today.
When you have clips of pastors, imams,
just
clerics,
put them in the comment section, please.
Native doctors that are fighting against this satanic ticket from hell, because I say it, the Muslim ticket of APC and the PDP ticket are straight from the pit of hell. The devil cooked those tickets and gave it to Nigerians to see how stupid we are, whether we eat it or not. If we eat that ticket, I say goodbye to one Nigeria. I'm saying it on this platform. Probably you don't understand. If you eat that ticket, Nigerians, remember that somebody said on this platform, goodbye. Southern Nigeria most especially, remember you had a chance to take back your country and play equal, play fair. When you finish from Southern Christians, or probably it finished from a Christian, it goes to the Muslim. Let us rotate it equally. I'm not going to stay as a Nigerian and tell someone that I'm probably somewhere in Europe or in America or in Canada, and people are asking me, your country, you people are Muslims, right? And I'm wondering, I have over 100 million Christians, and we cannot come out and speak. I will never endorse a Christian ticket. It is wicked and satanic of me if I do that.
Exactly.
No matter how competent the two Christians are, that means you're telling us that there are no competent Muslims. It is crazy. So you telling me that Tinubu, as dumb as Tinubu is, you're not bringing a Boko Haram apologist as Shetima and telling us that these are the only two competent people you can present us. APC, you are fucked up. And it's only crazy, stupid people that will support you guys. But before I go on, please,
These
guys.
are the two standard bearers of Nigerian political Islam. It's heartbreaking because
Saddam,
it's really heartbreaking.
Oh
It's
my
really
God.
heartbreaking.
yeah, I just want to add something real quick. Now, when the Arab Spring happened, a lot of people continue to talk about how the Arab Spring, broke out in North Africa and in the Arab world. And after Mohamed Bouazizi, the food seller, was, he incinerated himself right in front of a municipal office because they burnt his, wares that he had gone to borrow money to buy. That just ignited some kind of wave across the region politically, where people started to ask questions of their leaders and they started protesting. Of course, dictators respond with force. And one thing that struck me, I followed it a lot at that time on Al Jazeera, and one thing that really struck me was the amount of years that those leaders had spent in power. Hussein Abedin Ben Ali in Tunisia had ruled for 25 plus years.
25,
Muammar
21.
Gaddafi, yes, Muammar Gaddafi had ruled in Libya for 42 years, ever since he removed the king from power. When you look at Ali Abdul Saleh of Yemen, he had ruled for 30 plus years. When you look at Bashar al-Assad, his father Hafiz al-Assad had ruled before, then he handed over to Bashar, and then he continued ruling. And when you look at a place like Iraq in the past, Saddam Hussein, look at the amount of years he was able to stay in power. When you look at all of these countries, they have something in common. There comes a time in their country where a political class comes in. In Syria, it was the Ba'ath Party. In Iraq, it was the Ba'ath Party. These guys, they come in at some point, just a bunch of political elites whose interests
In
are
Egypt,
aligned.
it was the Muslim Brotherhood.
God bless you. It was the Muslim brother. I
They
think
went as far as calling it the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt.
after Hosni Mubarak, that was when the Muslim Brotherhood finally gained access to power, because Mubarak had a serious thing against, the Muslim Brotherhood, and the only Mohammed Morsi was the only Muslim Brotherhood who eventually became president, and he was eventually removed from. I don't know what happened to him, but he was in jail for a while. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is, a political party comes into power in a country. They try to solidify themselves over the years. They use propaganda, they use force, they intimidate the people, they screw you in every way, economically. The thing is, if you're able to break people, once you're able to break a nation, you have hold over them for such a long time. Now, Saddam mentioned something that made me want to make this submission. Is the fact that they are testing this Muslim, and this Fulani ticket. Like, if it works, they want to test your breaking point as a nation. They've realized that the adaptability and the strength of Nigerians is their greatest weakness and their greatest strength. We can survive anywhere. We can
If
survive
you
any
take
climate.
Peter Obi out of the equation, it had already worked. If you play chess, it's called a gambit. Now, without Peter Obi, please bear in mind that the two candidates would be Muslim already. It
I
had already
swear.
worked.
I
Now,
swear.
let me now tell Northern
Fuck.
Nigeria why you have to look at this thing without
You guys,
sentiments.
I love you guys so
Please.
much. Honestly, you get my point. Like, I don't need to say much. Go ahead, please.
So let me just make two sentences to Northern Nigeria, or if you're Muslim or you feel touched. I know Nigerians have a problem with listening, but not to understand, but listening to prepare to reply. So I'll break down one thing for you. You need to understand the enemy is at the gates. You have ISWAP. You have a terrorist body who wants Nigeria to be a Muslim nation. They swear that we are a caliphate. They are already instigating their ideas based on the confidence that at least for the last 8 years, their person or their religion or what they believe in or their faith has been in power. Now, within the gambit of the political mathematics that was done in this country, without the spirit leading Peter Obi to walk out of the establishment, the mathematics was actually done. If you check it, the three candidates are Muslim in a secular nation. I repeat, I will not support, as Saddam said, a Christian ticket, never in this country. And I will beat my chest and tell you, I will not support a Christian president taking over from another Christian president in Nigeria. I stand upon this. This is my word. We are split across double lines or till a census proves the percentage, different. But I dare you, it will not be more than 10%. intelligent. Now, if you tell me that in this divide, there are as intelligent people on this side as there are on the other side. So what I will not stand for is what I will not allow somebody else do to me or my people. So Northern Nigeria you need to understand we have a terrorist body that are Wahhabi terrorists. So they don't care your political calculation, whose turn it is, whether it's Shetima is a nice Muslim or not, or whether the Muslim ticket really will affect Christians or not. That is not the story. If these people, if we play into this game and give them a 24-year quote unquote, nothing stops them from claiming it is a caliphate and terrorizing this nation from Asu Rock down to the poorest man on the roadside in Ajangbadi. You won't be able to tell them different. Are you?
You can look at Southern Kaduna. Southern Kaduna is, Nigerians, the problem with human beings is that you will see something happening to you. You will see evidently you're injured. You can feel your injury, but you pretend like it is all uhuru, nothing is wrong, and just small pain, you go heal, you go. You can feel it, you can see vividly that your hands are broken. You say, no. Make I just tie bandage, I go just one way. I go drink agbo and the rest, you go heal. You can freaking see what is happening to you guys. You can see it. They have set a template for you. Over 40 people died in Southern Kaduna. If the governor did not even come out to say a shit, nothing, not even to come and commiserate and say, sorry, you pretend, like say, now human being died. He did not say anything.
Southern Kaduna also will face the same paradigm Nigeria is facing politically. Let me explain. Nasiru El-Rufai, he ran his Muslim ticket. But the beauty of the democratic process states that you will never be in that seat forever. After 8 years, Kaduna presents a very interesting question. Will the Muslims or the Muslim politicians or the Muslim political elites of Kaduna, especially Nasiru El-Rufai, be able to say for justice, equity, and fairness that the next governor of Kaduna should come from Southern Kaduna?
No, he has already appointed his thing now. He has appointed his anointed. Another Muslim ticket. As far as it's concerned right now, Kaduna will continue to run Muslim ticket till the end of time.
Thank you. You know what they call, quote unquote, a fair election. We'll bring our own, you bring your own, which something that should be shared equally. Now, this is why I'm telling you that it will be a fraud. You see, if you look at it with Tinubu, it's 24 years Muslim straight. No, whether and I which sorry, let me just crack you guys up. In 2031, when Kashim Shettima will take over from Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which Christian do you think Kashim Shettima will pick as his vice? What stops Kashim Shettima from running another Muslim ticket since you guys allowed it from 2023 to 2031?
Why did I hear that silent smile, Sizo?
Thank you. He will tell you that elections are open to running, then they bring you El-Rufai. And then maybe the South will bring us Sheyi Makinde, who will not have the national spread. It's a wrap. They will do 8 more years. I have done this mathematics. It's right here. I will snap it and send to you.
These guys are about to burn this nation. But people don't
watch. They want to. These motherfuckers want to incinerate this place.
Are you ready to go there? Are you sure?
We will cook, my brother.
Let me cook. Let me cook you the second dish with Atiku Abubakar, because this is where the PDP boys are the most idiotic people ever. Secondly, the second dish is this. With Tinubu, you're doing 24 years Muslim ticket straight. We agree on this. With Atiku, is much funnier because that man is a criminal. Let me explain. With Atiku, we do 8 years Fulani president with Buhari, and after that, we do 8 years Fulani president if Atiku.
Is it me or just N6?
I think I can't hear him as well. But the interesting thing is, you ask people to send us clips of Nigerian clerics who've been, speaking truth to power. And to be honest, you have to give Prophet Isa Obuba his flowers.
No, it's our northern. Check it out now, Omar. It's our northern clerics that are speaking truth to power more. Our northern clerics, because they are the ones feeling the brunt. They're the ones seeing what is happening.
You mean the Christian ones?
The Christian ones, yeah.
Absolutely, they're taking. Now, you know one thing. Growing up in the South, in the Southern Church in Nigeria, one thing that has always been consistent is, I remember back in those days in church, when you'd find missionaries who were serving in the North, when they come down South, the kind of respect and love and awe that people have for their Christianity. It's something that you start to ask yourself, like, why do they respect these people so much? And having grown up and seen the kind of persecution that the Christians in northern Nigeria have faced over the years, it kind of gives me a clear idea of what those people did at that time to earn that kind of reverence. If you get what I mean, Saddam. So
Sure.
you look at it, and when these people are standing for what is right now, a lot of people are thinking, okay, why are these northern clerics doing this? But the kind of thing the northern Christians have been facing, there's an investigation done by David Dunday and the late Obadiah Malafia called the Silent Genocide. I think people should check it out. It's something that it's going to break you. So I don't know if you've ever gone through it. It's a very, very large document, like hundreds of pages. But bro,
I'm a first-hand victim of religious crisis in Nigeria. I'm a victim. I'm a victim myself. So when I speak about these issues, I'm not speaking from the point of hearsay. I don't know. My family, we lost a whole lot. The only thing that God saved us that we did not lose any life. I lost friends. One of my friends, I don't even know where he is right now. Probably he's meant to be in the army. He joined the army actually. I don't know if he's dead. One of my best friends. Then we have got out to run. We ran from the north. I don't know where that guy is right now. He lost his sister, a very beautiful lady. She lost one of her arms. You will see so many things in the north. We have seen a whole lot. So when we speak about this stuff, and this is not speaking like it's a whole generality of the northerners. No, there are some certain people that are radicalized to that point whereby it's just like you saying right now, taking power and giving it to let me bring it to the east now. As you take power and Nigeria presidency, and you want to compensate Nigeria president, you give power in the east to Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa.
What the hell?
Yeah,
You understand?
God bless you.
Immediately you empower these guys that want to secede from the country. Do you understand? That's exactly what we're trying to do with APC. They're looking at a Shetima that enabled the Boko Haram menace. They look at him and say, even if when we support this guy, if he enter, even if he is not for us, he's going to work, and what he represents stand for what we represent. You immediately amplify these terrorist groups that have been calling for Islamization of the nation. You immediately empower them. You give them a voice, a political voice. So when I saw on this platform that APC is a political wing of Boko Haram,
Gumi never existed till before 2015 on record.
Bless you.
yes,
You
now
give them a voice.
when you give them a voice, you see these people. But before we go on, before big speakers, I just want to play a really short clip from Papa Obasanjo. Please, guys, I don't know if you have seen this clip. Obasanjo made a clip.
No, I haven't seen it.
Let me play it, please. Just let me play it. Spare me your time, please.
Most of you must have made up your mind who you will vote for. And he said, look, those of you who have made up your mind who you will vote for, I don't want to know who you will vote for. Put up your hands. Almost the whole congregation, including himself, put up his hand. I found it interesting. And he said he wanted to make a prayer. And as I prayed, put up your hand, continue to raise your hand, that your children may have the character, the attitude, the attribute, the reputation, the life of the one you have chosen to vote for. Well, hands started coming down. and I said to myself, so here are people who are ready to vote for somebody they don't want their children to be like. Now, what do you say of such people? Wicked to extreme, as far as I'm concerned. Unpatriotic. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I watched this video just before I started this piece. I was like, wow.
Saddam, can you do me a favor?
My brother, what do you want, please? Tell me.
Can you send that clip to my DM, please?
I'll do that immediately, my brother.
That clip is golden.
You know I will always do that. I will send it to you.
That clip is golden, Saddam. That clip is
golden.
I
think he was talking about that pastor. That pastor that made that prayer.
He's talking about the same thing. Exactly. Now, you see, that clip is something that, I don't want to be very condescending in this, but as a Southwesterner, that clip embarrasses me more. And I know my reasons. Because, when you look at the mentality of people, when it comes to the decision-making process politically in our country, you will cry. I saw a clip. Now, juxtapose that clip with that of the woman yesterday that we saw on the internet, the one I played on the Violence space on Thursday, who was talking. I don't know if anybody has sent that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that
said
woman
Obi is a
now.
good man, but
Yeah,
he should wait
that's
for.
that Peter Obi is a good man and he should wait for 8 years. Now, just put that side by side. I saw another one today that said, Dave, commented on that clip. This one I'm talking about. It's a new one. She said, Bola Tinubu is my brother, APC is my brother, so I'm going to vote for him. And you look at our Southwesterners, and I'm like, guys, I love you so much. But you see, there's a Yoruba proverb that says, a case cannot be yours and you choose not to have the right kind of justice to met out to it simply because it's yours. It's not right. You have to understand that. As a people, we need to take a close look at ourselves, just like we asked the Northerners to do not long ago. That when you have a country that is on the precipice, like Nigeria is right now, and you look at a man who has been rambling in public for such a long time, and you believe that simply because he's your brother. I mean, like, I've asked my own fellow Southwesterners this question: that can you hand your company over to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his current state? I understand that for some of you who have an overbloated idea of who the man is when he governed Lagos State, I mean, I understand the sentiments, but in truth, some of us who understand the political trappings of the country at the time, we know who this man is and everything that he stands for. So we're not going to deceive ourselves. Politically, he crippled our region. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Southwesterners will come on this
He was
platform.
even fact-checked to his entire success story in Lagos
You
State
know,
has been fact-checked. Hold on,
Baba, please,
APC.
cook, please
please,
cook.
Baba, I'm getting somewhere,
APC,
please. I'm getting somewhere.
CDD West Africa said, fact check, APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu claimed he took Lagos State IGR from 600 million naira to 5 billion in a month. But data from the Central Bank Statistical Bulletin, as quoted by Research Academy of Social Science, showed that Lagos State generated 14.6 billion naira in 1999. This amounts to an average of 1.2 billion a month. He literally just took it from 600 million to 1.2,
I
and
promise.
he
Let me come
didn't
in.
take
Oba,
it quote unquote
Sizzle,
because he never paid a
Oba,
penny
1
out
minute,
of all of
1
this.
minute, please. 1 minute.
Sadam, if once you're done, can I wrap up my submission, please?
Yeah,
Because
let's just.
I was getting somewhere, but
Okay,
go ahead.
wrap up. Then let me put on.
So now you see, when it's easy for a man with the benefit of hindsight and a lot of history being blotted out in our curriculum, it's easy for people to come into public spaces and rebrand themselves and present themselves as people that they never were at any point in the course of the nation's history. Look at those numbers. You said you had taken the state's IGR from a certain amount to a certain amount at some point, but it was all lies. And now we've seen that. And that's not even the point. We understand that you might have, done some things in Lagos. Nigerians believe in white elephant projects a lot. You build stadiums, you do all of these projects that don't even do anything to the life of the common man, but it looks good for you on paper as a leader who ruled at the time because you want to have your name synonymous with something that is just big and pointless. But that's fine. When you look at your current state, when we're talking about your health, your well-being, your state of how you can deal with issues, you keep talking about being able to create a team, but you go to a place as Chatham House, and you cannot even give a detailed presentation without using a
You don't even
teleprompter.
remember the names of the people in your team.
You don't even remember the names of the people in your team. They're giving you papers to read them out. And there are people that have money, are educated. Now, let me tell you what the chain looks like. That's why I asked you for this time, Saddam. You see, the rich elites in our Southwest, they have connections to the political class. Now, when you bring them down a little bit, they have middle class people who benefit from the connections that those above them have. They use that to stay in the civil service and get promotions, and even in the military and the army and the police force and all those places. That's fine. And then you drop it down a little bit. Those ones are people who work for them, their family members, the ordinary Nigerians who just have, some crumbs that come across that table. Now, that chain is very, very long and large. And that is why you have a problem of people like that roadside seller who tell you that she understands that there's a man that can change the country right now, but there's a queue. So he should go and wait for the next 8 years. She has children who are going
till
to school. She's
2031.
suffering. She would go home that night and there will be no electricity. She would go home that night, there will be no food on her table. She would go home that night and her children would have to pay fees. They would be wearing tattered uniforms. But he is her brother. So she has to vote for him. Educate your people. Tell them the right message. Spread. I spoke to a lady that attends our spaces recently. I think it was 2 days ago. And she told me about one of her family members in as far as Oye Ekiti, which is like the hinterlands of Ekiti State, who she called and she was like, who are you going to vote for? And he was like, I'll vote for Peter Obi. And she was like, really? He was like, yeah, I'll vote for Peter Obi. And this is a proper PDP zone. And she was like, okay, it looks like the message is spreading deeper than we think. So please join the Vawulence Radio. Tell people to listen to the Vawulence Radio, even if they don't have access to join Twitter Spaces. The message that is being preached there travels far and wide. We love you so much. My name is Omar, and there's Professor Saddam, and we'll be opening the floor soon. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. When you say join the Vawulence Radio, this EDP, even Tinubu is connected to this radio. Tinubu, they hear us. Now we told him something last week. We said Tinubu, you can dance.
Play that clip. I just remember the man was
don't worry, I'm
here.
playing it. Don't worry now.
Prophets.
Allow me to cook. I'm allowing people to cook. Let me cook, please.
When
Let
we
me
cook. Collect from people.
we were saying, I said last week, I said, Tinubu can go and dance Buga. Tinubu can go and dance go lo lo lo, go lo 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 Buga. Oh. But when they come and say, kneel down and pray in the presence of God, Tinubu don't fit kneel down, he go sit down for chair. Ensis was saying it. That what Ensis said something, I'll have to play this clip. You guys listened to last week. Ensis said, what in less than a week time you will see, they will produce a video of this guy kneeling in the mosque. And when he said it, where everyone was on this space last week, something you remember this stuff. I'm going to play it for you guys to listen. But before then, I just want to butcher something that Ezzy said. I used to be a Twitter a space warrior. So many of my fighters are here. I see all of you, Biruki and the rest. We're going to bring all of you up. We used to go on spaces there. We used to go and fight, argument with all these Abado boys.
Somebody was talking about KB Space today.
I'm going there, bro. I'm going there, please.
That was the best space I listened to, right?
Okay, you listen to me on that space?
That was the first space I ever heard your voice. Like, before David knew that he came, Saddam came and he tossed a guy link apart. I was jumping in my house. I was like, come on, guy. Come on. And, I think that submission, if anyone has that submission, please send it to me. Like, it was bomb. I was like, who's this guy? I want to know this guy.
Now we did the back, they Google the KB guy. They drop all
those days, do you know this is Katamed? When I talk, they will not send all these their touts. They'll not come and shout, Bola Ahmed Tinubu took the IGR of Lagos from 600 million to 200 billion. How much Peter Obi carry his own IGR? I'll say, hey. I'll say, now, wow. But I say, Peter Obi don't increase IGR. Yes, I know, but he did not tax the people to death. At least he tried to do it in the confines of making sure that the people did not suffer, but he used the limited...
And you seem like you're talking to a wall.
I think I'm talking to a wall.
I know not saying a lamba. He could be like saying they follow wall, they talk.
I don't know saying a lamba, limbo, lamba. These guys they promises. They will go to the next place, they'll say, Bola Ahmed Tinubu raised the IGR for 600 million to this. For 8 months, they have been blowing this lamba.
Oh my God.
They now want to go and institute a community that is called fact checkers. Just to fact check Peter Obi. To fact check Peter Obi's comments. They don't say that fact checker will see fact check them. Oh, when I read that yesterday, I said, so these lies that they have been going on spaces for the past 8 years, white bed, you're on this space, you're listening to me. You have been using that lamba every time. You and your oh God!
Those were trenches. Those were trenches days of Peter.
Bro,
Twitter faces. Like maybe the people they go for Mike.
I said, what is this?
They would own the narrative and they would spread a lot of jargons. And you listen to these guys and you'd be like, "Guy, you didn't whine me. Like, are you black? Like, what is? You'll be honestly, bro. It got to a point. I think one day I just sat down. I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a platform whereby we can talk. Like, we can actually have real talk. Are you guys joking? Like, what are you saying? You hear stuff on spaces at the time and you start to wonder, like, are these people living in an alternate reality? I mean, I understand people with the Kemi Olunloyo syndrome. That's completely understandable. Kemi Olunloyo believes she's a doctor, she's a lawyer, she's everything. She's everything in her mind and she's, she believes it. And that's fine. But these people believe what you and I can see. This is not just somebody's mind. This is the reality that an entire nation sees. 200 million people are going through the brunt of what this administration has brought upon the nation. We sit there and we're watching, and you come and you gaslight us and tell us that blue is not blue and white is not white. And I'm like, bro, come on. Don't be a fool. I'm not stupid. You're not going to be putting fingers in my brain and
Omar,
thinking I'm going to shout at you.
They know
It
that
was crazy, man.
They know that in Nigeria we don't read. They know. But right now, Omar, please, guys, on the platform, before I open the space up for everybody, I see all of you requesting for the mic. Thank you for your patience. You know how we do on our platforms. We have to drum up the whole, hit up the whole atmosphere for you guys. But let me play this testimony. This happened in the Church of Vawulence last week, Saturday. Please, all of you, bear with me. Listen.
Don't pay me. You not gonna pay me. You get the kind Muslim ticket will not for even pay me. You not gonna pay me. No, if they brought if they brought Fashola Muslim South, APCU, brought Zulu Muslim North. I swear, I'm lying. There will be no space for Muslim tickets here. But when you bring me a clown, and a hardliner, someone that cannot pray the Bismillah, plus a hardliner, that's the Wahhabi Muslim ticket problem I have. I have a problem with that. So let it forever be on record. If you bring me Ibrahim, and Ibrahim brings and he tells me that look, S6 in the north, I really don't have any Christian I think I can win an election with. But there's this young man, he's a Muslim too. I can tell you that Ibrahim, I was talking with Ibrahim when we took the country back with Peter Obi in 2023. This might be 2057. I said, Ibrahim, run Muslim tickets. There was a time for 9 months we held spaces on Twitter with 1,000 people in attendance, and everybody can swear by Ibrahim's antecedents. But when you bring me two way people, one of them on record has not knelt down in a mosque before. They will bring chair, he will sit in front of the God who created all things and tell his leg is paining him. This mischievous man, the day they remove that chair from Tinubu's video, I'll tell that Tinubu doesn't know how to prostrate and kneel down in the true Islamic prayer. But he can dance. Package. But he can dance. If they use that in package, but he can dance. The leg, they dance. He can dance, but he cannot. The leg, look, Ibrahim. Tinubu's leg can ride bike, exercise bike, but he cannot kneel down in the mosque. It's crazy. It's crazy. Tinubu's leg. Yes, that one can ride exercise bike. But Tinubu's leg. God bless you. I never said about you. You know that Nigeria. God bless you. I do numbers here. I have no sentiments in this movement. A man who can stand and dance. A man who can booga. A man who has proven to you can go on the campaign trail. A man who can hold himself on the top of a moving bus and go round the stadium rally. A man who to prove to us politically when we thought he was dead. He bounced back from his illness 7 seconds on an exercise bike. His knees work perfectly. But on record, when he goes into a mosque, he does not make the commitments. I am a professional basketball player. I busted my knees in 2008. When I go into an Anglican church, I kneel down. The Eagles call it, I'm a big perenane. I humble myself before God, no matter how much my knee they pay me. When you come to a church, you see a lot of old people. Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leg is not worrying him. More than half of the old people in all the Catholic churches in the nation who have never sat down before God during prayers. Islam and Northern Nigeria, wake up. At some point, you don't even need to be multiple educated or even to be rich or even middle class to have brains. This man is a charlatan, he's a fraud. I promise you, the day you people will tell Bola Ahmed Tinubu not to have a chair in the mosque, he will prove to you that he does not know when to kneel, when to stand, when to prostrate, and when to bow his head. I promise you that, and I can bet it on 100 million. He go do it. He go do that. No, as we don't talk about space now, his boys now don't rush now, go begin train now. No, so we have a lie overnight. They go rush to train now. I bet you, give Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2 weeks. There'll be a video of him in a mosque kneeling down. Bet.
Please, listen again, please.
Play the ending again,
please. Please listen. Make I rewind down. Ha! This scatter my head. Play now. Which guy in Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Now his boys now don't rush now. Go begin train now.
Come back. Play. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Play. He go do it. He go do that.
No, as we don't talk about space now, his boys now don't rush now. Go begin train now.
Now white belly.
Come on.
Now white belly go tell him.
You could go rush, go train him. I bet you now. Give Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2 weeks. There'll be a video of him in a mosque kneeling down. Bet. The violence race controls all things.
Oh boy.
No wahala. I yield.
Are you serious?
I was hacked.
Oh, this is gold. This is freaking gold.
Freaking gold, bro.
Bro.
Okay, you know what, Saddam, this is where we're going to open the space. We have to pray. Right after this, now prayer next.
Oh man, why are you in my mind? Why are you in my mind? Yeah.
We have to pray. I want to pray for us.
I want to be lying in a Satan regime.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Gang.
In the name of our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler, the greatest.
Baba, be coming down.
God.
Be coming down, cinema. Be coming down. Be coming down.
Oma, see here. I'm going. There are 2 prayers we have to pray here.
Okay.
Please, when you pray that one, without pray. You know, we will pray just simple prayer or pray serious prayer. We guys pray serious prayer. We guys pray serious prayer because so everybody on this platform, everybody on this platform have to join hands in accordance, because there's something about just in another clip before we open up. He said, "How do you vote someone that you don't want your children's character to be like their character? You don't want the attribute to be like the attribute. You don't want they don't have the same attitude. You don't want your children's attitude to be like their attitude. You don't want your children's reputation to be like their reputation. You want that person to be your president. How about Nigerians?
You're willing to go and vote for that person.
You understand? So, Omar, please let me lead us in that prayer. Then we'll open up the space. Probably if you have that other prayer, you can give it to us. Let's go.
In Jesus' name. I want man you want to vote for. May your children have his character in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Sammy.
Somebody is doing like this. Why? You didn't get it. That man you want to vote for. That man you are rooting for. That man you are shouting on Facebook and crying. Your children. I want more in Jesus' name.
Amen.
May they act like him. Behave like him.
Amen.
You are not saying amen.
Saddam, no way. Make I tell you something. Wait.
Don't want a leader.
Please.
Your children will look like. Why you want to vote for him? If you know you don't want a leader that will be the picture of your own children, why do you want to go and cast your vote for the person?
Pray, Papa, pray.
Whoever you vote for, good bad come upon your children.
Amen. Sammy.
This is gold, man. This is gold. This is bro. You see, you know why I love music? You know, there's no way you can, if you try, listen to this clip 10,000 times, you can never understand. You see, the dark humor is in the Yoruba, if you understand. Bro, the dark humor and the deep message inside the Yoruba the thing day. Because if you listen to the interpretation, it's actually raw, and it puts it in your face like you must be fucking stupid. I'm telling you, anybody who understands Yoruba will tell you. Like the dark humor is deep and the deep message is right there. Because it's funny. At the same time, when you look at it, you're like, look, come on, are you crazy? Like, are you okay? Something has to be wrong with you. Because if you say that this person that you are going to put your hand and use your PVC that you queued for, that you don't know how much stress it takes to get PVC, and you get it, and then you go out there and somebody gives you 10,000 and you want to go and vote for somebody that you don't even want the life of your own child to look like? Have you forgotten that that person is going to determine the trajectory of the life of your own child?
It's
Are you
crazy,
so
bro.
dumb?
It's crazy.
Like, man.
It's crazy. Please let's allow people to speak, please.
All right, let's go for Timmy straight. I think she's been waiting. She started all the way with us. Let's go with Timmy. Timmy, good evening. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Omar. Hi, Saddam. Hi, Sizzle. Saddam, my woman.
Oh, now you be this.
My
Voila.
woman.
My woman, my everything.
This man, now
My
you
woman.
this man, now you guy. Respect yourself for this guy. Respect yourself.
Happy New Year to everybody. I went on a 1 month or about 6 weeks break. I was not with my phone. However, I used to listen to the Vawulence space through the radio, but obviously I could not contribute on all. And I'm back. I mean, I might soon leave, but so I'm about to say something not everybody agrees with, or not everybody will like on the space, and it is about the clerics that we've been talking about. I am a House on the Rock member. I came from Kaduna, House on the Rock, went to Jos, I was in House on the Rock. However, I changed to another church because I wasn't necessarily enjoying the message there. And I got to Lagos and I have been in House on the Rock. I will say that no other pastor, I think I watch YouTube videos of a lot of pastors. I know pastor, the only person that I think equals what I'm about to say is the Living Faith pastor. I will say it that no other pastor sensitizes people more about voting than Pastor Paul. No other person or pastor that I know sensitizes people about voting for the right candidates. No other pastor has spoken so much about everything happening in Kaduna, in Jos, and in so many other states. And so I have a problem with the fact that people just cut out. He's not a perfect person. I'm not going to tell you. I don't see him as an idol. I see him as just a man he teaches me the word of God. I don't idolize people, right? However, when it comes to the topic of Nigeria, that's literally the first thing he says when he gets on stage. Now, I watched that crossover. I wasn't in church. In fact, I wasn't in church. I watched it at home. And the first thing, immediately he said the best did not get there. I was angry. But then I listened to everything he said. I'm not going to lie about the fact that he tried to circle around the point. However, he made
God bless you.
However, he made
I would have come for you there.
However, he made some very salient points. And I have it right now on my TV. I want to play it. He literally said that, no, we shouldn't vote the kind of person that is currently, the same type of person that is currently on seats that same night. He said that. He also said that, and why are we all pretending that? The truth is, if Osibanjo was in this race, let's stop pretending, man. As much as I hate APC, right? I hate what they've done to this country. Let us all stop pretending. The zeal, the zest we currently have for Obi might not have been so great if Osibanjo was in this race. So why are we all angry when someone says, because immediately he said that, I had somebody with me at home, my friend, and I was really pissed. I was like, what does it mean that by the best did not get there? But I sat down and I asked myself, if Osibanjo was in this race, would I have researched about Peter Obi? No. Would I have known everything Peter Obi has done? No. Why? Because in my head, I'm one of those. And I know that there are a lot of people on this space that actually believe that maybe this man, as a vice president, just did not have enough power. And so I am one of those who would have, let it slide that I think I still want to believe in my head. It is there, any day, anytime, that this man was just under the wrong government. Just like if Peter Obi was under Atiku, probably we would write him off. You are under Atiku, things are happening, you cannot do anything, right? So if this man feels that way and says the best did not get there, it's obviously because we all know it is Osibanjo, which a lot of people agree with here, right? Now, I want to play this clip because I had to go back to the YouTube video because I hate the fact that, I mean, we are letting our celebrities, I mean, we are giving them leeway, you know, but somehow we have to come hard on the past. We have a video of him speaking about this matter in November. People were hailing him that this man was literally talking about Peter Obi. We have a video of him speaking about this thing during the experience. People were hailing him that he was talking about Peter Obi. But somehow, this crossover service, people are not listening to the whole thing. Yes, he circled around a lot. He did not want to say it, but he still mentioned Peter Obi in this speech. He said that the type of people, and I'm going to play it so that everybody will know, that the type of people we need are people like Peter Obi, first person before Osibanjo. That was the first person he mentioned. So I am not happy with the
Sweetie,
fact
Biko,
that
play the clip, I beg. No
I will
vex.
play it.
Play and fire and. Now
This is what
here
I'm
we did.
saying. I am not
Play
happy with the fact this has been going on since the first. At least I used to see it on my laptop. I mean, I was happy that I was not on my phone and could not engage the way I wanted to engage. But I'm not happy with the fact that since the first, he was literally trending, and somehow people don't watch the entire thing. They just, I mean, from somebody that has been talking about good governance. This man has even said that this country has hit him. He's at a point where he feels like he's going to go back to USA or wherever he has citizenship. He has said that before, that he's tired. He said that in October, that he's giving this country 5 years. So I don't know why you guys think that. Okay, let me just play the clip because I'm getting. So please, let's listen.
If December has passed, let's go. But if you really want to know who I think you should vote for, right now the choices are slim. The best did not get there. Okay. No, it's not me, sir. I have no calling to be president.
So
What happened now, Timmy?
hold on.
This guy, you just want to come.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I beg, Saddam, wait.
You know, say this violent space, when they bring the facts, it's supposed they hot to TV.
Suppose
Wait,
Noodles for here. We know the noodles for
put
this
them on
space.
queue because we want
Noodles
chop
for this
up.
space. And you know, say, tell me, you are 1,147 people are listening to you. So please play
calm down.
them.
Now they play them now. Calm down.
We did. Everybody data they born. They play them. They go.
Play up over there. We are waiting.
Because the noodles done the code.
Oh yeah, now.
Let's go.
Work with together in a collective exceptionalism to deliver on Nigeria's dream. So we're going to challenge all the presidential candidates. Bring us your cabinet ministers. We want to know your profile for each of these key ministers. Otherwise, we won't vote for you. In the meantime, that's one side. On the other side, don't put NSARS to bed. It's one of the greatest movements that has ever happened in Nigeria. You get it? And NSARS is one of 20 points. They have 19 other points. We need to get around with them, everybody who's disappointed with the political status quo, and we need several strong men and women who know how to build a political party and who are void of corruption and who have a sense of vision. One man cannot build that party. You're going to need 6 or 7 of the type of Peter Obi, Yemi Osinbajo, Tunde Fashola, those kind of persons. Yeah, those kind of persons in the younger generation.
Are you guys? I'm sure you guys heard that. So
please rewind it and play it again for emphasis, please.
Okay, thank you. Because he even mentioned Peter before he mentioned Yemi Osinbajo, so you guys should.
I said rewind them.
I will rewind them.
God bless you. Mm-hmm.
This my.
La cassette, La cassette.
In a collective exceptionalism to deliver on Nigeria's dream. So we're going to challenge all the presidential candidates. Bring us your cabinet ministers. We want to know your profile for each of these key ministers.
No, nah.
Don't put NSARS to bed. It's one of the greatest movements that has ever happened in Nigeria. You get it? And NSARS is one of 20 points. They have 19 other points. We need to get around with them, everybody who's disappointed with the political status quo, and we need several strong men and women who know how to build a political party and who are void of corruption and who have a sense of vision. One man cannot build that party. You're going to need 6 or 7 of the type of Peter Obi, Yemi Osinbajo, Tunde Fashola, those kind of persons. Yeah, those kind of persons in the younger generation to build a party that will form a viable opposition. It will take more than one political.
Tell me.
Yeah, so I want to please let me just finish. It's like
Oh yeah, wrap up.
30 more seconds.
Oh yeah, wrap up.
You see this road, Lekki Slowway. There's a huge enterprise refinery at the end of it in Ekpe. It's going to cause such a boost to the economy of Lagos. But how will the economy work when you have a road that from Lagos Island to BGC takes 7 hours on a Friday? In the next 3 years, your traffic jam is going to double. You will spend 2 times the amount of time you spend in traffic. We need a coastal road. It should have been built 30 years ago. Every governor refused to build it. They may have had good reason, I don't know. We need a 4th mainland road that hugs the lagoon and then goes to Ikorodu, creating many townships on the way in the lagoon. Hallelujah. Then we need A and B roads that work, not the type that they deliberately put useless asphalt on it and it runs down after 1 year of rain. Then they have to do it again because they want a renewed contract. Yet the road that we live on, Bodilon, Alexander, Bodilon, Awolowo, Alexander, and Gerard, you won't need to tar that road for 30 years because it was built properly. Let's force our governments to do what is right. That means the gift to speak up, you must all speak up. You must all stand up and must Sorosoke in 2023. You must. And don't let one person speak up, all of us must speak up at the same time. And when they try to shoot your leaders down, don't let them. We're going back to the toll gate whenever the need arises. We will go back to the governor's house whenever the need arises. Peaceful protest, dialogue. Yes. And if we have to fight from America into Lagos, we will fight. If we have to go and fight from Britain into Lagos, we will fight. For however we need to fight, we will fight for the generations that are not yet born. Otherwise, they have no future. Hallelujah. I know how I'm going to vote.
Okay, so that is the clip. There's the part that he said, what's it called? We should not vote the same type of person that is currently in power. I can't find it, but I remember him saying that, and for me, that was enough to tell me that he wasn't telling us to vote for Bat or anybody. And I'm saying again, please let's not cut 30 seconds clip or 1 minute clip and just make a whatever. At least you guys heard him. I don't think, apart from circling and not saying that don't vote Peter Obi, I don't feel like he has said we should vote for Bat or vote for Atiku here. I feel like he has actually, in some type of way, said we should vote for the type of them Peter Obi or Yemi Osinbajo. That's all I came to stage to say. Thank you, everybody. Love you all.
Thank you. Thank you. On this platform, we just come out and say our own, and we are learning also. Me, if I come out and say what is on my mind now about what you just played down,
I can't hear anybody. Let me leave and come back.
Please drop and come back. All right.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Vawulence Space. You can find us on thevawulenceradio.com. You can read our website, thevawulencespace.com. We do this on Thursdays, 4 p.m. Nigerian time, Saturdays, Nigerian time, 4 p.m. my brother, Professor Saddam, myself, and Cizo. And you know, a lot of times, Otumba, Samax Obesi, and all of the regulars, I see you, Jimmy, Mary White, B. Rookie, Temi, my sister, Lanre Onikon, well-meaning Nigerian, Oguyemi, Ebuka, Grandmaster, the great Otumba LP, Repo, I think that's Mbangyong with a new name, that's good. Incoming Virus, thank you so much for sticking around with us. All of our brothers, oh, my sister, Tonasa, I see you. God bless you. Thank you for sticking around with us. Yash, Samax Obesi, Dr. Jeffrey Gutterman, Peter Obi, USA, Madam Victoria, Anka Dede, Miss Barriat, Aon LMK, Magnific Dude, Zaria Yusuf, Nostalgic, Lamin, Nelo, my sister, God bless you. SIM card, Megesian, Madam Megesian, good evening. Olawaski, my brother, I see you. Ezinwa, Lady Prisma, Obina, Toyin, Prince also Dinobi. I can go on and on. My brother Daniel Oji, Rosemary, God bless you all. Thank you for sticking around with us on the Violence Space. It's been a wonderful journey so far. We're taking speakers now. Oh, my brother Jimmy, good evening. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Omar. Good evening, my brother. It's morning here in Chicago. I greet every single person on this space today. Thank you, guys. We're doing a great job. We're doing a lovely job. To start with, good submission by Temi. I respect your submission, and I have nothing against you. But the fact is that what the pastor just did was diplomacy, and I can smell diplomacy from far away. That's some bullshit right there. And the fact that the tempo he started with was actually high. It was obvious.
Jimmy,
He was supporting.
Wakure lórúkọ Jésù.
So it was a situation at which maybe they've probably threatened him on the low key, and he was like, you know what, just vote for anybody. All this mentioning Peter Obi, that's some bullshit right there. But as I said,
sorry, I apologize. I'm sorry, but people, please listen. If you need a classic pass on whataboutism and hugging a fence, the act of saying a lot without saying nothing, and the act of where you can't really pin him down. See, please summarize exactly what he told us. You can't pin him down on bullshit. And I know I've listened to this man for years.
Yeah,
I listened to this man for years. If you want to speak with conviction, tell us where you stand. But don't jump from A, B, C, D. He is a master communicator.
Yeah, you understand.
People talk.
It might be a pastor. You're just trying to. I understand that.
If they get you preaching on sin, on fornication, if you preach fornication that way, would you accept it? Don't sleep.
Are you expecting an answer?
No,
No.
don't sleep.
Don't worry. Hold on.
Wait. Everybody, wait first. Wait. Don't sleep with. You can sleep with this, but don't sleep with. But you know if
No,
you sleep
Saddam. You see, Saddam. Don't, please don't unmute the mic. Let us. You see, in situations like this, we have to call on God. We have to pray. We have the divine. So please let us put some reverence in the room. Saddam, please allow me.
I want to be live in a very tiny regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of
magnificent dude.
Our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler, the greatest,
Go. Greatest Bagba. Greatest Nigerian student. Great.
Okay, you can unmute the mic now. Let us go again, my brothers. Oh, it's been fun.
So let me just carry on with my submission. There's this Yoruba saying that says Tobama shala ko shala, tobama sholo ko sholo. Stop shala sholoing, man. Just sit on one fucking side. That's just my own point of view on this. And honestly speaking, this election has taken a different toll on me, and I'm going all out on it. I keep saying it. I'm not here to impress anybody. My timeline is on fire. I don't care. I'm not saying your papa. I'm not saying your mama. Don't come on my timeline to chat shit. You come, you collect. BBM Ninja, please guys, when has BBN Niger happened in January before? Because me, I don't understand. I know it happens in July, August, thereabout. It never happened for January before. Maybe I'm missing something. But all of a sudden, bam, it won't happen for January. And you're telling me they're not sponsoring these guys? And I have, the painful part is, I'm in Chicago here. I have no problem in my life. Trust me, I'm not bragging. But I'm here with a lot more people like me trying to make sure that country works. And we have idiots in that country telling me that BBM Niger, you don't want to make a buka make money. You don't want to make people livelihood carry on. Someone was saying, so make championship and La Liga, made them end. Look, if it requires you not to fucking breathe that day, don't goddamn breathe that day. Are you kidding me? BBM Niger can happen 4 times in 4 years. You only vote 1 fucking time in 4 years. What is your problem in that country? Now that same BBM, you know how much it's going to cost you guys to vote for a housemate sleeping?
Jimmy, I'm coming. I just want you. You know, Nigerians, most time what we do on this platform is that we educate people a lot. So I want you guys to understand that BB Nigeria is sponsored by Flutter Waves, and Flutter Waves is owned by Oluwa Agboyeji. Omar, you should know what I'm calling now. Flutter Waves is owned by people that he has left. He's no longer there.
Yes, he's not the owner. He's that Bolao, whatever his name is.
Agbolao and Olubenga, but it was founded by Oluwa Agboyeji, right?
He was a co-founder.
He was a co-founder with Olubenga Agbola. So whether we say he's no longer there, he has interest in Flutter Waves. So it's just like saying, I'm no longer Arsene Wenger was no longer a coach of Arsenal, but we know he has interest in Arsenal. Yeah, so it's just same thing. So it is simple for you to understand that these guys are in bed with the government. APC are trying to do everything possible to make sure Nigerian youth are distracted. I remember telling me, you remember when we were discussing our first BB Niger? The last one last year, I told you it will be a flop. You say, you don't flop. You flop. I don't even know. I cannot name 3 housemates for the last BB Niger. This one will happen now. He go over flop. We don't go watch him. Those who watch him go watch him. So Jimmy, don't even stress yourself about BB Niger. They are not that. Nothing can stop what is about to come. Let them bring World Cup, bring Nation Cup, bring Good Ultimate Search, bring Picnic, bring all the competition together this month. Nothing will stop what's about to come, my brother. But continue.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you, Saddam. It's one thing for them to bring these things, right? But it's another thing for see how long we've come towards this movement, for people to now be saying, BBM Niger, they can do whatever they want to do. People still need to be entertained. Are you kidding? What is so entertaining about that country? And we go back to Basket Mouth saying he scheduled the show before the election. He scheduled the show before the calendar came out. I don't care if you've scheduled it 10 years ago, right? The fact that you know it's going to affect the most important day in Africa, the most important day in the history of Black people, and you still have the confidence to go do your comedy show, and you still brought yourself on social media to torment us, sticking your tongue out at us. The crazy thing is, please guys, tell me, what is so comical about your country holding 77 trillion naira? What is funny about that? And people are still going to be laughing that. What is funny? What is freaking funny about the fact that the country is bleeding right now, and you have the balls to come out and say the country you're going to do your comedy, if they didn't vote for good governance, you won't be going there to make money. If they didn't stand up to vote at the right time, if they didn't put the right people there for good governance, you won't be going there to say you want to do your useless comedy show. This movement is a do or die for some of us. As a matter of fact, I'm more concerned about the fact that I want my kids to come back to Nigeria, to see the place I schooled, to see the place I was raised, to see the kind of food I ate, to see how I lived my life before I came to this America. And some people are just there, languishing in stupidity. You come to my timeline, you go collect. And guess what? As I'm on the space, I'm working. I'm a multitasker. So it's a win-win for me. I have nothing to lose. They've blocked my account a couple of times. I fought it back. It's a win-win for me. I have absolutely nothing to lose. Look, guys, it's either Peter Obi or Peter Obi. And I said it. I said it last time. I said it 3 weeks ago. If he get knife for hand like this, say kill my mama. Now after using 8 years, he go jail. We go sort that one out later. That man has to be the president of that country for that country to be better. I don't need anything from him. We did a Zoom meeting with him, and he said it to us. Don't think because you're on PPC list or on Big Tent, you have an automatic assurance of a position. Me, I know. I'm not interested. I'm living a good life. I just want a betterment of that country. Is that too much to ask? Check Otumba timeline. We did a space last night, and we did something about good governance. Did you see the road in Dallas? The road infrastructure in Dallas.
Jimmy, please, as you wrap up. Jimmy, please, as you wrap up in 30 seconds, I want to ask you that question. Please, did the people of Dallas come out and do night vigil and pray for that road? Please, how many months fasting did people fast for that road?
Now, what for you, Saddam? Are you forgetting that what God cannot do does not exist? Think God cannot build Fort Mainland Bridge for you?
For Chicago here, there was a day I was going to the airport. I never knew. The bridge where I want pass under, plane, land, the taxi pass the bridge. I put it on my timeline, plane. And they go do road. They go carry millions, cut scissors, do this rubbish for now. Man, let me use the mic now so other people can speak. Thank you, guys.
Oh my, you there? Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you.
I'm right here, my brother. Should I go, please?
Yeah, go on, my brother. Go on.
All right. Thank you so much. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Vawulence Space. Here we preach the gospel of Peter Obi. We call it the Obedience Echo Chamber. Here we talk so much about the good governance that the government of Peter Obi would bring to Nigeria. And of course, we're asking you to vote wisely, to use your head. Do not use your ethnicity or your religion. Use your head. I want you to know that if you have your PVC, ladies and gentlemen, we can create wonders. Trust me.
And create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba.
Oh yeah, Omar. Back to you.
My dear brother, you know, we walk in sync, and just when they think we've used all of our powers, I mean, I remember at the time of the Vawulence Space when we were starting up, I think it was about 2-3 months in, I would read comments like, oh, they're going to run out of steam very soon.
Yes,
But if you think, bro, if you think we've used all of our powers, I have a message for you.
Please tell them.
That's why I saw the power the lion used.
His power.
Lebaduske Prelamande is power. Abito Sheka is power. Dadus Kapaj is power. Lefaser Pare is power. Ganduka Gandusa
Ganduka Ganduza.
I never used them. I am still in Indabuski Pahos.
Wow. Do you understand? We're just getting started, guys. I'm telling you, we're just getting. If you think we're tired, you don't know what's coming for you.
We are just starting, my brother.
We're just getting started. All right, let's go for it, guys. Who should go next? Madam Mary White, good evening.
Hi, Omar. Make I drop. Make you bring other people up, I beg.
What do you talk?
Make I drop so other people can come.
All right, no P, my brother. It's always nice to have you. Madam Mary White, good evening.
Hi, Jimmy. Before you
Barrister Juliet, I see you.
Say hi to Jimmy, my in-law. I see what he posts on Twitter is about the Ogena dance, and that's one of my favorites. So thanks, Jimmy, for that. Hi, Saddam. Hi, Sizzle Wonder Mother. How are you? So I wanted to start. Listen to Temi's submission. Temi, my sister, I love you to that.
Madam White, have you forgotten me completely? What have I done?
Brother,
what have I done?
I call you.
What have I done?
Hey, Joe, how do you guys say? Bella Biko, please forgive me. I did call you them, but
it's been a while. How you doing,
I am good, my brother. How are you?
All right, go for it, ma'am. Good evening.
Guy. So my thing is like I did listen. Temi is my sister. I love her to that. But and I did listen to the submission she gave, especially with the House on the Rock pastor. As much as I did listen to everything, but what I didn't like was a dilly dallying like he did, because I understand what he means by the best candidate is not on the ticket. Because even if Osibanjo is his best candidate, he should see that Peter Obi is actually the best candidate out of the 18. So he could have said it instead of just lumping everyone into a certain group, which to me is just not right. So I mean that is his decision. I I respect that, but I think he could have done better. And with what and to that point, I actually agree with what Otumba, my friend, said. So, going back to the title, which is the hypocrisy of clerics and celebrities. I know I was on a space today where the question was that should they stay out or should they stay in? And I do know like democracy is like a game of interest, which means people would support whoever they feel has their best interest at heart. So, which means that I mean, I have no problem them supporting any candidate, but what I don't agree with is them actually using their platform to actually help educate people, which I think they should be part of the solution and not part of the problem. So what do I mean by that? They have all this platform where they have millions and millions of followers. They could actually use it to educate the Nigerian populace, especially the youths, to how to do certain things like how do you vote on election day, how do you go collect PVC, and they actually work in unison with the government to bring issues to the forefront, which would actually help people know what's going on to the country. What do I mean? Things like insecurity, things like unemployment, things like actually what is going on in the country, like the high prices of gases. They could actually bring all this stuff to the forefront, which I think they're not really doing. They're just keeping quiet because they're looking at their pockets. Because the question they need to ask themselves, which I did say in other spaces, are yes, when push comes to shove, they are able to take the first flight out of the country, but can your extended family do it? And I bet you the question most likely will be no. So this is a time like we shouldn't be sitting on the fence. You should actually take a stand, and go by it. And like I said, I don't have any problem them going having a candidate and actually voicing their support for that particular candidate. What I have a problem is when they use their platforms to spread religious and ethnic sentiments, like we all know about the Brimo. And when they do that, I think we should drag them with everything that we got, everything in our arsenal. We should drag them because these are people that do not mean well for the country. They thrive when this country is divided, and we do not need people like that. Because we could see what happened with Brimo. We dragged him to the point that we signed the petition. And when he saw that it was going to actually affect him winning an award, what is he doing? He's given all this um, half-baked apology, which I know is not really coming from his soul. He's just doing it because he hopes to win an award. And these are people that we should drag with everything that we have. While at the same time we're doing it, we should also promote the celebs and clerics that do actually do the opposite, which are the ones that encourage people to do the right things. We should also elevate their voices, make their voices be heard over this what I call them bad actors in the system, which we'll always see. And to that point, it gets me to the next point. I know Jimmy did talk about BB Niger because you could see what's going on is that they actually thought that they had this easy. Which what I mean by they is like APC and PDP. They thought it was gonna be APC versus PDP, but it's not actually working in their favor. So what do? They bring up all these distractions. And I know it's not going to work because we youths at this point in time, we are encouraged. We actually mean what we are saying right now. We want a change in this country. And it brings to the next topic about what is actually going, which I saw this morning, I think in Nigerian time is evening time, about what is going on to one of the louder voices in this movement by the name Ikenga. I don't know what happened to him, but it seems like unknown gunmen were actually sent to his village, and they I guess put his house on fire. There was a lot of destructions. I don't know what it is his recent condition right now. So what I'm saying, why I bring it up is that the reason why they're going after this guy is because he actually brought what was going on with the PVC registration, which this our hopeless to the danger, which is the governor of Imo State was trying to rig the election before I start. He brought it up to the forefront, and since then they've been trying to go after his life, even to arrest him. And I pray that we on that day come out en masse to vote out all those people who, instead of bringing us good governance, what do? They bring uh, I guess a government of criminality, because since this governor has been in Imo State has known no peace. And they're in coalition, I guess, in conjunction with Simon Atba, want to make it impossible for elections to hold in Southeast. And I know that we will not let it happen. And I think we should not let it happen. We should all come out en masse to vote and make our voices heard. So on that note, I will end by saying, please collect your PVCs. I know with us talking about INEC, they have actually listened and extended the PVC collection to January 29th. We should take advantage of it. Go collect your PVCs. Let it not just be by mouth only that we obedience. We should follow out with collecting our PVCs. And actually, if you do not have a PVC, make sure you're pulling agents. And I think that's really where I'm gonna end. And on that note, I would say hi to a few people. Jimmy, my brother, if you didn't hear me before, I said hi, and please continue to post the organic music. I do love seeing that. Tell me, my sister, once again, I love you too from the bottom of my heart. And Nello, my sister, I see you too, and Ngozi. On that note, I also say hi to very good two friends by the name Izuchuku and John. I've been trying to have them come to Vawulence space to listen, and they actually listen to me, and they're now actually on the Vawulence space listening. I want to let them know that I love them so much, and I hope they continue to come to listen to the Vawulence space. On that note, I'll say, as I've always end, thanks everyone, and God bless.
Yeah, Izuchukwu and what?
John.
Okay, big shout out to Izuchukwu and John. Welcome to the Violence Space. Thank you so much for joining us. Here we preach the gospel of Peter Obi and that of good governance. Peter Obi, USA, good evening. How are you doing?
Very good, very good, very good. Oh my God, Saddam, Omar, where is N6? Oh my
He'll be
goodness.
back in a bit. How you doing,
Oh
my
my
brother?
God, from the Church of Violence. I am, in fact, I'll be deacon for this church now. As a matter of fact, I
You've
was
been
telling my,
thinking a long
I'll be
time.
deacon. Just another collect offering. Now the problem, when I know they collect offering for this church. Thank you for what you guys are doing. I was telling my folks on the PO Town Square yesterday that we don't hold our spaces on the weekend because I know if you stay the whole space when violence is go on. I beg. Una do well. God bless you guys. What you guys are doing, I cannot begin to quantify it. I just can't get enough of you guys. Thank you, and thank you again. My fear is even the election is coming. What do we go do? What will I do after February 25th? I hope violence let's go continue. We have to find a way to continue because the thing they come too close. I don't know what to go. Whether we'll beg INEC, make them move out more for to enjoy this church of
I
violence.
beg me, they don't move am o. I no go move election. I gotta say thank you. We
No,
have
that
all
just
to
tells
lose.
you everything. That just tells
Thank you
you
so much, my
how
brother.
this
Thank you so
community has become my
much. Love
life.
from this.
I do you know that I dream about this movement. I wake up on it. It's just all over, and I'm sure I'm not the only person. I've met so many of you, and I just want to quickly chip in here that the biggest issue we have today is the INEC PVC collection. Yes, they've played us around and extended a very sneaky way to make us calm down. But the truth is that we don't need to calm down. There are many people, particularly in the southeast Nigeria, that have issues with, oh, they say they had double registration, they are missing, their items are missing. I get a lot of DMs. Please, if we can continue to speak to INEC, to continue to give out this PVC, since it's ready, what's the point of ending it on a particular day? In my opinion, they should be giving it till a day to election. So if we can add our voices so that people can collect their PVCs as much as possible, that would be welcomed. Then, speaking on the topic, the hypocrisy of clerics, I just wanted to quickly say that I, of course, grew up in Nigeria, raised and everything in the Pentecostal church, Assemblies of God to be specific. I remember fasting and praying for admissions to get to school. My first jam was seized. I fasted for 3 days. Eventually, I went to UNN. I'm proud to be a lion. with our principal here. We shut down Enugu on was it Thursday?
You be lion.
I be lying no.
For
You know,
wait.
Enugu
Where?
campus.
Wow.
You know, Lions now, University of Nigeria graduate is naturally ahead. You
Wait.
know, we restore the dignity of man.
Usuka Enugu campus.
Enugu campus, that was my
Okay,
campus.
okay. Now be baby lion now.
I better go back where? Go back. I saw Igbo ref. It was a shutdown. It was massive. Oh my God.
God.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that I was super religious in Nigeria because of things like we want to travel. There will be a pastor at the motor park praying so that there will be no pothole for you. And at the end of the day, you give him offering. I did many fasting and praying back then. I don't regret it. But I look back and now I live in US and all these years, I discovered that my prayers have changed. The lines are very short, maybe 1 or 2 points. And I just pray because of my spirituality, just to keep my sanity. It's not praying to get a job. It's not praying to travel 2 p.m. at night and I'm afraid of kidnapper. It's not praying for light. As a matter of fact, my 8-year-old daughter has never seen the light go off. And she doesn't understand that people pray to have power. And for example, there was a time when my wife needed the urgent care, and the ambulance were there at 3 a.m. within 5 minutes. We didn't need to fast and pray for them to take her to hospital, even though she's a physician herself. The point being that there are many things that Nigerians in Nigeria need to know, that the churches and the mosque, I have to add them as well, they thrive in the dysfunction of Nigeria. And what Violence Space is doing is a whole lot. Because you and I know you cannot go to channels or Arise TV or any of these TVs and say these things we say here. Because the NBC or whatever commission will come and sanction them. They cannot sanction our voices. That's why you must stop, you must continue to speak. Our people have been brainwashed into accepting that they have to give away a whole month's salary in the name of first fruit. That is the highest criminality, in my personal opinion, because I did give my salaries in the past. Now what I do with my salary is that I take care of my bills and I send it to people who really need it, the poor, not those with the private jets, not those who sit in a higher office and tell me to come and give them my money to buy more cars. We need to begin to wake up as Nigerians. The people that brought this religion to us, they practice it. Let us look how they do it. We're no more righteous than people in Israel. We're no more. Israel today is one of the most developed and technologically sound countries, in spite of the fact that they are in the Middle East surrounded by supposed enemies. Nigerians need to understand that when it comes to your country, politics is the most important thing after God. Everybody, I like what is it NT said. I think we should be getting our PVCs at 18 years old. I hope we can put the pressure on PWB administration to make a law that once you are 18, get your driver's license and your PVC. It should be one card. This idea of multiplicity of card, NIN, VIN, BVN, is all joke. Let us have one card. If it's a driver's license, that should be enough at 18. Let every Nigerian have the right to vote. And also, I'm happy about the diasporan ability to vote that he has promised us when he came abroad. He says this will be the last election, diasporans will not vote. Because I do not understand it for the life of me, that once you enter plane and leave Lagos, you lose your right to decide on your country's future. Yet you will remit over 20 billion a year. It is travesty because they know that most of us in southern Nigeria are the ones that have been traveling, and we will not vote for them. We will not vote for criminals. They know this. So please, there are many things we will be part of. I want to employ everyone here. Don't just get Peter Obi elected. Peter Obi is winning with a landslide. That is for sure. But beyond that, we must stay engaged. Our countries depend on us. Now we are awake. Please, let's not go back to before. Let us continue to be part. There's something that the Labour Party chairman, Professor Paroji, said here in our meeting in US. He said, nature abhors vacuum. What will happen when Peter Obi wins, which he will? These political actors who want to occupy this space, you see them decamping. We must stand against it. You, me, and everybody in this space that has brought about this renaissance must now be active politically. I appeal to you guys. Politics is not a dirty game. Get involved. Everybody that lives abroad know your local politicians are the most important, not the national. Nobody knows Joe Biden where I live. They know the house, their congressman. They write message to they hold conferences and talk about local issues. Let us all now get engaged in our civic duty as Nigerians. I don't want to hog the mic, But I want you guys to know that I am never be more proud to be a Nigerian. I cannot wait. And lastly, there is a name for all of us, including Saddam. We coined it yesterday at the PO Town Square. It is called EDP, Externally Displaced Persons. I am one of them. Saddam, you are one of them. Omar, you are one of them. Dr. Vin, you are one of them. Externally displaced persons. We have over 10 million internally displaced. We only talk about them. What about us that have had to leave our country and now live in a sub-zero temperature? I have so many jackets on me right now. Snow everywhere. I can't find good Ghanaian soup. I can't find good snail to talk or my plantain and owo that I like. It is ridiculous to the extreme that I don't have people I can go for a wedding and wear my native. Everybody here they form, they wear suit. I need to go home. I'm displaced. Get me Peter Obi and we'll come back home. Thank you all. I love you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh my God, Peter Obi USA. I mean, how do you do it? You just come here and you speak fire and you say it the way it is. And you speak my mind. You speak my mind a lot, my brother. God bless you. Thank you so much for joining us on the Violence Space tonight. Your wealth of knowledge has been very, very impactful in this conversation. Otumba, good evening, Baba. How you doing?
Hey, my brother, good evening. Apologies for the earlier interjection. Hey,
No, it's okay.
forgive
It's
me. I want to
completely
jump in
fine.
as my guy. No, let me talk like your pastor. No disrespect to your pastor, but that was, that I was just sorry. That was some fence hogging. Um, that's just how I see it. I think I wish N6 was here because I do disagree with what Essie said. Essie, I won't call it an excuse, but Essie was trying to justify what Baskin said. And I disagree that it's the fault of the management, whatever, like, oh, Cocoa Bar handles bookings, oh, just show up and leave. No, Basket Mount is not a rookie. It's not a TV skit maker or TikTok skit maker that is trying to make it. If you take out Alibaba, Basketman is probably the biggest Nigerian comedian we've ever produced. I mean, when I'm talking modern day, it's probably even the biggest because there's a generation that didn't really grow up with Alibaba. So from when Basketman, if you're not fat, you're short or whatever. Like Basketman was my childhood from the early 2000s up and now. He's been the biggest comedy export we have. If Nigeria was a more developed country, you put him on the likes of Kevin Hart in terms of maybe if Nigeria was fully developed and the things, accolades and money you can make. So the idea that he has no control over things that happen is just, to me, it's just laughable. I mean, you even have Billy celebrities that hold their management by the balls and tell them, I'm not showing up for a show. So it's I don't believe it's set in stone. If Basketball calls them and tells them, you know what, um, oversight, we didn't catch it. Let's move it one day. They will still show up. They will still sell tickets. They can talk to the hall. The idea that in a foreign country you can't move this around is a lie. We've seen celebrities here in the US boycott so many things, lead movements, turn down shows, just to prove a point, and they get their points across. That one day in Hamburg or wherever it is not going to break or make him. It's not going to His wealth is not going to increase or decrease in the grand scheme of things if they decide to move that show from the 25th to the 26th. So that's how I see it. I don't buy that excuse. And I don't think just the date. I think his response was even my biggest problem. I think we preach this a lot. We talk about emotional intelligence. Sometimes you're better off just even keeping quiet than talking. Because sometimes when they open their mouth, I'm like, bro, you should have just shut up. So, and then the clerics, I also grew up Pentecostal. Peter Obi, I grew up in Deeper Life. I spent 12 or 13 years of my first years of my life in Deeper Life Church. So believe me, I understand indoctrination. I understand super religious, how you're super religious. Deeper Life and Assemblies of God. The funny thing is, even most of the ceremonies I attended when I was in Deeper Life was in Assemblies of God, because those two churches we don't really even do ceremonies. So that's how connected we are. So, and a lot of the attitude and the posture of the Christians, especially in the South, towards politics, I mean, you can trace it back to the way the gospel the gospel is propagated in the South, or the teachings. To me, it's from the pulpit. It's from there where you're taught not to even play. My church, it was so extreme where you couldn't play soccer, you couldn't do this. I remember one time was my dad was an engineer. There was a female engineer, because she had to wear, in an engineering setting, having a female wear skirt is suicidal. It's just stupid. You're in a plant with wires and stuff. But you have to wear skirt because you're trying to be holy. Like, dude, are you stupid? If you think you're falling down to bind and die, you think God will come and miraculously save you? But those are the things religion we've pushed extreme religion, and that's what we're having right now, to where it looks like the Christians in the South are falling asleep at the wheel. And it's no surprise that most of the outspoken guys, except a few in the South, most of the outspoken ones are from the North, because they're facing real persecution. So I believe our generation has a chance. We have the opportunity to change that direction. And I remember vividly well when I was coming here. I think 2010 and 2009, 2010. And it's the common theme people would come around. Well, those that knew I was going would come around and say, "Don't forget Jesus. So don't forget." I never understood it. Like it didn't pique my interest. Like, and most diasporans that some people still carry religion for head. That's fine. Like, when I mean extreme, some, but majority don't. And and I've had conversations with so many people that I knew that back at home were firebrand, and there's the argument we've backslided, whatever, that's your freaking business. But it's the same thing you get when you come here. I remember when I went to school, fellowship first in school, and people were taking smoke breaks in church, and it was like, go out to smoke a cigarette and come back and pray, and short service and social responsibility. November 8th, there's no really church service. You're going out to vote. To the point where even there are churches in the South where they have voting on Sunday. You go study the civil rights movements. There's what is called souls to the poll, where literally pastors will literally organize church service on the day of election. And it's geared at two things. Do you show up? Then they march down from the church to a voting poll. That's and the civil rights movements were led by pastors. So, Martin Luther King was a pastor. Like, you can go down the list, because a lot of them are frat bros. You go down the list, they are all Baptist, mostly Baptist, and they spoke out, even both white and blacks. But a lot of the civil rights movements were led by pastors. Even even the non-Christian ones, what's it called now? I just went blank. Oh my god, I can't remember his name. There's MLK, the other guy for
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X was a Muslim. So, God, Jesus. Malcolm X was a Muslim also. The Nation of Islam, whatever, you might not like or dislike whatever the history they have, but the fact is they didn't stay silent. They got involved. So, we picking at our pastor, especially one that I admired a lot. I'm still waiting for my other one, Samade Yemi, to talk, because these were guys that even when I was in deeper life, I used to listen to them on the radio, and I could tell what they were saying made sense. I was like, I'm going to one church where it's, if you look at a girl, you're going to hellfire, but these guys are talking more of things that affect my life. So, and they've been so vocal for years. It's now when we get to the precipice, when we are 40 days or 50 days or 60 days, you don't speak in parables. Like that trying to decode and having to play 60 minutes worth of of 5 or 10 minutes worth of a clip to understand the true message. Expert communicators, your message should not take, if I have to listen to your message over and over again to decode it, then it's two things. Either you're being disingenuous or you're intentionally mixing up the message you're trying to push across to confuse people. That way you can pin him down on something. So, and like Saddam said, we're not even asking them to come and say vote for Peter Obi, even though they can say they need people like Peter Obi in the younger generation to form a party, which I don't even understand what that means. But educate people, tell them to get their PVCs. And we say it all the time. The moment Nigeria starts to work, the funny thing is, religion we've been so indoctrinated from birth, and I use the word indoctrination. Believe me, everyone that is here, you've been indoctrinated, whether you don't like it or not. Most of you didn't choose what you were worshiping. You were born into it, and that was what it was. It was forced down your throat from birth, from your parents. You had no choice. You found the light, whatever. But we need to start changing that and understanding so many things, and we drum it all the time. So many of our problems. Prayer is important, but prayer, they say faith without works is dead. We simply abandon the works part. As evil as even just Stalin and the Russian crazies were, and the oligarchs were, they still developed their country. They did it regardless. So the most developed countries in the world, and they're not even, man, is this, everybody shouts Dubai, UAE, thinking to me, they're more even a secular nation internally, because people don't understand it. Look at them readjusting the law for Cristiano Ronaldo to live with his ex. It just tells you Some certain laws are for the poor, some certain laws are for the rich. But at the end of it all, they understand no one from heaven is going to come down to fix their problems. They have to fix their problems. And lastly, I know people have said, why is it that the aspirants are so vocal and too aggressive? And you guys talk. I think on Jimmy's and Puffy's space yesterday, I took a picture of a highway in Dallas, and this is just one highway. Dallas has, my Dallas folks here has 635, 75, 35, 30. It's 40. Well, I mean 45 coming down to you. But like I can count 6, 7 major highways that span 30 miles plus within the city of Dallas. Now, I'm not talking of, when I say Dallas, people think it's not a state, it's a city. So it's not saying Lagos, it's just saying Ikeja. That's how minute I can break it down to. I'm not saying the entire Lagos. Now, landmass Dallas is probably way bigger than Lagos. But what we're saying is the things we've seen and how functioning they have a government and how I can have issues as a homeowner, call my HOA and call the city manager and have people respond to me in a day or 2 days. Even that one day gone, I'll be cursing at them because I expect them to respond to me right there. So we've seen governance. We're not saying we don't live in a perfect world. They have their issues, but believe me, most of the issues that they have, if we have it, that country will not exist. I was here during COVID. If I keep saying it, whatever you believe about COVID, if COVID went full scale in Nigeria the way they did in the US here, it would be a different ball game. Or if they have hurricanes, if Nigeria has the kind of hurricanes they have in Florida every other year, or the Gulf Coast of the US, I can't imagine. Lagos would have been wiped out. I don't think Lagos will be on the map anymore. If Lagos gets one category 5 hurricane, I don't think Lagos will exist anymore. Or even though we talk about gun violence, and I know because I've seen that children of the corn always quick to bring it. Well, you guys buy fuel in the US cheaper. In the US, more expensive than Nigeria. Fam, our minimum wage is also way astronomically more. We make way more. The fuel, even bad as it bad, make the fuel expensive. It's always readily available. You can pick whatever grade, and which is one funny thing I had to learn when I got here too, like different grades of petroleum. I didn't know that existed before, but that's a conversation for another day. So what I'm just saying is we have an opportunity to change the course of this country in 2023. Please and please pray at the same time. If your pastor is not talking, I'm not saying you tell your pastor to support Peter Obi, but tell your pastor to preach and tell people to go get their PVCs. Let them vote their conscience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Otumba. Thank you. I wanted to ask you a question, yeah. I saw that picture of that super highway. Hey God. And I said back to please, how did you guys fast in Dallas?
No,
Because
bro, that highway has been in existence since the 70s or 80s. Like yesterday, I wish you were on yesterday's Jimmy's space when we talked about majority of your highways, your 8 lane, 10 lane, whatever you see them here. They were not things that were built in 1990, 2000, 2000. No, was the FDR that embarked on connecting the country in this. This is as far back as the 60s, where they wanted to build super highways. These were not roads that were built in 70s, 90s, and 2010. No, what they are doing now is expanding, is changing a 5 lane road to an 8 lane road, or changing the 8 lane road into 8, 10, 12 lane road, because the population is, more people move in, this plan for, you expand the roads. That's a common sense government, and it doesn't matter what party gets in. Those that are there, technocrats that are there, understand it's common sense. As the population is increasing in a city or a state, you have to also expand the infrastructure. There's no, it's not a campaign promise. You don't run for governorship or city election saying your manifesto is I'm going to build roads. Like, they will look at you and laugh, like, bro, it's like you saying I'm going to wake up and eat. Fam, it's a normal thing. Now you can argue about policy and ideology and kill yourself, which is what we do. But the main basic things of survival, or like, who cares?
Thank you, my brother. In Nigeria, we glorify nonsense. But as well, thank you very much, my bro. Oh God, Barrister Juliet dropped off. All right, let's take Dr. Vince. Dr. Vince, good evening. You have the space, please. 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Saddam. You had to give me time, huh? No problem. I appreciate it. I didn't want to speak at all. Actually, I was doing good listening. But Mr. Jimmy in Chicago struck a nerve in me. and I wanted to just come on and say one or two things. So thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Suzo, N6, my brother, Otumba, and it looks like Omar dropped off, and all the other people that have gone ahead of me. Saddam, thank you so much for, it looks like you're giving us the chance, us in diaspora, I mean, back to back, Jimmy in Chicago, Steve in P2B USA, Otumba, now me. So, you know, what we're talking about is so fundamental. And I keep saying this to you, Saddam. This is a global public square you have created for all of us. Part of what this movement is doing is bridging the gap we've always had between Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerians in diaspora, especially in the West. We are talking, we're discussing all these things, we're understanding ourselves better. See, for so long, we've kept ourselves down. This religion, I'm a spiritual guy, very. Otumba said so many things, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I keep saying this. Part of the reason why we go to school is to learn critical thinking. Critical thinking. We're all here in the US. We're not more religious than them. So the problem is not really religion. The problem is us in Nigeria, the way we took it and the way we practice it and the way we use it to divide ourselves and kill ourselves. I remember growing up in the East, in Anambra State. I remember even in Christianity, family members would divide themselves among who's Catholic. I'm a Catholic, by the way. Who's Catholic? Who's Anglican? Anglicans wouldn't talk to Catholics. Catholics wouldn't talk to Anglicans. Deeper life, this, that. I mean, dividing themselves. They will stop talking to each other because they go to different churches. And I ask now, thank God, I've been in the United States for almost 30 years. I ask, isn't it the same God that we worship, Saddam? Isn't it the same God? So why would you allow yourself to come so low to where you now not talk to your brother or your sister because they worship differently? Think about that. Even our Muslim brothers, it's the same God we worship. We just worship him differently. If you are doing anything that is wrong to another human being, no religion stands for that anywhere in the world. If you are infringing in the right of another person, no religion stands for that. So it's not religion, it's us. It is us. We know when it goes to the extreme. Going back to the topic of today, hypocrisy of clerics, celebrities in this election. You know, I heard my sister Temi, say a few things about the pastor. But the point is really clear right now. Your pastor should not be the one to tell you who to vote. You went to school, you have critical thinking abilities, you look at all the people. Right now, we know 3 people are running, and 3 people are seriously running to be the president of Nigeria. You look at them, you've seen everything. Thanks to Peter Obi, he has changed the narrative. We're able to understand the candidates better. You look at them, you make your decision. You don't need your pastor to tell you who to vote for. You should be able to vote for anybody yourself. You know, when I start going this way, I talk longer, and I'll try to make it quick, Saddam. Here in America, it's different. It is so different. And Jimmy touched on this, or Tumba touched on this. It doesn't mean you don't go to church when you start talking about things like this. And I don't want to offend anybody, because when we talk about this religion stuff, people can easily misunderstand you. People can easily take it the wrong way. We're all religious. We're all spiritual people. We can read. We can understand. We go to church. But we know when the pastor or when the priest is BSing. We know it. When we travel to Nigeria, we see the difference. You'll be in the church, they'll be talking about things that are not related to church at all, things that not be talking in the church. And so many different gimmicks to get money from you. I mean, we see through all that. I wish that all Nigerians in Nigeria would be able to have an opportunity to come out to, say, America or Europe, just for a year maybe, to understand better. It opens up your whole perspective. When you go back, you're different. See, we're all clamoring for P2B because of what we've seen. Nothing else. It's sad still that even as we in diaspora are doing all these, people at home are using it as a way to get money from us. It's so sad. It's still happening. But thank God that we can all speak. We can all come together. Because I really, really stepped up this. Because I was having a conversation at a Christmas party with a mayor of one of the neighboring cities here in California. And we were discussing this same issue. Nigerians, we're all complaining everywhere we are, we're complaining about the country. And he challenged me. He said he knows a lot of Nigerians. They're all professionals, they're all doing well in everywhere they are, but they all complain about the same thing. And he looked at me squarely in the eye and he said, "Who are you guys all waiting for to fix it for you? You're all here in America, you're all doing well, and you're all complaining. Who are you waiting for?" And this, I never forget it, and I keep saying it. Nobody wants to get involved, and P2B even says this thing. We allowed all the bad people to take over government, and we stand back and complain every day. Look at what we're talking about: bridges, roads, basic things that the government is supposed to be giving us. I remember when we were little, they will always say, "Vote for us so you have good roads. Vote for us so you have electricity. Vote for us for this, that." Buhari all promised us the same stuff. I don't want to swear here, the same shit. Kerosene, the dollar, this, roads, this, that. What happened? Almost 8 years. And we still have people who have forgotten all those things and waiting for their pastor to tell them. When you have a man who you know in P2B, who you know that everyone agrees he's the man that can fix this country, even if you're killing him, he will still do it. But they keep saying the same thing. They know he's the best man for the job, but they're not gonna give it to him. They're
Dr.
not
Vince,
gonna
please,
allow
can
it.
you do this in 30 seconds, please?
Yes. So we have found the man. We have to continue to overcome obstacles. We have to continue to fight this fight. Clerics, celebrities or not, we all know. And thanks for Vawulence Space. Thanks for this movement. We are going to do just that. P2B has changed the game, both in diaspora and both in Nigeria. They used to come out here and dance around and dangle contracts in our faces, and we all run to them. P2B has changed all that. He has challenged all of us. So, guys, I thank you for all you're doing. We're all sacrificing in different ways, whatever we can do. Keep doing it. And Saddam, I second what the P2B USA said. Vawulence Space must continue in any way it can. Please start thinking about it because we have to keep meeting this way. I'm a different person since I found Vawulence Space. I can tell you that. I'm a different person. It doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter whatever it is. The fact is that we have an avenue where we come together and we discuss. And down the line, history will remember that we all came together. One more thing I will say before I yield the mic. It makes me very happy to see how we all think alike. I didn't want to speak, but after hearing Jimmy speak, and he spoke my heart, after hearing Little B USA speak, I mean, we're all thinking the same thing. We should be able to change that country for good. We have the numbers, we have the money. Collectively, we can do it. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. I appreciate what we're doing. I appreciate you, Saddam. Stay strong, my brother. Keep doing
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
N6, all of you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vince. Thank you so
I'm
much.
sorry. Can you see Barrister Juliet? I can't
I
find her.
can't see her. But tell her,
Can you
probably leave this
yeah,
space and come back.
uh-huh.
Let her leave the space and come back. I cannot see her. Thank you very much, Dr. Vince. All right, guys, we'll be taking speakers back to back. Let's try and we have a whole lot of stuff to speak on the topic. Please try and stay on the topic. Let's take speakers, please. When you see me wave my hands or Otumba or NC wave our hands, please just know you start wrapping up your submissions so that every other person can speak. Thank you very much. All right, let's take we have been taking Americanas for long. Let's take somebody in Nigeria. Yeah? Oh, or somebody from Europe. All right, Larry, my brother, how are you doing today? Good evening.
Bro,
Meanwhile, before Larry, before you go, please, if you have your PVC, if you just corrected your PVC recently and you're on the platform, please, and you know something like 5K is not too small for you. Probably just want to buy lunch for you. Please, on behalf of the Vawulence Space, our brother here wants to buy lunch for 10 people. If you have your PVC, just corrected your PVC recently, go on the comment section, post your PVC. Please cover all your details. So just post small sign. Let me know say you collect your PVC recently, and just to encourage you guys picking up your PVCs. Please do more and let us bless you this evening. Good evening, Larry. How are you doing today?
how are you, Saddam, Otumba, Sizu? Greetings to you all, and greetings to all the beautiful people on this space. Before I even get into my submission, I just need to say something quickly regarding Oshibajo. If personally Oshibajo clinched that ticket, personally as a Yoruba person, I would not even vote for him because
God
Oshibajo
bless
was
Thank
you.
you.
Oshibajo was part of the people that enabled Tinubu capture Lagos State. If you know this, know well. So I would not vote for him. Oshibajo cannot even lace Peter's boot when it comes to honesty. He might be competent. Don't get me. They are competent criminals. So
Wait,
you guys should
Baba, it's not
understand
even
that.
competent. It's not even about competence.
You understand? You can
He
say, okay,
was
maybe it's
AG or Chief
intelligent or
Justice or
smart.
whatever he was in Lagos State, and helped.
He
He
enabled,
helped Tinubu with his land
yeah,
grab. So the people
that is it.
we have this very tainted view of Oshibajo that people don't get. Go and look at his track record when he was after. I think it was Minister, Commissioner for Justice or whatever he was in Lagos State. Tinubu's land grab happened under his watch. So they should spare me this righteous indignation of Oshibajo. The link with
And you know
advantage
what? They
eats
they
well.
have
That's
his
it.
receipts.
Yeah.
They have his receipts. If he was running, this one that Peter will say that if I collected any land, bring it. Oshibajo cannot say such a thing. They have his receipt. So people don't get it twisted. If you want to vote for a competent, honest man, as a Yoruba man, I will vote for Peter Obi. Let me go back to my submission. When you guys were doing your monologue, right? I was driving and okay, let me even talk about something. Do you guys remember environmental sanitation back in the days? This is a day where we all come out to clean our environment. And by law, you can't move on that day until after 10 a.m. Guys, what you guys are doing, you don't understand. You are sanitizing this country. It dawned on me that God is using this obedient movement, right, to sanitize this country. This period is even bigger than the election, personally. If you're an obedient here, God is actually using you to sanitize the country. That is why we're able to speak right now to even the clerics. And Saddam, if you remember, like a couple of spaces ago, I said something about if people don't understand, your church account, those big church accounts are SPVs, some of them. If you know today.
God bless
That is
you.
why they cannot talk. They will never come and speak. Do you know how much it costs to buy a private jet? It's between $3 million to $660 million. You think it's the tithe and offering of common Nigerians? Please wake up now. Ask these people, where did you get this money from? These people are in bed with politicians. They cannot say the truth. The day they start saying the truth, they will bring out their receipts. Some of them will even beg that, you know what, please, now let me just say something so I can appease them. They will think like I'm on their side. That is what they do. And to all those celebrities, anyways, I call them celebrities. One the other day was talking to his fans anyhow, like, who are you for crying out loud? At the end of the day, some of these guys, they came from the trenches. And we people, the common Nigerians pulled, I don't even like using common. Nigerians pulled you up to where you are, and you don't want to speak for the people. You all want to sit on the fence. Man, today I'm even angry. I'm really angry at them because these are the people that are supposed to be speaking for the people. I'll submit this. Sheon Kuti said something. a while ago. He said our biggest problem are the middle class. And now I'm coming to understand why he said that. Because these are the people they use as tools to appease us or to sway our mind. Remember when NSANS happened? It was a celebrity that first came out. Where are the bodies? They use all these people. So please, guys, go and get your PVC. God is sanitizing this country. This period is even bigger than the election. People should get their sense, get their brain. I rest my mic. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much, my brother Larry. Thank you so much.
Fabulous submission.
Honestly, most times when people don't understand that when we say politicians are in bed with these our pastors, I say like there are two wings in our society whereby you cannot question the source of their income. The church, or probably I won't say the church, let's say the religious arm, and the what do you call these people again? Somebody should help me. All these people that open donation sites. What do they call these people again, please? Otumba, help me. That
Is
act
it for
like
crowdfunding?
Non-profit organizations or whatever.
non-profit, non-government.
NGOs.
Thank you very NGOs, non-governmental organizations. These two wings, you cannot question the source of income. You can't. If you see 100 billion in NGO account, you cannot question it. You just take it. They'll say, now person donated for us, so the money is clean. So these two wings are the SPDs for these politicians. They can give you want our pastor, small pastor. You want where this man get billions to build kind church? NGOs, yeah. Thank you for the guys dropping into my inbox. Oh my God! So these two wings are the SPDs for government officials. That's why they cannot come out and speak up right now. But guys, we are speaking out here. I hold them accountable. Let it be known that the violence space championed and spoke out when other people were silent. Thank you very much. Let me come to you. I think who has been here longest? Grandmaster, my brother. Grandmaster, how you dey? Good evening.
So take my pain away.
I don't
So
give
Dan, you do something for me, man. I swear to God, this song has been on repeat since morning, man. I've driven like almost 60, what am I saying? Like 100 kilometers today on repeat, man. That song is something else. I mean, the message in that song is something else, man. But I'm still going deeper into it. Let me not talk too
Please,
much.
you wish you tell Omale to cut me my check, man. I think
Man,
I think I blew that song on
I
Twitter.
went straight to iTunes and bought the album, man. I always loved that guy, man. I tell you, but honestly, I didn't even know he had an album. But that guy is something else, man. In fact, to me, he's the only artist I listen to. Him and Portable, these are the only two artists I listen to now, because in as much as we derive Portable a lot, that guy has a lot of messages that he passes in his songs. Go and listen to that song, Money Before You Love, and just pay attention to the lyrics of that song, and then you understand what that guy is saying. That said, let me just get to it.
And my brother, because he said that, let me now just jump up a little bit, please. Because on behalf of
Baba, I'm a huge Portable fan. No, I can't even cap for you.
Pastor, no one go heaven. My brother, Pastor, no go. Apostolic must to hear this. I did tell you now. My brother,
Thank you so much, man. Let them keep sleeping on Portable. Yes.
Saddam, this thing would have not been this funny. You know, we laugh about this, but we need to remember 7 people died in the attack on Apostle Suleiman in Edo State. 7 people. And these are 7 men. There were 7 policemen. He was returning from a foreign mission. Just giving you the whole insight to what that whole song was about. The pastor was riding in a bulletproof Range Rover truck, and when fire was opened upon him, he survived that attempt on his life along with his wife and 4 children. But the police orderly and the military orderly, 7 policemen died in that issue. Just to put.
And all of a sudden it was a miracle. It's crazy. But my brother, Grandmaster, you have this place going.
All right, thank you so much. These 3 names, remember them: Lewis Hamilton, Barack Obama, and Peter Obi. These have always been the only celebrities I've ever followed in my life, not because they can influence me in any way or in any means, just simply because I wanted to just keep tab, on their daily activities. Obama moved mad, I removed him, and I never looked back. Let me tell you something about me. I don't know about other people. No woman, no man or woman born of a woman can ever influence what I do in life. And that's just the truth of it all. So I get baffled and confused about this entire influencer, celebrity, demagogue lifestyle that people live, especially in Nigeria. That thing has destroyed our youth. Let me tell you something. There's a very popular saying that says, evil thrives because good men keep silent. You see, I'm beginning to question that quote. Why? Because the part that I don't really agree with anymore is the part it says that because good men stay silent. I'm sorry to say this. Are they really good men? That is the question we need to ask. Or are they actually benefiting from the system? That is just the truth. And you and I are seeing it now. The truth is that a lot of these people who are doing this thing, I remember when this entire obedient movement thing started, Basketball did a skit whereby he did, there's this guy that normally speaks like an Hausa guy, I forgot his name, that he went to change some money. The guy is an Igbo guy that dressed like an Hausa guy. And
Nedu.
Nedu, yeah, whatever that's his name. And that's the skit he used to gather, people to his side to make us deceive us, make us believe that he was actually for good governance. But the truth is that these people never believe in this country. A lot of them simply fight for their stomach. And that tendency is everywhere, not just amongst the celebrities, but even among the everyday persons. Take a look on Twitter. You see that a lot of people, once they get up to 2,000 followers, they will stop following anybody else. And that is simply the truth. Because we all want to put ourselves in that position that we are better than others. And that is the thing that is ravaging us as a people. The idea, you see, the crab in a bucket mentality. Let me show them that I've made it. Let me show that I'm better than them. And that is exactly the reason why these celebrities are not doing anything about this. They will keep quiet because they know who butters their bread. It's very unfortunate because at the end of the day, whatever these people do, any single move they make, it is to their own benefit. It has never been to the benefit of Nigerians. They don't care if you starve. They will do whatever it takes. Take advantage of whoever it is just to gain that celebrity status, that prominent status that they desire and they look for. And once they get it, to hell with you. A lot of them keep on flexing on social media. They are not flexing because they are trying to show you, give you an answer. They simply want to oppress you to show you that I can enjoy this, but you can never have an access to this. That is why they will go to travel abroad, go to exotic places, take pictures, and oppress you. They don't want you to get to that position, and that is just the truth. Now I ask you this question. Where is the Burna Boy? Where is Two-Face Idibia? Where are all those people who always bamboozle us with messages about corruption in Nigeria? They are nowhere to be found today. As I'm speaking to you today, Burna Boy barely touches Nigeria. Burna Boy believes that Nigerians are so irrelevant to his career that he's not going to perform anymore in Nigeria. He spends all his time junketting around the world, performing in Europe and the US. And that is it. Ashake became made by the regular Nigerians on the street. Today, Ashake cannot even pay mind to the regular Nigerians on the street. All he does is jumping from UK to US, performing. That is just the level of disregard you have for the average Nigerian. These people don't believe in you. So I don't understand the reason why people always tend to, adhere to what they say. I don't know why people do this. They say celebrity. No one born of a woman can influence me this life. It's impossible. But it's all good because I believe something that P2B has done is that P2B has exposed the level of hypocrisy in this country. A lot of them don't want a better country. They are simply enjoying the benefit of being above others. That's just the truth. Now, to the pastors, let me tell you this. When you draw a line, there's a parallel line that runs between the level of religiosity of a country and the level of development of that country. Go and check it everywhere. The more religious a country is, the less developed they tend to become. And that is just the truth. Nigeria is housing some of the highest number of religious, institutions. But Nigeria still remains one of the worst countries to live in today. It is not a mistake. It is not a fluke. That is just the truth. Now, let me give you an example. You see, a lot of these pastors and these religious leaders, whatever you call them, they thrive off poverty. You and I have, I think it was Caesar that said it. They thrive off poverty. They will not become who they are today if there's no poverty in the land. Basically, all they preach to you is prosperity, healing. And as long as they keep preaching these things, you will keep running towards them. Because if there's good health care, you will never care about their messages of healing. Your insurance will cover you, you get your operation. If there was food and you can sustain yourself, who is going to talk to you about poverty? They thrive off this. Now, let me tell you something. If you remember the famous Lord's Prayer, it says, there's a part that says, give us today, Lord, our daily bread. Okay? You see that prayer? Nobody prays that prayer in developed countries. Do you know why? Because they have their daily bread. That thing becomes irrelevant to them because they don't have to pray to see their food. They simply go out there, walk, and get their food. And that is just the way it is. But they keep on making people pray over and over again for things that are simple as food, security, education, health. That is why they thrive on this. So what do you expect? They are going to speak against the status quo? They will never do it because these people, they actually gain from this nonsense. How are they going to fill up cathedrals if everybody is living fine? They're never going to do it. Anyway, let me not hog Mike too much, but before I close, I want to say this. I've heard this over and over again, and I'm very, very glad that Larry just said it. Please, with all due respect, I've heard people say here, if Osinbajo was running, they would have gone for Osinbajo. And I'm asking you this question. What exactly are you fighting for in this election? Are you fighting for a different Nigeria? Or are you fighting because maybe you hate Tinubu or you have a disdain for the man or something? Because I'm not understanding this argument. If you remember very well when in Nigeria, we had this argument in the comment section. When I told you that I don't understand, someone who is saying this should come and explain to me why Osinbajo would be a better option than the man we have there. Nigeria, for the first time in your history, a man came up and told you, if you can name any single corruption case against me, I will stop this election. And up to today, no one is here to come forward to say anything about this. And you are telling me Osinbajo is the best. What has Osinbajo done during the time he was the vice president? You keep telling me that because he had some 10 days or something like that to work, that he could have changed Nigeria. I'm sorry to say this. If your voice as a vice president is not large enough to speak for the ills, against the ills that are taking place in this country, I'm sorry, I don't see you as a good man. Maybe if he had gone to a different party, I will accept him. But you see, APC, I still believe that a good man in the midst of evil is still never going to be good. It's still going to be evil. So APC is an evil party. And if Osinbajo were to come out today, is he not going to be under the same APC? Yes, I know Osinbajo is a good man. I'm not going to dispute that. And I love the man. But he's never going to be the man you people expect him to be under APC. To me, the entire reason why I joined this movement is not about because of Obi, where he came from or something. I came here because I just want APC to be dead and buried. And that is it. And as long as anyone comes out under that platform called APC, I will never in my deepest bread campaign for you or go for you, because APC is just a party that needs to be dead and buried completely. So please, make we they talk this thing, no, they talk how we sense. Osinbajo, yes, might be a good man, but please let's stop saying the same thing that he's the best. If he were to run, everybody will move to him. He is not running, and let's just work with what we have today. Thank you very much, Saddam. Thank you, Otumba. Thank you, Caesar. Have a great day.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you,
God
Grandmaster.
bless
Honestly, this.
you.
Essie, you want to say something?
God bless you.
Oh, we're struggling with the network. I honestly, you see, when I hear this Osinbajo, I just get tired of Nigeria. I say, but well, Osinbajo is not running. Please stop bringing that nonsense talk here. He's not running. Please keep it in your pocket. Thank you. All right, let's move on really quick. Let's take a lady. Let's try and mix the whole stuff.
Fine.
I think let's take Umbang. Hey, Umbang, now wow, longest time with my style doing now.
Hey, Saddam, I'm good. I hope my audio is fine. I'm struggling here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, okay, let me just say hi first. Hi, Saddam. Hi, Tumba. Hey, N6. Hi, everyone. It's still Umbango. I would explain Ripple later. It's my brand name. I've had it since like I was 15, but long story short, this topic that we're discussing, honestly, I feel like it hits very close to the heart because I had to cut off one of my mentors because of this thing. Like this idea of maybe you have someone that you look up to and you know that they are against, injustice or a bad system or a corrupt nation. But now that it's crunch time, now that it's time, for us to actually say this is the person who represents a new Nigeria. Please explain to me why I got an email from this man telling me that I should compose a message congratulating Tinubu. No, please. I ignored that message completely because you cannot say to me that, oh, when you were younger, you were representing, you fought for Nigeria's democracy, you fought for and anti corruption, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And then when it's time for the 2023 elections, you're now asking me to help you compose, add 1 + 1, it's not 11. I ignored the message, and I don't give a fuck. Up until today, I have not explained myself as to why I ignored that message, because I don't need to even give an explanation. I read it in so much disgust that this is someone who you say to me that you don't like the fact that Nigeria is where it is, but then you're in support of Tinubu. No, you see, when you guys were having your monologue, and I know you had different opinions, but there was someone shared an opinion about like, oh, you don't even have to say this is the particular person that you're voting for or you support. I believe that you should have a stance. If not, you're going to be making people have to like explain yourself or explain you for other people. Like with the whole Paul Adefara thing. Why is he dilly-dallying? Why can't you just be on point? Why can't you just say this is the person? Or you keep quiet altogether? Because you're spending so much time or grabbing the microphone and people are listening, you have their attention, and then you beat around the bush only for you not to make any points in the end. I don't think that's like good communication skills, like someone else mentioned. If you're going to be on the fence, you're going to have other people interpret your message for you, and that seems like what Tammy did. I love you, babes, but to be honest, like let him let him use his own mouth and say, yes, this is someone who I think you should have voted for if he was on the ballot paper. But he's not saying anything. So now we're left to be going around and doing some mental gymnastics, trying to figure out who. Nobody has that time. It's either you open up your mouth and say, this is who I'm voting for, or you say, go get your PVC, or you just keep quiet altogether. And then let me speak about the celebrities, especially this what's his name now? The guy who is a comedian, I think AY, and how I went through his Twitter feed, his timeline, and he was saying something that sounded a lot like Shalaye when he was saying that if you put pressure on celebrities to have a stance in the elections, that there are a lot of thugs and ghetto people that are going to be on their neck. I excuse you, how? That doesn't make any sense. You can proudly and openly say, okay, I'm in support of this particular maybe football club, or I support this person over that person, maybe when an award is being given. But then when it comes to elections, all of a sudden there's pressure and you're scared of thugs and ghetto people. To me, that's that's dead guy behavior. And you're not I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I don't think he has any balls in his pants. I think he's just trying to save face, and he's trying to like make sure that when people are buying those tables, it's still the people who can afford it, which ideally would be people who maybe are not making a good source of income that is like legit or legal. Maybe I don't know, I can't speak based on facts in that regard. But for him to now say that, I feel like just keep quiet altogether. Like you don't have to express yourself in a time when Nigeria really needs to change and say this kind of things. It's very insensitive. It's like you're lacking emotional intelligence when you do those kind of things. So, and then let me talk about Big Brother as well. At first I was very like, question mark, why are they doing it in February or in January? It's not usually around that time. And then I now realize that, oh, okay, they're trying to do a new show. It's not exactly the way it's supposed to be. But why that time? It's very questionable. And anybody who is saying like, oh, the show can go on while elections are going on, that's very insensitive to the atmosphere, to the like what is going on in Nigeria. I don't want to speak too much, but I think like we need to actually keep having these conversations. So I decided to add my voice to the conversation. I never speak on the violent spaces because I feel like I don't have enough basketballs in my blood. But regardless, I decided to speak on this one today. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much, my sister. You have been old enough for this place to have developed enough basketballs now. We share up. If you don't have one, please inbox Otumba or myself. We were giving out some free vouchers of basketballs, to increase your blood temperature as we are going to the elections. Because this next 42 days, if you don't have basketballs, log out from Twitter, I beg you. Well, thank you very much for coming.
So
All
that
right,
my
let me take my brother.
Wait, so hold on, please. Let's take Barrister Juliet. We've been trying to. Yeah, let's
Oh,
go.
please, let's take Barrister Juliet. Please, guys, pardon us. Let's take Barrister Juliet. When I say something, I want to say something about Barrister Juliet. She's a lady that's coming out for the House of Reps. She's not an LP member. She's an ADC, but she understands what good governance is all about, and she has told the line. She told the line ever since she has been obedient before so many obedience today. So we appreciate the work she's doing in Abuja. Please, if you're in Abuja, support Barrister Juliet. Barrister Juliet, how are you doing today? Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Professor Dan. Can you
Welcome
hear
to the
me?
Vawulence space. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. First and foremost, I really want to appreciate you, Saddam, and everyone in the Vawulence space for deciding to support me during the crowdfunding. I'm so grateful. I got your message and I don't take it lightly. Thank you so much. Can you still hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate. First of all, I was here when the whole topic began, and I really wanted to speak about a whole lot from the issue of the hypocrisy of clerics. Nigerians issue with religion and how much they try as much as possible to not mix politics, but yet still mix politics, I think is enshrined from day one. And most times I tell people this: the reason why Islamism is well structured in Nigeria as to see as to take it as if it's more of like a stronger religion than any other one is because it has grown so much that in fact the constitution recognizes. I don't know, I was thinking at a point we'll talk about this issue when we're all analyzing and all that, but it will shock you that the constitution we actually use today in fact threatens Islam, the Sharia law so much. And if you Google what is Sharia, you see it comes from Islam. But we don't have this about the Christianity as a religion. We just have the customary, and you see a lot of people now even shy to say they're even traditional worshippers. But some of the norms are actually what actually customary court recognizes, and this whole thing helps to, I think it has whittled down Christianity. So it's now as if we just have the customary practices and the Islamic practices. So this whole thing has made a lot of Christians see themselves as second, what would I use now? Second class persons in societies. But there's so much we can do as Christians. That's my own, and it also behoves on the clerics. Even if as much as you want to preach really money making, financial increase and all that, miracles, I think it has become so much that a lot of people now even take the churches as a joke. In fact, I won't lie, sometimes some messages that are preached, I take it as a joke when you see people talking about and come now, by next week you get money, and you don't even tell your members how much they need to work hard, how much they need to actually diversify the economic certain principles. I'm not saying all clerics are guilty of this, but you see that so many standards and principles are not actually taught in churches. In fact, even this issue of PVC, the Bible recognizes civic authority, respecting the civic authorities, and all those teachings should actually be inculcated and giving your members the leeway on what to actually decide when elections come, even after elections, and even going forward. But when you see this not being practiced, not being preached, you know that is where the problem actually comes to play. But for me, I have a problem with such clerics who do not actually speak true to these things, who actually welcome politicians, give them the first row in their churches, give them the front seats and all that, all those hypocrisy. It's so alarming. And so for me, I do not in any way support that. And then, like I said, we all see the reason why Islam is actually a very strengthened religion, because even the constitution recognizes this, and something needs to be done. If not, because even our judiciary system, the judiciary, it's so strengthened. Imagine when you go to the Supreme Court, you see when lawyers were agitating the issue of the hijab, you saw the controversies, a whole lot. It's more of like the whole issues has grown past. You saw when one lawyer had to dress in this customary regalia just to whittle down the strength of one religion over the other. And the same constitution still provides that no religion should be taken. How about now? There should not be. What was it? I think there was something that part is section 10 or so. It said the government of the federation shall not adopt any religion. So now, when you now see the constitution recognizes one religion over another, and then put custom side by side, for me, I feel there needs to be an alteration, and this boils down to the legislators, amongst other things.
And you see the reason why the judiciary is where it is. Imagine when judiciary and all these things matter. I know why I'm saying it, because going forward, we need to strengthen the powers of our legislators, those who are getting in there. Because the judiciary, why their powers are whittled down, you see, they go hand in hand begging their executives. You hear comments. Sometimes I go on the street and I hear comments that, oh, Wike, Obaseki has done so much for the judiciary. Ordinarily, the executives should not be the judiciary should not be handicapped towards the executive. And when issues like this come, when judiciary goes on strike, you hear Nigerians talking in no concern them. So you see, we have a lot of misplaced priorities. A lot of people are not sensitized enough to know all these things, and they can actually be preached in churches. It's not necessarily they are telling somebody, go and vote somebody in your church, but you're actually enlightening your people. Because even, like I said, if a religion is recognized by the constitution, that's to show you that even those people know where they stand, how much power they hold in governance, and they actually seek for ways to actually promote civic culture even in their religion. Now, when you now talk about the Christians not doing the same, then you now see where we ourselves are robbing ourselves of our civic responsibility. So that's that for that. Then the issue of celebrities. For me, I have an issue when celebrities actually try to play saints or try to remove their hands from national politics. I feel that political issues should actually be discussed irrespective of political affiliations. Even if you don't want to join a political movement, you can actually tell your people things they need to actually hear. I've sensitized people enough to understand that you may not necessarily make sure that tell people that this person is who you're voting for, but you can guide your audience. I don't see a reason why someone would tell me you should openly declare vote for Asiwaju. I feel it's even against ethics. Even the constitution says somebody who is, yes, they say you must be declared unfit. He may not have been declared unfit, but you understand that certain statements he makes are incoherent. That alone should also tell an average man that this person cannot be your president. And then you have other records against other candidates, and it's alarming. It's there before you, and you're still trying to play politics and all that. It's just something that I don't think it sits well with me. And as a people, we just need to do better going forward. It's not it's not something that is hidden. I also want to thank the obedient movement for everything they've been doing so for my movement. As this whole thing is bigger than this, like I said, I on my own did not necessarily want to run for office. Seeing myself here, I just feel there's a whole lot we carry. There's a whole lot of responsibility I owe to a lot of young people coming up, because being here today, if we do not actually stand for something, then it's as good as not running for any candidacy at all. And so, therefore, I would just because it's upon that strength. For me, it's not even about party. Party ideologies in Nigeria, in fact, across all parties, even to my own party, they've been actually issues that one would not even want to say this is actually ethically grounded. They are ethically grounded. But Nigerian party issues across all parties, we do not have a decent ideology standing firm for us to be able to produce leaders. But when we see candidates with something that our young ones can emulate, character, when it comes to integrity, discipline, commitment, these are things that we have to look out for when we actually support a candidate. So I tell myself, even if I was not running for office, I will stand for something. And that is, for me, first and foremost, where the people stand. So definitely the right thinking man knows what he wants, and that's for the good of all. So that's one thing. Then secondly, the personal character of the person. So for me, obedient movement is something I cannot in any way do without. It's for my generation, and will stick to it to the end. And my own prayer is that, Sudan, please keep doing what you're doing. Everyone who is working alongside with you, keep doing what you're doing, because it should not end here. And I must also say this: you're not in Nigeria. Yes, I know this, because ordinarily your network would not have been very firm like this. A lot of people would have had issues maintaining a space for this long if they were in Nigeria. And I hope that the next government coming forward will understand how much important technology is. In fact, this obedient movement is built on technology. The consistency we've been drawing from those spaces from August, when I started attending spaces and a whole lot, is because of a good network. I hope that going forward, we'll strengthen the network system, because we cannot continue to have just diasporans holding spaces like this. We should also have Nigerians having talks like this, being able to maintain this consistency going forward, because no matter how it is said, you see now everybody's making use of spaces, going to Zoom and all that. If Nigeria does not have a good, I see channels, interviews are played, are held, and you see people who dare to interview cannot even maintain strong network system. It's a shame. It's a shame. So without a good network system, this whole obedient movement would not have stood. We know how much spaces, online spaces, have transcended to making it a physical movement. So we must make sure that going forward, we must hold our government, if possible, everything it takes to strengthen our technology system in Nigeria. It needs to start. Thank you all very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Can anybody hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I was wondering what was happening.
I thought it
Oh
was
my
from my end,
goodness.
though. Ah,
I thought, honestly, I thought I was even speaking. I was, shit, man. All right, I was saying something about today and not. I said if you're always on today not page, most times to catch cruisers, most of us just to cool off and everything, you will see when he posts his God bless Nigeria, God bless Africa. Anytime he posts God bless Africa, you guys know what's God bless Africa. If you're today not faithful here, you know what it means, You will see all those blue ticks commenting, oh, Africa, this, Africa, that, Africa. But let him just post anything that relates to the struggle of everyday Nigerians. Go and get your PVC. Yeah, P2B rally here, this, that. You don't see them commenting. You just see those guys just turn to a graveyard, and only Nigerians are suffering, are the ones commenting. And so I just want to use this moment to thank all our celebrities, as the case may be, influencers that are standing for something right now, because honestly, it is the most difficult time for you to be an influencer, that you know that you are sacrificing your image, you're sacrificing a whole lot. I'm going to start with my brother N6 here, because N6 is a celebrity. So N6, thank you very much. You brought out your own head from the beginning, from day one, and say, Omo, anything will happen, make it happen. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much, the P Square brothers. Thank you, Tacha Macaroni, correct guy. Thank you very much. You have done a whole lot for the movement, man. God bless you. Messi, big brother. Thank you very much. Kate Henshaw, thank you. God bless you, ma. Thank you. I don't know, guys. You guys know that if you come up on the space, please, if you know the ones that have not called their names and you know that they are doing something for the movement, not necessarily even having a candidate. Alex, unusual, yeah. All of them, please just call them here. Appreciate them, because when you see people do good work in a sector whereby 90% of them are silent, those 10% that are speaking out, we should be able to tell them thank you. Appreciate the work they're doing, because they are standing for something, and we should remember, posterity should remember them. Please, pardon, I am not a Tata fan. I am not a Titan. I know, like, like, her vibe for that big brother house. But God knows, since this electoral period started, I have been fanning that girl, because, to be frank, you can see a girl that loves her country, that wears it on her sleeve, that is speaking out, that is standing, going out. She pushed for the PVC drive, and here she is today. But you see people that, Burna Boy bought a car worth 700 million naira. Do you know what it is? $1 million. They say that car is not in West Africa. He's the only one that owns that car in West Africa. Do you know what that means? An SJV. It's crazy. These guys have made billions. And I dare say this because it's Nigeria. Burna Boy comes to a concert in Europe, and he sells out a 20,000 capacity hall in Amsterdam. In Rotterdam, 16,000 capacity. And in 16,000, you can see over 10,000 are Nigerians. You come to Rotterdam, you go to UK, he's about to shut down the stadium in UK by the summer of this year. over 100,000 population stadium. He's going to shut it down. Last year, 80,000 Nigerians left Nigeria to UK just in the health sector. 80,000 Nigerians left Nigeria in the health sector, just the health sector, to United Kingdom. That is enough people to buy tickets to fill that stadium for him. So there's no reason why this guy should not be speaking out for the people. There's no reason. I don't want to understand why. If you're a celebrity that's not doing well, I can almost say, okay, but you're doing well. All of you want to be Baba Fela. All of you want to be prodigy of Baba Fela. Now me, Fela, now me carry Fela this thing. The only thing they copy Fela is to smoke Igbo. They sabi smoke Igbo like Baba Fela. If Baba Fela smoke 1 drop, they go smoke 10 rap. That's the only thing they're good at. But they don't understand that Baba Fela lost everything to the struggle. Fela lost his mother. His mother was thrown down from an upstairs. Go and read about Fela's history. Fela was imprisoned. Fela was flogged like a common criminal. So when you hear Fela, you see them, the only thing they copy about Fela is smoking Igbo and his beats. But the rest of activism that Fela did for the country, they cannot copy any of it. So you guys should not, you should not, when they bring out their next album, fucking boycott it if you have sense. And that's just my 2 cents, though. All right, let's move on with the program. I think I'm going to bring in my brother. Let's take someone in Nigeria, I beg. Ebuka, you come next, then I'll come to you, Savik. Savik, thank you for your patience. Please, let me take someone from Nigeria. You know, all Americans don't speak since. Ebuka, you have this place, my brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that London and Europe things what we just do for here. Anyways,
you know one Japa?
Why go Japa when Peter go win?
Correct guy, so speak.
I don't want Japa when I go Japa when Peter go win. First of all, this topic, I want them die. You see all these people. Let me tell you people, anybody like AY, we could just come online say, so many people want to come out and support their candidate, but they are scared. Like, corn dey inside in pocket, without 1 or 2 pieces dey inside in pockets. You understand? So make everybody just know now, because they deceive you, say, listen, most of these celebrities, most of them would not come out. Even, you go to see, you don't see Burna Boy answers with ginger for the people sing songs. When answers listen, he show. So this thing now fight for people where they this country, we actually care for this country. For the pastors, this thing where this babe play about what's his name? This lucky pastor. I be no one talk anything no until Otumba first starts. Because make it not be like say Ebuka done this thing. Because the man was just beating around the bush. Talks, see the way Pastor Eneche take talk him. He don't even talk votes. He just talk, call your village people, tell them where to vote, show them the logo. Should be say the best did not this thing. Who is better than Peter? Who is better than Peter? How can you even compare Osibanjo with Peter? What has Osibanjo? I can even first of all even better pass Osibanjo by far. They say the best did not this thing. Say what happen? Yeah, they are trying to. Who is better than Peter? It's so shocking that the likes of Ferra Durotoye, person will go US, they talk, we need the likes of Peter in government. Peter don't show now. Oh yeah, where on a day? Where on a day? All of them don't keep quiet. They fear, say maybe they go spoil their business or something. It is to show you that you don't love this country. You never loved this country. You never loved this country. You're just doing activist P. Most of us those activists where they do. Bro, where they do this thing, where you not there now? Because bro, they don't scatter Peter. They never see anything. I post something about that Ben Mori Bruce said on his Jumbotron in 2013, telling Nigeria that we should copy Anambra system. This same Ben Bruce now, where in day? Sometimes I look at this, so that means I tell you, say, thank God, say Peter run for this election. If not, we would have still been deceived. By now, we feel the thing say Sega still they stand for us. We feel the thing say the Giga still they stand for us. We don't know say these people they stand for their pockets. This election actually exposed a lot of people, and I also go thank some people because I did shock say some people even come. A person like Thatcher, as in, bro, I did tell you, I don't fight, as in. I don't argue that year with my girl that year about this Tasha babe. I did tell you.
bro, she commodity this thing, bro. She left her difference and know that country first. This country gets better. All these our entertainment guys, where they're Wizkid, where they're Don Jazzy, where they're MI, they just they keep quiet. They don't know. They don't know that if this country is better, they will even make more money in the entertainment industry. How many people get money now to say they want to stream songs, they buy albums, they go shows? This December, I know say so many shows where some people do. People no turn up. Comedians, how many shows did they do in Lagos in December last year? Because money no day. Why can't they just let's come together and make this country better? Then everybody go to move forward. It's crazy. And as for pastors, I go talk see, most of these pastors, especially for the South, I don't know what they sup with them. You cannot come and be telling me God has not spoken to you. Didn't God speak to you? At least talk about PVC collection. It's not hard. You know they're very hard for you to talk about PVC collection. You understand? Most of them, they feel that the church is isolated from what is happening in this country. Like, they feel like, oh, whatever is happening in their church, nothing concerns them for country. If the country is going on recession, they always pray, nothing will happen to the church. Bro, your members are in this country. Whatever they are feeling will still affect you in the church. So how about what you come out? Now why I like that pastor prayer. You know say your candidate they bad, but you still want make it come govern this country. Does it make sense? People are suffering and they get calls on a daily basis. Oh, Guy Buka, my family never chop, blah blah blah. Bro, this thing they tire me, they weak me. Every day, person when talk saying in they wake up every time they think about Peter. Bro, I thought it was only me. If you come my house and they call me Peter Obi, because they carry the man matter for head, and they find the next thing what I go do to. If you know how they ginger person people for PVC, bro, for my work, if you don't get PVC, no follow me talk. That's why they do them. I don't care because it's not fight, bro. I have people at work like this election are like their last hope. Now, person will come tell me say, Tinubu is my brother. Peter Obi is good, but you should wait because of what? Tribalism. As in, bro, US they get so many tribes for there, but they are one of the best economies in the world. I feel like people have not seen how Nigeria can be if everything is working well. People are scared. There are some people that are naive. They don't know that Nigeria can actually be better. Nigeria can actually be better if everything is working well. So for them, pam and this thing where they do my presidential candidate is ADC. After you don't go Lekki toll gates, they don't block your account. You don't this thing all of a sudden. Because of say you get 1 or 2 restaurants for here, maybe they no go close your restaurant. You can't say my candidate is ADC. But just come out the D put P. See, as it be for me now, I respect people where they come out talk say I support Jagaban. At least you they come out with confusion. Don't be saying they do. You people should not guard me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Thank God that the guy even blocked me. Say, which concern me, concern now. All these people, they know they don't love this country, bro. They don't. And lastly, this Jagaban army where they don't start to form, where they don't get the brigadier general and this thing. This thing don't they turn to Nazi something. No. Make DSS. I don't understand the joke that is happening. They don't wear uniform, blah blah blah. Make DSS enter. Imagine saying now Obi movement now. Say we just get one general. We be our utility general. You know what for happen now? News for don't carry them now. Say we don't they create our own separate military outfits. I rest my case.
Thank you, my brother. If you don't call us, say that we be IPOB, you know. I've called us IPOB before, but I just want to say something real quick. I just imagine now, say, our American brothers on the platform, please, you guys can do us a favor. I want to do a social experiment right now. Please, Otumba and Co, Savik and the rest, please, you guys should please reach out to someone like, let me see who is more. Let me see. Let's say a Busta Rhyme or a Snoop Dogg or a 50 Cent. Let's go to the OGs now. Reach out to all these OGs now. These OGs, you understand? And please just tell them, please tweet, dear Nigerians, we know your elections are coming up real soon. Please go and get your PVCs. Please do that. I want you guys to see the hypocrisy in the Nigerian entertainment industry. Let one of these foreign artists just tweet it. You will see as they will jump out like catfish inside water that see earthworm. They will jump out like dogs that have not eaten bone for 1 month. And all of them, pick your PVC, pick your PVC. Two Baba will pick your PVC. Whiskey, pick your PVC. Bonobo, pick. Fucking idiots, all of them. All criminals. All of them in Wicked Boys. Fake, fake. Everything fake. Everything fake. God forbid. Just try this social experiment. Please, Savik, people should do that for us. Please. Just OJ. Americans on this platform, please reach out to one of these foreign guys for us. Please, if we pay, make Vawulence first pay. We will bring our money and pay them. If it's pay, we'll pay them. When I tweet up, I promise you, this will be a prophecy fulfilled again. In less than 1 week, all of them go line up. Please, Nigerians, go and pick your PVC. All hi, oh God. I beg, Savik, talk, please.
So that honestly, it's so annoying and so frustrating. You know, if we look at what is going on right now with all this celebrity, I was in this lady's space earlier in the morning. What's her name again? I think it's Renu or something like that. So, you know, one of the things I said is that most of these celebrities, right? They are all opportunities. Most of them are opportunities. So what they do is they look for, you know, where it is convenient for them. Like NSAS was convenient for them to capitalize on the movement. Right now, what has happened that they never anticipated that somebody like P2B was going to contest. They were already lining up behind Bola Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar. They were already, I can tell you for one fact is that they've already cut some deals before this whole obedient movement started. And so they were caught off guard. So that's why so many of them right now, they cannot come out openly to endorse the movement, right? I can tell you that most of them are working behind closed doors against the movement. Just look at what this lady said today. What's her name again? The lady that acts like a white garment woman in her movies or something like that. I've forgotten her name. You know, she came out and they were asking her, you know, she was just rigmaroling. I love Asiwaju, I do this, but I've not decided who to vote, you know. You know, so these people, you would understand that like Oebuka said, one of the best things that happened to Nigeria was just Peter Obi throwing himself into the ring for this election. It has opened a lot of things. It has actually shown Nigerians that most people that you consider before to be activists or you consider before to have, you know, the good conscience or know what is good for Nigeria, they are actually on the wrong side. You know, honestly, I cannot imagine that after what happened in NSAS, after what happened in 2020, that most of these celebrities will be pretending to sit on the fence. After what happened in 2020, you know, it's mind-boggling and it's so, I don't know how to, you see, what that movement to their brand, to capitalize on it, and everyone, all of them, they were saying then that 2023 is going to be a defining moment. Because all the anger, they were going to take it to the polling unit. Now is the opportunity they've been asking for. A lot of them ask for, oh, third party, we need a third force. The third force, God has created it out of nothing, but now they've all disappeared. It tells you something. What does it tell you? It tells you that these guys, they are all selfish. People that every time the 10 million naira table, 20 million naira table, it is all the politicians that they've been in bed with that are buying all those tables. So they cannot compromise it. So these celebrities that you can, in fact, I don't even want to use the word celebrity, but what is celebrate about them? What is it? If you cannot stand for something that is morally right, your country is going through what they call, a defining moment in history. Your country is going through a very troublesome moment, and you cannot stand for prosperity to be kind with you. You cannot stand with the Nigerian people. I say it every single day. Most of the celebrities in 2008 in United States of America powered Barack Obama to the presidency. You can name them. Go and Google it. They discovered that the youth were behind Barack Obama, and all of them lined up because they saw the man's intention. They knew that that's what America wanted at that time for facelift, to change the dynamics of the old political stories of George Bush, Hillary Clinton, and all those people. But our own is different because these guys, they are in bed with politicians. And so they didn't see P2B coming. P2B has actually exposed every single one of them. They've exposed, prior to 2015, all of them were lining up behind Buhari. Buhari, everybody knew that Buhari was a disaster. But most of these celebrities, they were lining up behind Buhari because their paymasters were telling them Buhari. Because their religious people they line up with were telling them Buhari. Just go and check their Insta stories or check their this in Twitter. You will see that most of these celebrities, they were lining up behind Buhari. But now you see somebody like Peter Obi, you are pretending to be neutral. You are pretending to be indifference. Ebuka said something here that I think I agree with 100%. These guys, if you open their pocket, you will see one agbado there. Agbado, one piece of corn will be there, because you cannot tell me with the glaring difference between Peter Obi and Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, and you say you are undecided. With what has happened in Nigeria for the past 7 years, with the kind of record with the kind of baggage that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has, his health challenges, his drug case, his every single thing about this guy, his embezzlement of Lagos State Treasury, land grabbing and all this thing, and you still see that you are undecided. Like David Hunde will say, there is no undecided on Twitter. There is no undecided on Instagram. Let them not deceive you. They are not undecided. They've chosen what they want to do, but the thing is that they are not confident enough to come out and say it because they don't believe in the candidate they are rooting for. They don't believe in it. And what I will say to them is what Osiba just said during the APC primaries. You cannot claim to love Nigeria, but you go and vote for somebody you do not believe in. That is, they are battling with their consciences. These guys are battling with their consciences because they know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is nowhere the best candidate for this election, but because they are in bed with the politicians, that is why they cannot be bold enough to come out and say they are supporting him. And so you see them rigmaroling, they will talk here, they will go here, even the pastors, and that brings me to the pastors. You know, one thing I will ask these pastors, and I know a lot of them will be here with their Bono account listening. What will you tell your people in a secular country? Nigeria is a secular state. What will you tell your congregation that after 8 years of Muslim rule, another Muslim is going to take over to rule Nigeria for another 8 years and possibly 16 years? Is Bola, if God forbid, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu gets there, God forbid if Atiku gets there, it's another 8 years of Muslim rule. And you call yourself a pastor, you have an opportunity to right the wrong with all the things that have happened to Christians. Don't you have conscience, all the pastors, the ones that are saying that God has not spoken to them? Don't you have conscience? Don't you have conscience for what has happened in Southern Kaduna? Don't you have conscience for what happened in Owo? Don't you have conscience for what has happened in Benue? Don't you have conscience for what has happened in Enugu, in Nasarawa, all over the places? Christians are being murdered every single day. And you choose to keep quiet. Because You don't want to offend the people that you are in bed with, the politicians that pay your bills, the people that pay all the big tithes. They will steal government money. They will come to your congregation. They will pay tithes. You don't want to offend them. You're sitting on the sideline. You're claiming indifference. But the same people that created a political wing are in the church because Osibado was running. You created a political wing in the church because Osibado was contesting, and all of a sudden you don't want to be part of the elections. Because Osibado lost out. You don't want to be part of the election anymore. That tells you the level of hypocrisy in the Christendom. The level of hypocrisy with these pastors. You know, when people say that part of the problem we have in Nigeria are too many churches. Here in the United States, Otumba said something that is very, very clear. And if you guys don't know, it was the white man that brought this same church that you guys are capitalizing on now. It was the white man that brought the church to you. The white man brought the church to you. So why is it that the white man that gave you the religion that you are practicing right now, they are progressing, and you are holding on to the religion and you are not progressing? Why is it so? Ask that question. The Christians here in the United States, they drive the political process. The evangelicals, they drive the political process. But our own is that we sit in bed with these politicians because they pay tithes to you, because they use you to launder money, and you say nothing. You can deceive those that you want to deceive. You know, when we say that the problem with Nigeria is actually the gullible minds. The gullible minds, because they actually capitalize on the atrocities that are being committed in Nigeria to hold on to their pastorship, to hold on to their GO-ship, general overseer. Because all Nigerians, once Nigerians are suffering, they will run to church. Every single thing that happened to Nigerians, even when government has a big role to play to solve almost 100% of their problems, but they will run to church to go and complain to the GO. GO will say, do this, do this, do this, do this. But your time is up. Whether you guys come out openly and support him or not, Nigerians are ready to take back this country. And we are going to continue to call you guys out. Even when Peter Obi becomes the president by May 2023, we will continue to call you guys out because of your hypocrisy. Because we don't even need you at this point. Because we know that we are up to no good. You are up to no good. I know you guys are on this place and you're listening. Most of these clerics, you are up to no good. Because of your selfishness, you want a Muslim rule for the next 16 years in a secular state. And possibly 24 years in a secular state. Because of your own selfish interest. Because of what you stand to gain. The blood of the Christians that are being murdered in Nigeria will haunt you guys forever and ever. I yield the mic, Saddam.
Amen, my brother. Let me join that your this thing with that. Amen. Honestly, let that blood haunt them because it is so. I just wonder, like, oh my God, what sort of people are we? And you see people come out there to defend them. Yeah, he's a man of God. More. If I go through the Bible and I see all the prophets, some of them died speaking the truth to power. All of them died speaking truth to power. Why should you be an exception? Why? There is no reason why you shouldn't be speaking truth to power now, especially when you can see it is glaring. Well, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think we'll take a lady before I come to the next guy. Lamine, my sister, how are you doing today? Good evening.
Saddam, I mean, yes, so.
Please, sir, if you come, we'll call you, please.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was Dr. Lu.
Go on,
Okay,
Lamine.
please, you can go. Okay,
No, we're taking a lady first, please. Lamine, please go on.
Okay. Hi. I didn't even want to say anything today, but you know this topic will bring me up because I've been hammering on this celebrity thing since the last 4-5 months, you know, Saddam. But first of all, about these clerics, me, I don't send any pastor or my afa papa, you know, consign me. if you want to be worshiping Malam, and is what Malam Afad will be telling you where to face, concern your papa. It means say you no get sense, no concern me. I don't have business. Me, I've made my point about these clerics last week, I guess. We talked about these people last week. They no get value. They are useless. Yes, I said it. Some of them, majority of them are useless. They're all contractors. They use our sweat and our blood to build all those houses, churches, mosques, big mosques you see around on the streets. On the street, you go see plenty mosques and church. Everybody, they go there, go hit head. They go pray. They go Sundays, they are in the church. You see 3 living faiths on one street. It no concern me. If na pastor you want worship, me, my God is in my room and my heart. I pray to God in my room. I have my Quran. I recite my Quran. So I don't care about any malam. So that's their business. But you see the celebrities, they are mad. But I don't blame them. Nigerians, now our fault. When I say Nigerians don't hold people accountable, this is one of the things I'm saying. They bring out their stupid, dumb-ass movies that does not make any sense. I don't even watch Nigerian movies on Netflix. That is even the worst of, like Netflix, so that is free. I've paid, done subscription. I will not waste my energy to watch their movies because they're acting rubbish. So you don't blame them. Nigerians go and watch their stupid movies. We don't have money. You go buy their tickets, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. Yes, we know that a typical Nigeria or citizens will not be able to afford the 10 million, 5 million seats. But we have majority buying 10,000, 30,000, 50,000 tickets, right? You buy them. You will buy them. They will insult you. They will do stupid giveaway of 5,000 or 1,000 naira recharge card. That is so ridiculous. It's so annoying. These celebrities, they've been annoying me since. How they will tell you that if you want 5,000, retweet somebody, go and follow this person and come and collect 5,000. You are mad. 5,000. You are mad. Somebody is telling you to go and follow somebody, then they will give you 5,000. You are mad. You will not go and work and get 5,000. One stupid celebrity is telling you that they will give you 5,000. You should go and retweet and follow somebody. That thing irritates the shit out of me on Instagram. Because of 5,000 recharge card, these guys ridicule Nigerians on social media. You still go and watch their film. You drool over them. You see them at the airport. You be following them like mumu. You don't know that celebrities in the US unseat this man. What are they calling? Trump. Kerry Washington, we're all going to people's house to drag them out to go and register and vote. On the day of election, I saw videos of Kerry Washington, Oprah, all of them encouraging people to go and vote. Your own celebrities don't have sense to do that. And you don't have sense. If you're following if you are obedient, you're following A1 and basket mouth, you are mad. You are mad. If you're obedient, you're following AY and basket mouth, you are mad. You don't have sense too. You don't have sense. That you're still following me. I've unfollowed AY. I've followed basket mouth. Me, I don't have time. Any small thing I unfollow celebrity. What is celebrity? Who are you celebrity? Who are you celebrating? Who's stupid? Do you know Bollywood actors make their politicians? You do anyhow, you see anyhow. Just get right, you see in India, celebrities in India made it happen. They made it happen. But oh no, to be fucking each other's asses everywhere, each of them to do the fucking damn jobs. What is wrong in Burna Boy saying go and pick up your PVC? What does he want from an average politician in Nigeria? Burna Boy, Whiskey, what's this guy's name? Olamide, Ashake is even new. What is this Don Jazzy? Two-Face is always doing bad governance song. Oh, see him today. I'm following him on Instagram. No one tweets on encouraging guys to go and collect PVC. You can't say that. You're scared. You're too afraid. You're a coward. You live in Lagos that belongs to Tinubu. He'll come and uproot you from your house because you're saying people should go and collect their... Don't even say vote P2B. Go and freaking pick up your PVC. You can't say that. It's too much. Why? See, you guys don't know something. These guys want you guys to remain poor. so that they will continue to flash their stupid 2,000 and 5,000 naira giveaway to you guys. And you continue to drool over the 2,000 and 5,000. That is the simple truth. They want you to remain poor and poverty. That is what they want. They are the same thing with our politicians. They are in bed with them. They sleep with them. That's what they do. You think this too? What talent does AY have? What talent? What stupid me? Will I go and watch AY show? Tell me, please. How many of you here we pay money to go and watch AY? How many of us here we pay money to watch AY? He's talentless. He doesn't have talent. No brain. He's not funny. His movies are whack. But Nigerians too, they will still watch it. All these stupid movies they act up and down. Rubbish. The Nigerians will go and pay 5,000 naira and watch their stupid movies. You are obedient. See, you see this, except we are lying to each other. We don't have obedience in millions in Nigeria, except we're lying. Whether you live in Nigeria or not, as far as you're following basket mouth, and AY, you are a fool. You are stupid. You don't have sense. Because they are telling you that the sanity of this country does not matter to them. You know why? Because they have dual citizenship. Their kids and their wives don't live here. Their families don't live here. They don't give a fuck about you. And you're still following them, adding to their stupid numbers that they have on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. I came here because of this celebrity, because I've been telling Saddam since. I said these celebrities are not doing enough. They are not doing enough. Nigerians are gullible. When they say things, they follow them. Unfortunately, it is true. And sadly, it is true because it's sad. I don't give a shit. They can't influence me. What sense? They don't even have sense. What are you influencing? It's not when you have sense that you can influence somebody. You're talking nonsense in your mouth. What are you influencing? If there's anybody I will even say I like is Rita and Ketension and maybe Genevieve. Any other person is bullshit. More nonsense. Doing nonsense, stupid giveaway, 5,000, 2,000. Broke. Go and work so that you don't collect their 5,000. Go and fucking get a job so that you don't need their 2,000. You don't need their 5,000. And fucking unfollow them. They feel that their 5,000, your 5,000 naira that you watch their movie is not good enough. Don't watch their movie. If you don't watch their movie on Netflix, they won't get rating. Don't you get it? Don't watch their movies on Netflix. They won't get rating. They will drop the freaking movie. But you watch their stupid movies on Netflix. You pay money to go and watch their movies in cinema. 5,000, 10,000 for what? They still insult you guys. You thought imagine what AY is saying, blacklist you because you don't have talent. If you have talent, who will blacklist you? Nigerians will come for your show. If you have the balls to say Nigeria, go and pick up your PVC and vote the most credible candidate. That is all. That's all you need to say. You don't even need to mention Peter Obi's name. Pick up your freaking PVC and vote the most credible candidate. That is all. But no, because you don't have talent, Nigerians will not go and I won't buy your ticket. I won't watch your show. I'm very sure 70% of us here will not buy his ticket. So that is why they will continue to lick this guy's asses. So you, Nigerians, wake up. They don't give a shit about you. Do not waste your 5,000 on them. Those that can afford it, do not buy their ticket, whether within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. If you go and watch their show, you are mad. All of you that keep watching their shows, Nigeria and outside Nigeria, all of you are crazy if you continue to do that. I yield my mic. Rubbish people.
And thank you, my sister. We cannot say much, honestly. I just see them just add 30 BG, FC, outsiders. Now giving ourselves nicknames. When I give ourselves nickname, I will come on Twitter, come on social media, they fight on ourselves. When I see for street, they're going to fight. Hey, I better pass. This one get money pass. This one everybody. Blah, blah, blah. Ah, my people, Nigerians. I beg. Take back your country, Take back your country. Young Nigerians, please. It's your country to save. No, they argue for people who don't make that are made for life. Please. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. I think Dr. Lu, go next, please. You have the space 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you very much, actually. And I remember there was a space where they invited P-Square. And I asked that, I was discussing about the fact that when will the so-called celebrity like Hugh will come out and take his stand. I remember the response he gave me was that they will come, they are still abandoning. That was as far back as November. if you cast your mind towards Osun State election, you can see how focal, how prominent, and how Davido took the election upon himself. How he ensured that he rattled all his fan base to campaign for his uncle. This is to let you know that we are on our own. We are on our own because the rate at which Davido campaigned for his uncle in Osun State shows that they can do it. Was he not stepping on the toes of APC? Or APC was not in government that time? Or is he telling me that he wants to risk his career because his uncle is campaigning? So it's just because they are nonchalant. So at this stage, it is the onus on all of us to know that these people have they have no sympathy for anybody. And to be sincere, one of my greatest and most loved artists is Two-Face the Dibia, and I cannot really express how disappointed I am so far. 90% of all his music has been against bad governance. There is nothing stopping anybody from saying just pick up your PVC or try to admonish INEC to ensure that they ensure free and fair. But no. So at this stage now, I don't think anybody need any prophets to tell us that Nigeria, we are on our own. Because if you look at how these guys have technically show a deaf ear towards the election, and this is not the first time. Even in 2019, almost the same thing also play out, and it is so baffling that people are still rooting for these people. Fine, you can listen to their music, fine, but it will be so foolish. I think maybe at least at this my age, for me to now be shouting up and down that a Wizkid is the king or the video is. This is the things that these people are feeding on. We have given them too much ego. We have massaged their ego, as Saddam always say. We have massaged their ego too much. You can, but we have accredited a lot of importance to these guys. And to be sincere, it's one of the greatest things that at least this election have actually shown. Looking at P-Square and Paul, those ones are even gone extreme. Now let's look at Piano Tonight Flavor and Piano. Because I don't even pronounce his name. These people are even southeastern musicians, and there is nothing. And Peter Obi met them one-on-one in US, and actually, no matter how it is, they know the reason why he's meeting them. They know what is probably the concept is all about. Up till now, none of them are even mentioned that to get your PVC right. None of them have said such a thing. So it's not like so not to talk of we that we are even in the southern part of the country or the southwest. At least if it is, sorry to say, I'm not trying to bring it, if it is a northerner that has this kind of celebrity, they will have been all over the internet. And these are the structure, the northerner will always say that they know how to play politics more than us. They know what political power is all about. But no, we always want to play safe, we always want to do something as if, see, it is so funny. And at this stage, we need to know when to call a spade a spade. This guy does not deserve our respect, because there is no justification for any basket mouth to be having a show even on election period. There is no justification. There is no justification. At least you know the country is bleeding. How will you be having automatically you have disenfranchised yourself? You cannot vote on that day. And many people, even though if you are saying that people that will vote are in Germany, but what message are you passing across to the youth? And you'll be having a comedy show saying that you should take back their country. How will I take back my country when you are a source of distraction to me? So it's not left for me and for us here to now react. And I'm happy for these kind of spaces. Reaction means that how do we accept their product they're selling us? That is how Burna Boy will go and have a show and will be kicking somebody on the stage. Something that you cannot do in UK. You cannot try that in UK. Automatically you are gone. You are gone. You can't call. You have to respect people that listen to you because you are selling a product. This, and it's unfortunate that they don't really rate we that we are used. That's the point. I say, as this is not about whether you if you are working in any organization, your customer are supposed to be your priority. Your market, people that you are selling your market to, are supposed to be your priority. And majority of people that listen to your music, listen to whatever you are giving, are the people that are supposed to be voting. So what are the things you are doing to make them much better rather than being a distraction? You just kept quiet, allowing us to live in a very distraction. To me,
The message here is that we should know that nobody have our interests at heart except ourselves, except you that you are listening to me. If you are waiting for any Burna Boy or any Peace or any of those artists to make any significant, okay, for example, the Banj. How would you think the Banj will campaign against APC? How? They are in bed with these politicians. That is the reason why it's difficult. But at least the Banj was caught on a, whether true or false, was caught with the scandal of I don't even know that scandal. I think it's Empower. So are you telling me the Banj will have confidence to come and campaign or come and say something significant positive about this current government, about Peter Obi? It's not likely, but at least we expect them to at least go and pick your PVC. That one will not cost them anything. They are just being nonchalant and very wicked. For pastors, well, me, I'm fortunate. I'm a Catholic, and I thank God that the Catholics has not, at least they have taken a stand. If you look at the wave of how the things are going, Cardinal Nayinka have said it repeatedly that he will never vote for Muslim ticket. He has said it, and he said it among all the Catholic bishops in Eden. And I know in my own church, in my own town, the priest has constantly speak to them to go and get their PVC. I will not say anything, but I will want to say, I'm very sorry if I offend any Redeemed member, but to be sincere with you, nobody can tell me that the Redeemed Church, fine, have not really, at least with how they are well accepted. They had a political organization, or what is it? I don't know whether political department or something, when Yemi Osinbajo was contesting. In fact, they even declared support for him. And immediately the guys lost, what they became mute. They stopped hearing from God about the next president of Nigeria. In fact, there has never been any me personally, I've not had anywhere these prominent pastors, apart among maybe a few of them, have spoken that go and get your PVC if you are afraid of standing with the people. You need to know where the thing is going. Nigeria is sinking. Nigeria is sinking. If you are very intelligent, you can never be dreaming or rooting for so-called Tinubu. Pastor Paul is telling those candidates to bring their cabinet. How will a Tinubu man bring? What kind of person will Tinubu be offering before you now make a decision? Are you going to be comparing Ganduje with whoever Peter Obi will offer? How will someone that does not have brain give you a cabinet that is going to work on Nigeria? Is it possible? This is just I'm sorry to say, but I feel I don't want to say what I want to say. Let me just keep quiet. But the truth is, it does not make any sense. You cannot tell me that you want to make a decision. It's like me saying, fine, it's like because I want to marry somebody. The only way I can marry is for me to know the kind of house you are living. Does that show the kind of character? It's not about your character. It's not about your person. So the point here is, we cannot. I'm actually disappointed especially in the Christian community. We are playing with fire, and we are comfortable in United Kingdom. As far as they are not really non-religious, Catholic and Anglican play, and the Church of England play an important role in making some of their political decisions. Very, very strong political decisions. There are many things that King Charles cannot do without informing Archbishop of Canterbury. Not like he need anything, but those people have significant positions to make decisions. They cannot just come and say, do this thing, and everybody will be quiet. Or here in Nigeria, the only thing is healing, prosperity. You cannot prosper in a very bad environment. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. If I'm traveling to Germany from here, I don't even remember to pray God safe journey. I always forget safe journey. Nobody will tell me safe journey. Why? The journey has been saved by a good God. The journey 90% of time has already been saved. But you have to first of all go to your pastor. Please, so I'm moving from Ibadan to Ondo. Please, I don't want kidnapper. Pray. That one we pray. Then you drop money. Thank you, pastor. That is what they want. So that means they enjoy in a terrible environment. That is how they can survive. And it's unfortunate that we are not seeing it. And that is why these people will be telling you that election is won in the rural area. Because rural area are the most poor, that they are the poorest people. They are the people that they have little or no information about fact, and their life can be better than what they are enjoying. Past 10 times. If I go to church here, it's after the church, when everybody's going home, that you have to just drop in your offering. It's nothing to throw the mass, nothing like drop offering. When you finish the mass, then when you are going, if you like, drop. If you don't like, money is the secondary thing. And these are the people that brought religions from money. Even in Nigeria, they have to do 20 Thanksgiving. Because you have to thank God for going from way to way. You have to thank God from seeing your uncle. You have to thank God for all those. You have to thank God that you even see doctor. Because everything you have to thank God, thank God. That's why share testimony. Since I've been attending church in this in United Kingdom and in Europe, I have never seen anywhere they say let's share testimony. I've not heard. Let's share testimony. Why would you? How will you expect a Nigerian pastor to work to be successful in this country? They cannot function in this part of the country. There is no way, because nobody with testimony you want me to share. The testimony that I'm traveling to somewhere and I went there safely and I got there safely, so I have to thank God. Or there is one which is let me tell you, I will soon finish. There is one on my own space together with my colleagues Anachi. One of my colleagues make a statement and said that the witches and wizards in Nigeria are the APC government. That is it, the witches and wizards. The reason why you are going to church is because you have bad governance. If you have good health system, look at this useless is it commissioner of health or former commissioner of health or something, or where they invited him to arrest yesterday, that was talking about Tinubu, trying to say the reason why that middle class and the rich can afford good health system, but the poor, we are still working on the poor people. Which means that people like us, that means they have relegated that they don't care. So why are you disturbing Tinubu? At least Tinubu is not as he has mental capacity. So, and the health system in Nigeria is good for them. So we should not worry. They have about 30,000 common health care. Only 3,000 is functioning. So how will a pastor not be interested in praying for your healing? That is why a pregnant woman that has obstructed labor will go to a pastor for deliverance. How will you expect that pastor to pray that a good governance will come in, that we have correct insurance for people? Because nobody will be going for all this one witches man, don't block my vagina, I cannot deliver. Nobody will be going to that kind of pastor. So in a nutshell, we should know that we are on our own. Let's expect little or nothing from this celebrity. And the only way you can give back to them, if you get back to them, is to ensure that you reduce the attention they have been enjoying. And I hope that we get it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Who's going next? All right, let's take a lady. Rhoda, good evening. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prof.
Good evening, my sister. You have the space.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me this space. Me na happy I just did my thing. No waiting concern any nonsense celebrating. Village people like us not even know themselves. Talk more of the thing go concern us. We dey here dey do our thing as we dey do am. I don't even know why people are giving them so much, like as in we're spending so much time discussing these useless people. Lamin just said my mind, like then they craze, they are mad. I don't even know them. I'm a typical village girl, so I'm here with my village people doing things our own way. What is our business now is to be liberated from the suffering that this APC witches and wizard has put us into. How to reclaim our lands, how to go back to our farms and our villages. That is my concern. And for the men of God, wallahi, they are on their own. I remember sometimes back, I made sanitary towels to give these rural girls. So my own pastor came from the village, from one corner like that. They are not really exposed. He has 2 daughters. And I package those sanitary wares. They are customized with PO's picture and everything. I sent it to the house. I gave my daughter to take it to them. Then much later in the evening, the wife now called me, that they got something to and everything. What exactly is it for? And I said, those are reusable pads. I just felt I should bless your daughters with it. That no, please, if I have time, I should send my daughter to come and collect it. That if her husband comes back and sees it, he will not be happy. They don't collect things from politicians and everything. I was like, whoa, is that for real? Immediately, I sent my daughter, oh yeah, run and go to Reverend's house. Go and collect those packages. And this same man, when the PDP people came to the church, you need to see how he was shivering, like the world was coming down. He was shivering. APC came, the same thing, giving them audience, giving them attention, applauding them, and things like this. And ordinarily, these are people that we feel, if you say it is A, let it be A. I'm not saying he doesn't have the right to choose whatever he wants to choose, But for heaven's sake, why would you reject something from Mr. A and then you're accepting donations from Mr. B and C? What for? Hypocrisy. So you see all these people were lie and they I no wan use say dem dey craze o. Make Holy Ghost fire no come catch me, but truly I don't look up to them. I've taken my religion to be personal. My husband will always say your lifestyle is your religion. How you impact people's life is your religion. It's not by the number of times you go to church, you listen to things and everything. It's how you relate with Mr. ABC in your community and even outside your community. Walahi, I no get their time. Celebrity o, me myself I be celebrity just like sis we talk am. Nobody know me but me I dey celebrate myself. My children see me as their own hero, so I'm enough for myself and for my world. For heaven's sake, who is two-faced? Wetin concern me? He dey sing for himself. Whatever money he gets it for himself. He doesn't give me his money. So why would I look up to him to tell me to go and collect my PVC before I collect it, or before I will tell my people? Does he stand with my people in their times of trouble? He doesn't. So why will it even bother me if he tells my people, other people to go and get their PVCs or not? Na God go just handle them. Their own time dey come. But this time around is for us to encourage our people to go get their PVCs. Let them really understand what we stand for. These people really need a change, as in true change, not the APC change. The real genuine change. This is what they want. And all they need now is proper guidance for us to guide them in the right way. So before I go further, I really want to appreciate this noble house. Within the week, I was with Lamin in Abuja. She told me she has some materials for me from Violence Space. Honestly speaking, I've been dancing since that day. Like today, I went to 2 different communities with those materials, and I'll be going again on Monday. So what could be more exciting than this with all of you in the house? You are enough celebrities for me and my people. So forget all those mad people. Na their pocket dem dey look for, and that is just their business. Whatever they take, it will still consume them. Someone said earlier on that the blood of those people will stand and speak, and it will burn on their heads. The blood of the people in my village, the blood of the people in Irigweland, Basa. You remember what happened at Rukuba Road last year? These people were killed, and then when some evil people now came, they still wanted to go back to that community. You know, the community people now stood out and came and attacked these people. The next thing, it was all over the social media that just people, attack innocent Muslims that were traveling to Bauchi. Is that Bauchi route? So are these the same people you want us to support? Do we even need any celebrity or any pastor or imam to tell us what to do? We are directly affected, so we don't need anybody to tell us. It's just like you're hungry and you need somebody to tell you to go and eat. You don't need anyone to tell you. There's this adage that a blind man, nobody tells a blind man that it is raining. He knows when it is raining. That is exactly what is happening to us. We are blind. It's raining already. It's left for us to run or remain under the rain and be beaten. Thank you, Violence Space. Thank you for giving me those materials. I'll keep doing the best I can do until we bring PO on board. And then we'll all celebrate ourselves because we are the true celebrities. It's not Two-Face, it's not Bruna Boy, it's not whoever it is or any man of God. They are just on their own. Lamin don't talk everything where I want to talk. Then they mad, all of them. And now God go handle them. Thank you very much. I
Thank you very
yield.
much, my sister. Thank you, Rhoda. Honestly, guys, please, if you're on the platform, please follow Rhoda. Please. You guys need to follow this lady and see what she's doing. If we have 36 Rhodas, man, oh my goodness. But thank you very much for my brother Larry. Thank you for donating. If you have your PVCs and you're on the platform and you know you've never donated from this platform before, please just make a tweet with the picture of your PVC. Just cover it. If you know 5K is nothing too small for you to have, we just want to give some people, encouragement, breakfast for tomorrow. So please, if 5K is not too big for you, post a picture of your PVC recently collected. All of you that have given money on this platform, don't post. I know all of you, all your account number is my DM. So don't post, please. If you post, I will just, I know it's fake. Please, new people, I want to new people, yeah? Thank you very much. All right. Let's move on real quick. Mr. Ogunyemi, good evening, sir. You have the space, sir. Please, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Saddam. After I've been here with you for 2 hours on this section, that's okay. That's good. What I want to say, because I myself, I'm a pastor, I'm ordained. I was ordained in First Square Gospel Church. I was ordained a reverend in 2011. I went to Bible college from 1997 to 2000. I have a degree in theology. But I want to start with one. For the clerics, they won't talk. Because reason is, some of them have spoiled their hand. It's not, I use the word spoil. I don't want to use soil. You know, when you spoil it, you damage. They damage themselves. He is the son that started Flutter Wakes with the other guy. Is the son of the general overseer of First Square Gospel Church. The president is the son. And then in Lagos, you know, they used to have what they call praises at the beginning of every January. And we had the general overseer of Redeemed Christian God will speak. And then when they go in, you know what comes to the pocket of all those general overseers? Some of them enjoy a lot from Tinubu. They get their land approved, government consent, a lot of things that benefit when they are building, they write the right thing to support, it gives them money. So the way they are, their hand is spoiled. I don't want to use soil. They've been damaged. So they are caged. They cannot speak. The only one who will speak and who does not care is Bishop Oyedepo, Paul, and a couple of others who believes, I don't care, they don't take, and they don't care. During the Christmas, I dashed into Nigeria during New Year, having conversation with people. I was still surprised that I have a majority of Christians supporting Muslims and Christians, because they told me that the son that Tinubu, in fact, there's one we really fought, it's an elderly woman. I told her that Tinubu is a drug dealer, and she told me. In fact, one told me I will shoot you if I have gun. And that was at that point I was just looking at. There's one that visited me and said, no, I'm not going to vote for Peter Obi. I'm going to vote for Tinubu. I said, why? And I asked him, okay, do you know that we have some Christian brothers who now, because of the fanaticism of Islam in some people, not all of them, because my mother was a Muslim, so I have a lot of knowledge about Islam. But there are some extremists, and which somebody like Shetima belongs. Do you know what they will do to the Christian in the north? Are you considering those guys, or are you only looking at yourself and Tinubu? And I asked you, do you know the capacity? I said, you know these evil people. I said, come on, with you, your age, your exposure, your travels, you still have this mentality of bigotry, or sectionalism, or atheism. Then why do you go there? There's one I spoke to, said, no, as long as I'm okay, I'm making my money, nothing I want to look at. I just sell myself, and I look at the majority of Southwesterner, between the age of 45 downward, so this is 45 and above, 45 and above, they have very strong bigotry. They don't care what happened to their brethren. They're not interested in the brotherhood of faith. They are more interested in the brotherhood of ethnicity. And they don't care to be in that shame and suffer for a long time, as long as there are many there. And I ask them questions, none of them be able to give answer. And I also I've been trying to come to the space, but because of the new babies and then a lot of things going on, the school resumes, I find that many, I still repeating, many who call themselves Christian, they don't believe in Christ. Because if you look at scriptures told us that in the days of crisis, if you sit down on the fence, you are gullible, you are part of the people. So all those people you see is the benefit. That's what they have gained. Benefit from government. We've seen majority of them are preaching government houses. They load money, they send money both in pounds and dollars into their account. If you notice that when a man raised that a general officer must not serve more than 20 years, you see what all the Christians that this is what they do. They come up together, blah blah blah. All of them, they are talking before APC. Oh, Nigeria is this because they feel that Oshibajo will be president because it's on to Adeboye. And they know that the plan of God is different from the plan of man. God will shame all of them. On the 25th, God will shame all of them. They will know that they are not shepherd. They only wear that collar. That collar does not make them who they are. Not many people wear collars. I personally resigned from First Class in 2016. I saw, and I've seen a lot. I was moved close to the leaders. And I've seen a lot that many of those people, I don't say all of them, many of them have had their hand tied down. There's one adage that says that in Yoruba, I'm going to say in Yoruba, only to what dodo, dodo. That if you have eaten, I need somebody to help me put it very well. If you have eaten fried plantain, you will never say the truth. So many of them have eaten dodo. And as you enter their belly, they cannot talk. Because if they talk, the man will remember those also, I help you. Remember social time, I help you. Now, that is there. That's why in the church today, at least I have one way or other related, they cannot talk. They only instead deceiving people, and people are gullible. I was telling somebody that God heals. I've seen God have healing. But God gave knowledge to people in medicine. They will do more healing than what the anointing will do. They say, yes. You go and look at it, even the days of Jesus Christ. It's not everything that Jesus healed people. But he has given knowledge to men that through that knowledge, they can do more. They can do more. If you put people that has malaria, anointing man will not heal all of them. But drugs will heal them. Now, coming to your celebrity, they're not called celebrity. You are the one that make them celebrity. Is it AY? They've been having sponsors from people. AY having sponsors from Lagos State, part of people. Tell me which one of them. What even AY started with? You tell me, I don't know who. All of them, they are only singing what you want to hear because they see what's going on in society. How many of them can go to prison like fella? Tell me, how many of them? Even Two-Face himself that are singing that song, that the Nigeria something, that can he speak to can he come out and speak now? All of them are eating dodo. They enjoy life. The fella went to prison. He stood. He fought Obasanjo to death. He doesn't care. The guy came back and died. Those are the leaders. Those are the people. Those are the true celebrity you will celebrate. Not these cowards. These are not celebrity. These are cowards. These are show people. People that have lived by money. And you made them. And that's why I want to tell people, is it people like Enola that was living in Banana? Where did he get the money to go and live in Banana? I'm doing that they sell properties in Banana. Tell me, I want to come out with which one of them, even AY. What's it doing? They'll come to America and be doing all those shows. People see them, blah, blah, blah. All of you carried away. I don't do that. I used to do those things. I would never again. Because I'm able to see between the tiny line that these are people who use words, actions to deceive people. Because our Nigerian young people don't know people. They are hopeless. They are helpless. They don't know anything. If they have been a good leader who have created a hub where anybody just walking, test your music, stream it, if anybody like it. But because they need to look for somebody to take them in, all of them want to sing music because they think, okay, music is the best way. They don't know they have other skills to make them useful because those things are not there for them. So that's why they turn all those people to heroes, to God, semi-God, mini-God, whatever God you want them to call them, super gods. And they begin to see them as their leader, dictators, things that will direct their lives. They are not celebrating. They are cowards. They are only jekuje. They are people, I call them only jekuje. What they want to eat is what matters to them. What comes with their belly and the heart of share. A majority have got it. In fact, do you know that what's going on now in Nigeria is that majority of Nigerian elite now have dual citizenship. They will go and buy citizenship of this country. Is it St. Kitts in Caribbean? They go and buy because those visas allow them to travel without visa. Those passports, and it's not cheap. Maybe $50,000, $40,000 investment. They have it and they pocket it. They all travel around with it. So when there's the problem in Nigeria, they'll be looking at it through the line. They are the major problem. So I want to thank you, Saddam, for this. Let's speak to these young people. Don't make a lot of young people. I'm trying to redirect their life. They are thinking. You have better thing you can do with your life than believing in one celebrity. You see some people, like somebody said, Bonabo did a show and he even talked to people anyhow. Nobody do anything. Some people like Whiskey smoke go, and then which mother does that? People say, hey, Whiskey, no. Come on. You will never see the children of elite who train their children properly to be believing those things. It is majority of children of money misroad. You can't see a proper elite. Will my child be shouting Whiskey for what? When they have a better program from day one. This is our people that's having. And then people talk about Oshibajo. Oshibajo does not match Obi. Oshibajo is part of the people that he was sitting down as the chairman. It was part of the board of CBN that was borrowing money to Buhari on ways and means of 20-something trillion. Which Oshibajo? Come on, people should go and look at it. It was part of the economic team now. Have you forgotten? It's part of the debt management team that was borrowing money from the government secretly without anybody knowing. The same Oshibajo, people who are talking about which Oshibajo is brilliant, is this, I say, oh. What you just did for doing because you are not used to simple things, because you just tell people put structure in place, simple. But that does not mean under the line. Peter Obi does not soil his hand. A man came out and tell you, if you see one penny of government money, my money, I will not do it. I will leave this campaign and go. Nobody has come out today. I'm still waiting for that man, and not telling me that man comparing with that man with Oshibajo. It's an insult to the man. Let Oshibajo take up his stage and see what he will do with it. Being a vice president of a federal public organization, especially with Buhari, who does not see you as very important. Like Obi sees his vice. Oh, we are running this show together. Please, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, please, Saddam, I want to yield. They should stop that comparison. It's an insult. And Christian, lastly, if you are Christian and if you are risking your brothers in the north, I leave you with it. There's a God we also have. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Gunyemi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your voice, and hope the baby is doing well and the family. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's move on real quick. I think we'll take a lady. Let's just try and mix the whole stuff up. I'll come to you, just OJ, in a minute. Let's take Adora. Adora, please have the space, please. 5 minutes, please. And if you're speaking, please, I want to indulge. We have over 50 people requesting for the mic, so the queue is much. Please, just try and pay attention to us up here. I'll be waving my hands, and if you see me wave my hands, understand that you should be wrapping your submission in the next 30 seconds, please. I don't want to interject you while you're speaking, so please try and help us so we can help other people speak.
Or have your wristwatch in front of you yourself so that you time yourself, please.
Yeah, or you
That's
can just
how I give my submissions.
Just check your time, please, also, because you know time flies on spaces here. You don't know, we're here already, and it's almost 9 o'clock already where I am. So please try and do that. And I see all of you on the request section. Please, we'll bring everybody up. We just have a crazy queue today. I know how important the discussion is for everybody. If you want to contribute, please, you can drop your comments in the comment section. And all of you post your PVC. I did not say this. Please, if you can use the hashtag Vawulence space, it will be better for me so that when I'm searching through the hashtag, I can just see the PVCs and you will run the cash for all of you. Thank you very much. All right. Dora, you have the space, please. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Saddam, Otumba, Cecil, yada, y'all, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Saddam, first of all, I have something to pick with you because my birthday, nothing from you, but no problem. We'll come back to that. Cecil.
When is your birthday, I beg?
It was on the 10th,
And
4
you
days
don't
ago.
pass. And I
What?
dey
See,
Yes.
super obedient birthday.
Hey, no vex, no vex, no vex. We will never
Okay,
forget
now
it.
I'm blushing. It's okay. Y'all forgiven. I forgive you.
Happy birthday in arrears.
Thank you
Happy
so
birthday,
much.
Adora. Happy
Thank
birthday,
you,
happy birthday.
Madam.
God
Thank you,
bless you.
Caesar.
I
Thank
wish you
you.
all you wish yourself this year.
Thank you so much. Guys, I mean, I hear all the frustration. I know this, like, yesterday I was talking on the space and I told them that my biggest problem in this whole movement, like the people I personally now have a bone to pick with, is the people who tell you, oh, they're on the fence, or the people who say they're afraid, right? So let me start with the people who are afraid. I think it was Kanye who said that he feels like slavery was a choice at some point, and at this point, I absolutely 100% agree with that. I mean, it has to have been a choice for you guys to, at some point, where when does your fight kick in? Because each and every human being has that. Animals have that. Even the meekest animal, there's a way you corner that animal there, and it's just going to, the fight will kick in. When will your fight kick in? This is for the people who say they're afraid. AY came up yesterday and said, oh, some of us want to speak up, but we're afraid. What do you mean now? What do you mean? What are you afraid of at this point? You've seen the rest of us. Okay, now we don't have sense. No problem. We're running around like headless chickens. We're doing the fight, Abi. No problem. So you are going to stand in the corner and be being afraid, lily livered? Seriously, I sat down and I played this. I have a very imaginative brain, and I sat down and I closed my eyes and I could see the ancestors of some of these people standing there and just being so afraid when some other people were gingering and saying, guys, the masters are not here. Let's get out of here. We can leave. We can move. And some of these other people sat there, and because of their fear or because of their sitting on the fence, they held everybody back. They held everybody back. And these ones who continue to act like, oh yeah, we're afraid, they watched the rest of all their comrades fall. Why? Because they didn't have the numbers. And now this is where I get so passionate. I'm not asking you to come and fight. I am strong enough. I can fight. I'm just asking you to stand and watch my back. Just cover my back. If you're not even able to stand out, hide your face, but speak. Let your voice be heard. Pick up a shield, cover yourself, go and stand behind a ledge or something, protect yourself, but scream, ginger me for God's sake. This thing pisses me the hell off. And then for those of you who say you're on the fence, you are not on the fence. You know that. Let's start with that. Not a disguise for here. There's one thing I can't stand. I'm trying so hard, Saddam. This is why I don't like to speak on spaces. Get away from me with your mediocrity. This is pure mediocrity. Don't tell me you're sitting on the fence. There's no fence right now. There's no fence. As it stands right now, I respect the people who are PDAPT. Those people who have been bold enough to come out and say, yes, I'm supporting the devil. I respect them so much more than I give any credit to you guys who want to act like you're on the fence. Stop it. Stop that nonsense, I beg. There's no fence here. There's no fence here. You know where you stand. And for the clerics, let me tell you guys, in Christianity, we have this nonsense. It's another level of tribalism, but it has to do with religion. You see, these, oh my God, I'm trying so hard. These are our Christian clerics. Most of them who are not speaking out and supporting PO is because PO is Catholic. It's because PO is Catholic. We know how much Pentecostals like to speak against Catholicism. And I am not Catholic, but for the past few days now, when this whole cleric issue has been coming up, I started thinking about it and it dawned on me. This is why these guys are not
You
sounding
have a
off.
point. You have a point.
And
You have a
she's
point.
so right. That's,
Oh my
and I'm glad you
God.
said it, because if we said it, they would have said we're
Because
talking about.
I could say it wasn't tribal, but I knew there was a bias. And you have a point, Adora.
Oh my God.
No, it's something
Like
we
it
should tell
clicked.
ourselves the truth. Yeah, Pentecostals don't sometimes don't regard Catholics
I
as.
swear, you know how
Yeah,
much they'll
so
tell us, oh, Catholics, this, that, the other one. This is why these guys will prefer Osibanjo that you can see. Where are his records? Let's even start with that. What's Osibanjo's antecedents before now? And you guys will stand there and compare him to P.O. It's just because he's Catholic, Abi. Come on now. Come on now. This is what, like, it can't be tribalism. Even some of our own Eastern clerics are not saying anything. It's just this Catholicism and Pentecostal bullshit that's been going on. Let's just call it what it is. Even Pastor Deferson, I don't think that he's a bigot. He is not. But I know for a fact that what's the reason why he's saying, oh, the best person, it's because it's Osibanjo, because he believes, oh, that's the person that is, he understands the things of the spirit. He probably speaks in tongues and this and that, but a Catholic person doesn't. Guys, please now. I don't like lukewarmness. It's either you are hot or you are cold. Saddam. Okay, do you know what? My time is up. I'll stop now and I'll just request the mic again, Saddam. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Oh, thank you. Please just try and consider other people. We have close to 50 of them that want to speak. Let's try and give everybody a chance to speak. I understand how important this discussion is, but at least let us be also, please, 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 please. Thank you very much. All right, my brother, just OJ, good evening. How are you doing today, please?
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Bro, you're using your earpiece or
Let me
something?
take it off now. Take it off. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baba, reduce the time to 2 minutes or 1 minute,
Please
everybody.
don't do that, please. Who's that? I will drop you. They don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on, my brother.
Yeah. I mean, I think I was on a space a couple of days ago with.
I say, may you reduce the time. I was only giving you a.
Go on, just OJ, please.
Yeah, I was on a space with, I think, Auntie Meg and a couple of other people. And, that was when I broke things down and I said, it's sad because now in hindsight, for me, and I don't want to, I've been down, about the movement because I just think about it and I was like, I feel like we kind of missed this. Like we did everything right. We focused on the different areas we were supposed to. And I think we looked at NSARS and thought that NSARS had assured us that the celebrities were already in the bag. And then now all of a sudden we realized, oh crap, these assholes were never part of any movement beyond their pocket. And now it's almost 5 weeks to the election. And we have to now think and re-strategize about these idiots. And for me, it's a question of if you're on this space and maybe you're not an obedient, and you're wondering, why are we even bothering? Like, why are we pained about one person? Because somebody actually went, I think, on that Basket Mouth's tweet and said, oh, but Basket Mouth is one person. And I said, you're dumb because you have not learned how to think within context. If it was a developed country's electoral system where you have early voting, you have mail-in voting, you have voting in an embassy if you're in another country during the election. And literally elections start a week prior to the actual day when people go in to vote. You would understand that, okay, if Basketball decides to go to friggin' Alaska, that's his problem because he can mail his vote in or he can vote in an embassy wherever he is. This is Nigeria. You have one friggin' day. How do you explain it as a celebrity that has a huge followership? If you look at the election that recently happened in the US, they would always tell you about the numbers. And why Trump won initially and then Biden won after him with a small margin was because during the election when Trump won, people relaxed just a little bit. It was literally just a little bit. People just said, you know what? How bad can it be? Like, they had 8 years. Literally, they listened to him and they're like, really? Nobody's going to be that crazy. Oh, really? Nobody's going to be that dumb. Oh, people can see through his antics. And so some people actually relaxed and dude won. And then fast forward 4 years after that, and people were like, you know what? That's not going to fly again. And the people who normally vote early, if you see how the Democrats were campaigning to, they told them, they said, yes, COVID and everything, you can mail your vote in. We've done everything, guys. We've done the whole PVC. We've broken down his manifesto. We've done everything. We've sensitized people. But I feel like we forgot about these fucking sellouts because that is what they are. We forgot about these sellouts, and literally, I've lost count now because all you have to do is just follow Jimmy's timeline. Even down to Nas Boy. That one really hurt me because dude in one video where he was trolling Bala Blue, then posted his show in London on the 25th. Like literally in the same breath. So to you, the Nigerian who does not understand why we are angry at this is because you, if you do the most, you will probably get 30 to 50 votes. If Basketball should just be a little bit cryptic towards Peter Obi, he's going to get at least 1,000 votes. Take it to the bank. Easy. That's what we mean when we say that we have people that have a followership. We have followers here, maybe 1,000, 1,200, 2,000. These people have them in millions. And so what was happening, Saddam, I sent you the hashtag when literally NSAS was such a monumental movement. Nigerians went for Beyonce. Beyonce woke up that day, everywhere got the hot. And she tweeted a support for NSAS. They told her, they said, see, if you don't lend your voice, all this you're coming to Africa, shooting videos and everything, we go cap 'em. And she tweeted. And everybody ran. Omo NSAS. Then sew NSAS cloths. Then do NSAS dance. Everything was NSAS. Billboard. But we lost the fact that these people were actually not really about the movement. They were about the clout. Because if they were really and truly about the movement, you know what NSAS was? NSAS was the spark. That flame now that we're using to see down the tunnel is Peter Obi. Why the fuck did you light the spark then? Because this is it, right? This was the whole purpose. For us to come together, for us to, band together and do everything. We did all of that. So now you get to the results, food almost done. Now you say, no, I won't go sleep. And when we've told them, guys, this shit is wrong. You're still grandstanding. Let me tell you something, Saddam. I don't know, because I think maybe it was you or Sizzle that said, yeah, regardless of Big Brother, let me tell you how the average Nigerian mind works. Did you know that the second and I think third place Big Brother contestants, Nigerians were literally buying them vehicles, houses, taking them shopping, sending them abroad, just to spite somebody whose other contestants won or came third? Maybe they follow. I mean, before I come on Nigeria, bro, I love Big Brother. Let me tell you, if that show should hold, no fucking cap, I am telling you, voter apathy is going to go up by at least 30%. Mark my words. That show is monumental in Nigeria. Your mechanic on the side of the road knows all the Big Brother contestants. Your mechanic probably does not know Peter Obi's logo. It is the truth. And this has been orchestrated. They can easily vote their contestant in with an SMS, but they cannot collect PVC. This has been orchestrated. I am telling you, mark my words. And I feel so bad because in my mind I'm like, oh, fuck. We missed it. Because they literally told certain comedians, even this guy that I'm so sorry if I'm going to take a little bit more time. This guy that we're advocating for, that I really like, I can't remember his name now. Nedu, or what? No, it's this Nedu. They told him, they said, oh, Gaga, you're good, and everything. I think he's a PH boy. They said, until you move to Lagos, you are not going to blow. And he, in fact, moved to Lagos. And he did blow after moving to Lagos. And the reason is not far-fetched. Because as soon as you come into Lagos, you are going to start hanging out with the political elites, their boys, their kids. And that's how you will sell your 1 million naira tables and all those. They know it's nothing to them. They will pay for 5 tables. They won't even feel it. But when they come to you a couple of months after and say, oh, my dad, my uncle, my cousin, my third cousin is running for office. Oh, remember those tables I've been buying for your show? And that is what we are seeing now. These were kids who left villages, were doing skits and were buying brand new Mercedes. They left slums, they were doing skits and they were buying houses. And everybody was like, damn, God's blessings, wonderful, this is good, blah, blah, blah. But we forgot to look at the hand that was feeding them. And as I say hand, don't hold them for neck region. Our quote unquote celebrities. So I would wrap up by saying this. If you guys are able to come up with a similar, because see, hunger is a fuel. Hunger motivates men more than anything else. If you come up with a trending hashtag between now and the next week, like you said, Saddam, I think it was you who said it, that even non-Nigerian celebrities will be tweeting. It doesn't have to be vote Peter Obi. Just say, get your PVC. Or make it, change is possible, Nigeria. Just let 3 major celebs tweet it and see what would happen. Just calm down and see what will happen. But honestly, this shit saddens me because it just lays credence to the fact that nobody was ever in it for Nigeria. They were in it for themselves. And you have 2 classes of people. You have Japa, those who have physically and actually left Nigeria and moved abroad. And you have Japa Lights, which are your celebrities who have not moved, but have found a way to collect money from abroad and claim to be in Nigeria. Wives who are green card holders abroad, so they can easily naturalize. Kids who are, able to get citizenship, so they can file for them later on. They've bought citizenship abroad. They can easily claim it. But they don't physically live in Nigeria. I'll yield the mic for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very, very much. Now we're in America. Otumba, please, you guys should please come up with let's get me a celebrity, please. Let us pay them. I want to pay. Let us pay one of these foreign celebrities. Let them tweet for us because our own celebrities are useless. They have been
Even if not Laurie Harvey or Damson Idris. Even if just one vote wisely, get your PVC t-shirt.
Please.
Don't
Bro, Sizzle, you know you're
on
onto something because you can get through to Damson. You know what's funny is I used to actually chat with Damson before he got that role in Snowfall. Damson had an Instagram account. Damson had an Instagram account where he was making badass skits during the days of Vine.
Yes,
If you remember,
you're right
he
about that.
he picked the Nigerian accent. You will not even know.
Let's just get some few celebrities to do this.
no worry. You know our celebs, they like where Oibo do and first. So when we want to get one Yankee celeb now that'll say, vote for Peter Obi. You could just notice say all of them could all be everybody go be. No worry.
I said that's actually a noble idea.
God will bring us come here, go complete them. No worry. Before you know it, Kanye West or Future go say, vote Peter Obi. Don't be.
N6, for me, I don't. It's not as if I don't even need the endorsement because we say this all the time on this movement is that This movement, nobody will come out after 26th of February and say, it is because of me I won these elections. It is because of my cartel I won these elections. If G5 tomorrow go and endorse Tinubu, if G5 tomorrow endorse P2B, their endorsement is not what we win those elections. It is a will
God
of the
bless
people
you.
coming out in numbers. What we are doing on
My
this
brother, we
platform
had
is
God's endorsement 9 months ago, and that's all
you
that
understand?
matters.
8 months ago, I said this on our last space, and I'm happy my brother Jimmy made the tweet of it. I said, I just, something just pushed me, and I went to go and check when did P2B join Labour Party. I checked that stop, and it was 27th
May.
of May.
May.
27th of May. 27th of May. Pay attention to that date.
I can
27th
never
of May.
forget the date.
This February 27th will be when they will announce the elections, the result of the presidential elections. February 27th. That's when, with anything worst come to us, February 27th, and that will be exactly 9 months. Labour will put to bed, and we'll put to bed
Hallelujah.
a brand new country. Nobody will come and say, "I mean, make you push." Oh, if it did not come, we would have pushed. No. We will do it as a people. But what we are doing on this platform is to make sure we open the eyes of the people to remember the hypocrites that kept quiet when the people took a stand. Remember them. Do not forget them. When they come out, shame them. Thank you. All right, let's take a lady real quick. I think it's Priye _1.
Yeah, Shalamander. Yeah.
Oh my
See,
days,
because I
Otumba.
will drop you now.
Oh
Continue
my
on,
days,
Priye. Please have
Otumba.
this 5 minutes. Good
You're
evening.
always calling me Salamander. It's annoying.
Sorry, teach me how to say it. Sorry, apologies. You know, say it's tax today. So, you know, if you run.
It's pre. Thank you. And it's
What is it?
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne.
Okay, thank you guys for allowing me to speak. Otumba, N6, Saddam, thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to speak. Before I continue, I want to congratulate all obedient, both home and abroad, and intended obedient supporters for working so hard to push our ideas out there for everyone to see. And for people like Saddam, N6, Otumba, Omar that is not here present, for speaking truth to power, even in the midst of silence, even in the midst of opposition, they've always speak truth to power. Now, I also want to say that Muslim ticket will destroy Nigeria. For everyone that is here listening, every eligible obedient should enroll for polling unit agent if they can, pick their PVC if they've not, canvass for vote, convince your mom, convince your grandmother, convince your king, convince everybody that you can convince to vote, because the destiny of Nigeria is not just in your hands. Remember your children, those that you've not given birth to yet. Remember that if you don't do well today, it's going to affect them tomorrow. All the sufferings you're going through now, they're going to have 2 times the punishment you're having now. So remember that and walk like that and invest like that. Because you would hear, my dad would say, whenever I pay for your fees, whenever I do anything for you, I'm investing in your future. Whatever you're doing today, you're investing in your future, your children's future, your children's children's future. And that's how they do it in advanced countries. That's how they do it in Europe. That's how they do in America, in Asia, every other country, even countries that are developing. That's what they think about before they invest. That said, I want to talk about the hypocrisy of pastors and clerics. You know, in countries like America, I'll start with America because most Nigerians, we like to compare ourselves to America, but we don't know that they are way more advanced in technology, in worship, in every sphere of their lives. They're way more advanced. When we want to compare ourselves, we should compare ourselves to countries like Rwanda that's trying to walk themselves out of poverty, out of bad leadership, out of tribalism, out of nepotism, we should compare ourselves to those people and not to America, because we don't have it in us as a people. But since we like to compare, I'll go ahead and say, okay, America. In America, the people that made America what it is today are people that died because of their voice. We know them. Malcolm X, he was a Muslim. He spoke for his people. He was front and center. We know them. Jesse Jackson. We know them. Al Sharpton. We know them. Martin Luther King. They were the voice of social change in their country. Today, our pastors, our clergymen, our bishops, our Muslim leaders, they'll pay top dollar to get American passports. They'll pay top dollar just to go to America and buy champagne. And then their children will post it on Instagram and say they're living their best life. But people died to bring that best life to reality. Now, if you see people like Nigerians come out and say, oh, my pastor has been speaking for us. He has been speaking for the well-being of Nigeria. He has been speaking for this and that. Your pastor is not doing anybody a favor. Bro, your pastor is working hard for his own children. What happened to your voice? Your pastor is speaking. Are you speaking louder than him? No. But if we come out and say, oh, some pastors here are bad, some pastors here, they don't contribute to social justice, or they don't speak up for the truth, you still find out people, those that have been enslaved since they were born, they don't know it. Those that they've stolen their brains, their mind, they can't think for themselves. They need people to think for them. They can't speak for themselves. They need people to speak for them. They'll come up here and tell us that, oh, my pastor said this. You don't understand what he's saying. What is it there to understand? It was diddly-daddling. It wasn't making any sense. It's not like he was talking to a 2-year-old. I'm sure there are older people there that are older than him that would say, sir, I'm sorry, but you promised to tell us who we're going to vote for. But no, nobody spoke and asked him, because why? He's their Messiah. Because we worship people as Nigerians. We worship our pastors because most of us have been trained to see them as God. We can't challenge them. We can't question nobody. We're speaking here. Somebody should get up and challenge, I don't know, Oyedepo. Let's see. Nobody would do it. But in America, people get up to do it. Here in England, people do it. But we can't do it because we've lost our voice. We've lost our strength as a people. We're just followers. We don't know what leadership is. Most of us we lack mentorship. So we don't know what a true mentor is. We don't know what true leadership is. So we can't question those who are leading us astray. We just follow them blindly. And that's why we're here today. That's why we are here today, because those people that we look up to, those people that we expect to speak for us, they're not speaking because they're in bed with politicians, because their bags are filled with corrupt money, blood money, fraudulent money. So they can't get up to speak because their voice have been silenced. And now most Nigerian youths, most people that do not have leaders, they've also lost their voice. They can't also speak. They don't even know how to vote. We're not asking them to pick Peter Obi to be their candidate. We're just telling them to tell the people to go out and pick their PVC, to vote.
Please, can you do this in 10 seconds, please?
Yeah, to be part of the system. But yeah, that's it. They can't do it because they're in bed with politicians. And as for the celebrities in Nigeria, well, I don't find them as celebrities. I call them hungry people, because they feed off the corrupt leaders. And I'm begging everybody here, keep doing what you're doing. Don't look at them. You know who they are. You know what they stand for. And if change is coming. These are the people that will fight change with every might that they have. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much. I see you in London, so I should use the opportunity to tell all of you, please, all obedience in London, violence that's in London, please meet your mic, pray, please. Thank you. All right, all obedience in London. This one is not pleading. It's a wake-up call. There is a mad dog. A mad dog has been unleashed. A mad dog with white beard. That mad dog says he's going to with his gang. Please. Please.
We must
Do
overwhelm
I
him.
have 50 obedience that have my mind? Please. Only 50 in London. Please. Please.
I think you're allowed to stone people tomatoes or egg. I'm not sure. I think
Hey,
yeah.
please,
No,
obedience.
just
That
carry egg. You
mad
don't have to
dog
stone them. You
on Monday.
just mistakenly throw it on somebody's body.
Please. That mad dog that say he want to come and protest Peter on Monday in Chatham House. Please, I
Imagine
beg
not
you
he's
guys.
not protesting the incumbent government too.
Hi.
A contestant.
Hi. If obedient in London, all our
Contestant with our structure.
honestly, if we hear say Reno try nonsense that day, all of you in London are fucked up. All of you, any Nigerian in London, will be obedient in London.
They go collect. We go do
We
space for them.
say, I swear to God, go put space for now. We will collect. Reno. Kai. Oh my God, have mercy. Okay. Please, Omona, wake up to your duties, wake up to your duties, guys. I beg. Thank you. I see Max Obesi said. Let's start with Max Obesi, London. Max Obi, UK. Max Obesi, unmute your mic. Let me put you on the hotspot. Max Obesi, Mommy Bolale, you're here. London, in it.
Those.
In it, boys and girls.
Wagwan.
See them. That una in it. Una not in it and well on Monday. We go know so now. We go know what's in that. I beg, Max Obesi, please speak, please.
Well, thank you, Sadam. I mean, just put me on the spot. I'll defer to Mommy Bolale. I know they'll be able to handle because I'm not in London at the moment. I had a quick chat with one of my very close friends, Blossom. I think a lot of you know her, Blossom Martins. I had a quick chat with her, and I said to her that I hope that they are really prepared, and I hope that they don't give anyone the chance to embarrass our incoming president. And she laughed because and she said she liked the way I referred to Peter Obi as our incoming president. And for those who are still in doubt, who still question the power of Nigerians, and who still think that ordinary Nigerians cannot take back their country, I hope they get used to that phrase, the incoming president, Mr. Peter Obi. Well, that said, so like I said, I defer to them. That said, Professor Saddam, Cizo, my guy, Omar is not here, but I think in literature it's called trialogue. I think communication between two people, a single person soliloquizing or talking, is defined differently from a dialogue between two people, and then when it's three people, it's a trialogue. So monologue, dialogue, and trialogue. So I enjoyed the trialogue today. Again, thumbs up, 5-star performance. I'm always coming with the reviews, which is really good. Sometimes you need to get the feedback so you know, you get to get an understanding of how your audience following up or participating in the space. So I want to give that to you. And Adora, I don't know if she's still listening, but she made me really emotional. And I'm just really happy about the Obedient movement. Sometimes when I listen to Obedient speak, I listen to Lamin, Adora, and these ladies, they're all making me very emotional. And I'm really happy with the sort of women, and Madame Bolanle, I don't want to call your name because you're a class act. When I listen to these women and ladies, it gives me hope that there are people who are not ready to subjugate the rights and the freedoms of the next generation of Nigerians to these charlatans who call themselves our leaders. And that is why I want to go the extra mile of commending Elon Musk for the Twitter space that we're enjoying at the moment, because one of the beauties that Twitter has given us and social media in general is that it has broken the monopoly on public debates. So ordinary citizens like Otumba and I can stir up a conversation, and we are able to control public debates. There was a time that I commended David Onday, and a lot of people do not know why I commended, because the way that Machiavelli himself and his group of intellectuals, the way that they viewed their role as intellectuals was to influence leaders to make decisions. They sort of play advisory role, advise leaders, and then leaders take decision. But in modern times, intellectuals have viewed their role differently, and that is why their scope of influence has increased. Intellectuals see themselves as people who influence, rather than influence leaders, they influence public debates. And when you influence public debate and shape public debate, you are able to control leadership in a way that you can never imagine. And that is why you see that everything that has happened in this electoral cycle it has been about Peter Obi and the obedient movement. And I have people like you, NCIS, Omar, and Professor Saddam to thank for that. So let me just look at the topic today. I'll just quickly say, because I've spoken about the religious elites, but I'll just quickly talk about celebrities. I think we need to understand, and I need to thank you guys again for calling out the hypocrisy of two group of Nigerians who have placed themselves as the vanguard of the proletates, as the vanguard of the ordinary Nigerians, but who have used and continue to use the sufferings of Nigerians as a way to fill their pockets and grow their social capital. And these are the pastors and the so-called, I do not see any of them as celebrities, but since, for the sake of, to avoid argument and for the sake of this debate, let us